my world, these are my chords. World esports. It's my game, it's my world, it's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game, it's my world, these are my chords. World esports. We believe in unity. World esports. We believe in unity.
Let me show you how it's done right. Let me show you how it's done right.
It's my game, it's my world, it's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game, it's my world, these are my chords. World esports. It's my game, it's my world, it's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game, it's my world, these are my chords. World esports. It's my game, it's my world, it's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game, it's my world, these are my chords. World esports. It's time for games. It's time to play. It's time for games. Are you ready? It's my game, it's my world, it's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game, it's my world, these are my chords. World esports. It's my game, it's my world, it's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game, it's my world, these are my chords. World esports. We believe in unity. World
Hello everyone! Welcome to another Hero Spotlight, featuring our newest hero, Jushin, the Beacon of Spirits. Jushin is an enigmatic woman who uses her lantern and butterflies to deal sustained damage and provide CC. Beacon of Spirits, Jushin. Passive, Crimson Butterflies. While Jushin is casting her second skill, the mana spent will be converted into crimson butterflies that will fly around her spirit lantern. Once she stops casting her second skill, these crimson butterflies will slowly dissipate, each one restoring a portion of her mana. Jushin starts with higher max mana, but the limit won't increase with her level. First skill, Fluttering Grace. Jushin deals magic damage to all enemies in a fan-shaped area and applies stacks of Soul Snare on them. Target's hit will also be slowed, while Jushin gains movement speed for a period of time. Second skill, Lantern Flare. Hold and drag the skill button to consume mana and move Jushin's Spirit Lantern independently of her, dealing continuous magic damage to all enemies in its range, while applying stacks of Soul Snare to enemy heroes. Once an enemy has enough stacks, they will be captured and pulled airborne. After capturing an enemy, release the skill button to throw all captured enemies to the target location, dealing magic damage to all targets in the area. Ultimate, Crimson Beacon. Jushin blinks to a target location and enters a flying state. For the duration of the ultimate, she deals continuous damage to enemies around her while applying stacks of Soul Snare. In the laning phase, use Jushin's first skill to slow the opponent and increase her own movement speed. Then use her second skill from a safe position and try to hit the minions and the opponent at the same time to both poke and clear the lane. Once the enemy has enough stacks, throw them into the minions for additional damage. In teamfights, use Jushin's ultimate to blink into a good position. Then follow up with her first skill to slow the enemy team, and use her second skill to build stacks at a safe distance. Try to capture as many enemies as possible with her second skill, then throw them out of position while also grouping them up. Jushin is a mage with strong sustained damage, and works best as a follow-up instead of the initiator for teamfights. Upgrade Jushin's second skill at level 1, and continue to prioritize upgrading it as her main source of damage. Hit the enemy with Jushin's first skill first, to create a more favorable environment to use her second skill. After capturing enemies with Jushin's second skill, release the button to throw them for additional AoE damage. We recommend the Mage emblem for Jushin with the Agility, Bargain Hunter, and Impure Rage talents. Jushin is somewhat equipment dependent, so Bargain Hunter will let her finish her build sooner, while Impure Rage provides extra damage and mana recovery. We recommend this build for Jushin to cover mana regen, slows, shields, and damage, allowing Jushin to maximize her potential in teamfights. Clock of Destiny is Jushin's core equipment. The higher max mana allows her to keep her second skill up longer, while the mana and HP regen gives her more sustain in lane. Ice Queen Wand is another good pickup to keep enemies slowed in her second skill. Grab Wishing Lantern in the late game to enhance Jushin's damage output. We recommend the Sprint Battle spell for Jushin for a burst of speed to safely kite while casting her second skill. Jushin can also take Vengeance to survive when she blinks into the enemy with her ultimate. Jushin is a good counter to enemies with less range and low mobility, such as Popol and Koopa and Cyclops, where she has a big advantage. Like most mages, Jushin is countered by heroes with high mobility and burst, such as Fanny and Saber, who can quickly take her down. Jushin can provide great damage and CC, but she can't realize her potential until later in the game, so heroes with CC can help Jushin get through the early period. Jushin also works well with sustained damage heroes like Beleric, Kimmy, and Cece to dish out a surprising amount of damage. Jushin's abundant control effects make her work well with a roamer, who also has CC to terrorize the side lanes. Her second skill can quickly build stacks on controlled enemies and throw them back into your team to secure kills. In mid to late game teamfights, Jushin should stay in the back and poke with her second skill, and wait for the team to get a pick, then go in with her ultimate, followed by her first and second skill to clean up. Jushin, the Beacon of Spirits, will arrive on June 29th. Enjoy 30% off on launch week. Get Jushin's Ethereal Serenity skin for only 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Discover the mysteries of our latest hero. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Fame, wealth, power, immortality. How dull. But this one... Offer that which is most precious to you, and your wish shall be granted.
My mother always wanted a pretty dress. Now it's just missing the flower from her stories. The night bloom. I made it! Mom will be so happy!
They have yet to bloom. And time is dwindling.
If I miss the Burning Lights Festival, I'll never see my mom again.
The spirits are departing soon.
This candy was the last thing Mom gave me. You'll help me, right?
Wishes bring nothing but trouble.
Don't you have any wishes?
A flower pastry would be nice.
There! It's a try of passing! I made this for you! Mom? Mom? Thank you.
Just keep the candy.
But I already traded it for this flower pastry. Here.
Among the legends of Zhuan, there exists a woman only known as Zhuxin. With lantern in hand, her butterflies flutter with purpose, seeking wishes to fulfill. Some say she grants the wishes of children with childlike whimsy. Some say.
Vâng, xin chào các bạn đã quay trở lại đối với giải đấu WEC 2024, ngày thi đấu có lẽ là thứ 3 rồi, tính từ thời điểm mà hai đội tuyển nam và nữ đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta góp mặt tại giải đấu lần này. Và ngày hôm nay tôi cũng như là anh Kakawaze sẽ lại một lần nữa gặp lại các bạn để mà mang đến cho các bạn những diễn biến tiếp theo hành trình của đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta góp mặt ở giải đấu lần này. Dĩ nhiên đây chỉ là giai đoạn vòng bảng khu vực Đông Nam Á mà thôi.
Ở trong buổi thi đấu ngày hôm nay thì chúng ta chỉ có một cặp trận thi đấu duy nhất thôi của đội tuyển nam. Đội tuyển nữ ngày hôm nay thì sẽ được nghỉ ngơi và ngày mai thì mới phải thi đấu những cái cặp trận còn lại ở trong vòng bảng. Còn đội tuyển nam thì ngày hôm nay chúng ta sẽ thi đấu nốt cái trận cuối cùng của vòng bảng và sẽ phải đối đầu cùng với một đội tuyển rất mạnh ở trong khu vực, đó là đội tuyển nam đến từ Indonesia. Và điều kiện để cho chúng ta có thể gọi là được đi tiếp thì chỉ có một mà thôi, đó là bắt buộc chúng ta phải giành chiến thắng 2-1 cũng được, 2-0 cũng được trước đội tuyển đại diện đến từ khu vực Indonesia.
Vâng, thì cùng bảng với cả đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta nằm ở nhóm bảng B. Thì góp mặt đó là đội tuyển Malaysia, Indonesia và kèm theo đó là Lào. Trước Malaysia thì đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta đã phải chịu thất bại mất rồi. Và khi mà đối đầu với Lào thì đội tuyển của chúng ta cũng đã giành được một cái chiến thắng có thể nói là rất tuyệt vời. Và với tỷ số ở thời điểm hiện tại là 1 thắng 1 thua thì Việt Nam của chúng ta ở thời điểm hiện tại đang có được cho mình đó là 3 điểm. Và chỉ có cách như anh Kakawaze có chia sẻ giành được chiến thắng trước Indonesia thì chúng ta mới có được cho mình thêm 3 điểm nữa và cùng có hy vọng để mà cùng nuôi hy vọng để mà đi tiếp vào trong phía sau, khi mà trước mắt đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta chỉ còn một trận đấu nữa mà thôi. Vẫn biết rằng đối thủ của chúng ta là một trong những cái đội tuyển mạnh nhất nhì trong khu vực Đông Nam Á ở thời điểm hiện tại, nhưng hy vọng mà chúng ta vẫn hoàn toàn có thể mong chờ vào một cái trận đấu mà đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta bùng nổ để có được cho mình một cái kết quả nó thuận lợi.
Và bây giờ thì chắc có lẽ chúng ta sẽ đến ngay với giai đoạn cắm và chọn giữa hai đội tuyển, đó là Việt Nam cùng với cả là bên phía của Indonesia. Và đây sẽ là màn hình cắm chọn cho các bạn, khi mà tạm thời thì theo như mình được thấy thì đã cắm đi cho mình đó là Paramis, là Edith, là Angela đến từ bên phía của tuyển Việt Nam. Còn bên phía của Indonesia thì đã cắm đi cho mình đó là Roger, là Harris và vị tướng cuối cùng hình như là Chip thì phải, đến từ bên phía của Indonesia.
Vâng, những lượt cấm đầu tiên đã bắt đầu được tiến hành đến từ cả hai đội. Và nhân đây tôi cũng muốn chia sẻ luôn là giải đấu WEC 2024 là giải đấu được tổ chức đến từ Liên đoàn Thể thao Điện tử Quốc tế IESF. Đơn vị phát sóng giải đấu tại Việt Nam đó chính là Hội Thể thao Điện tử và Giải trí Việt Nam Viresa. Và đơn vị đồng hành truyền thông là hệ thống bán lẻ kỹ thuật số FPT Shop. Và ngày hôm nay chúng ta sẽ cùng đến với trận đấu theo thể thức BO3 của so tài giữa Việt Nam ở phía đội màu đỏ đối đầu với cả Indonesia, đội nằm ở phía đội màu vàng phía bên tay phải của các bạn. Và chúng ta cũng đã hoàn thành xong cái lượt cấm của mình rồi, cũng đã có được cho mình con bài Luigi ở vị trí đường giữa. Và bây giờ chúng ta sẽ cùng đến với hai lượt lựa chọn tiếp theo đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Indonesia.
Nhìn về đội hình ra sân ngày hôm nay của đội tuyển Việt Nam thì đã có một số sự thay đổi khi mà đã có sự xuất hiện của Fugo cộng với cả là Hehe ở trong đội hình đến từ bên phía của Việt Nam. Cùng với đó sẽ là Yanre ở đường vàng, Châu ở đường rừng và Chinat là đường hỗ trợ. Còn nhìn về đội hình bên phía của Indonesia là vẫn những cái tên rất là cộp cán thôi, là Albert, Sanzet, Keyboy và CW. Và một thành viên mới đó là Lupi, nòng cốt của đội hình Indonesia tham dự vào giải WEC vòng tuyển chọn lần này sẽ là các thành viên đến từ bên phía của Onyx Esports.
Như vậy là đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta đã thay đổi hai nhân sự mà ngày hôm qua đã thi đấu, đó là Mel kèm theo đó là Nip Mayhep nếu như tôi nhớ không nhầm, và đưa vào line-up của mình thêm hai cái tên mới với hy vọng có được cho mình những cái sự bất ngờ trước đối thủ đó là Indo ở trong cái trận đấu này. Nhưng chúng ta nhìn sơ qua những cái tên góp mặt trong đội hình của Indo, chúng ta đã thấy được rằng line-up của Indonesia họ lực đến như thế nào, khi mà đó là Albert, Sanzet, Lupi, Keyboy và kèm theo đó là CW. 4 cái tên đã quá là quen thuộc đến từ cộng đồng Mobile Legends của chúng ta rồi. Đây cũng là một trong số những cái lần mà hiếm hoi đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta có dịp góp mặt và chạm trán với một cái line-up mạnh như thế này đến từ bên phía của Indonesia. Rất may là đây là giải đấu đại diện cho quốc gia, vì thế cho nên là chỉ có những tuyển thủ đến từ Indo tham dự, chứ với cái line-up này mà còn cài thêm cả Kyrie vào nữa thì tôi nghĩ là cái ngày thi đấu hôm nay thực sự là quá khó khăn dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta rồi.
Nhìn về đội hình bên phía Indo thì họ chỉ thiếu đúng Kyrie ở trong phần rừng thôi, tại vì Kyrie là quốc tịch Philippines nên là anh ta sẽ không thể nào góp mặt ở trong đội hình đến từ bên phía của Indonesia được. Và cũng tương tự giống như là bên phía của tuyển Việt Nam thì chúng ta cũng đã mất đi 2 thành viên góp mặt ở trong cái đội hình chính mà sẽ được tham dự vào giải MSC diễn ra vào cuối năm nay. Đó là người đi đường đấu sĩ, là một trong số những cái thành viên mà đã từng đóng góp rất là nhiều cho đội hình đến từ bên phía của tuyển Việt Nam, nhưng không được góp mặt vào trong giải thi đấu lần này tại vì họ không phải mang quốc tịch Việt Nam, đơn giản là như vậy thôi. Bây giờ thì quay trở lại với trận đấu này thì chúng ta có thể thấy là đã có Luigi cộng với cả là Claude và Fredrin ở trong phần rừng, nhưng có một cái vấn đề rất là khá là lớn, đó là Linh sẽ được xuất hiện dòng nằm trong tay của các người Indo. Thì con bài Linh này thật sự là đáng sợ.
Ngày hôm qua chúng ta đã được chứng kiến một màn trình diễn của Linh đến từ người Malaysia rồi. Cái con Linh thực sự phải nói là không thể cản phá, và chúng ta đã thấy những cái tình huống mà Nolan trong tay của Châu, anh ta loay hoay trước một cái con Linh trong tay của Sekit bay kinh khủng đến như thế nào. Và ngày hôm nay thì lại một lần nữa Linh này xuất hiện, và Linh này là Linh Indo cực kỳ uy tín. Và trong trận đấu này đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta có đó là Luigi. Đây sẽ là một cái chất tướng mà Linh trong tay của Keyboy hoàn toàn có thể dễ dàng khai thác với những cái tình huống đu trên tường đến từ phi thiềm tàu bích, và sau đó chú tin kiếm trận lao vào áp sát và dồn sát thương. Sẽ cần những chất tướng để mà có thể cao tờ đi được Linh trong tay của Keyboy và backup cho những cái người đồng đội còn lại đến từ đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta. Việt Nam của chúng ta cũng đã hoàn thành xong cái lượt cấm ở giai đoạn 2 với việc cấm đi Nolan, tôi xin lỗi Nathan, kèm theo đó là Moscow. Trong khi đó thì bên phía của Indonesia họ cấm đi Masha và Alok. Bây giờ cả hai đội sẽ tiến đến cái lựa chọn thứ hai của mình.
Đã có Rock nằm trong tay của Keyboy ở trong trận đấu này dành cho bên phía của tuyển Indo. Trước đó thì họ cũng đã có thêm cho mình một cái vị tướng rất là cứng ở đường đấu sĩ, đó là Terisla rồi. Và với việc cấm đi cho mình là Masa như vậy thì Terisla sẽ phải chịu đối đầu cùng với cả là bên phía của tuyển Việt Nam, đó là Glue. Là một cái động thái khá là tích cực nha, tại vì nếu như mà được đánh giá thì tôi vẫn đánh giá cao, đó là con Glue này nó sẽ đi đường nhỉnh hơn là so với cả con Terisla đến từ bên phía của đối phương.
Chính xác, nhưng để mà nói về khả năng tham gia giao tranh đến từ cả hai chất tướng thì dĩ nhiên là Terisla sẽ có lợi thế hơn rất là nhiều. Trong khi Glue vào giao tranh, cái vị tướng này chỉ có thể thực hiện một vài combo đến từ cái chiêu và tung đập tóe, tức là chiêu 1 và sau đó dùng chiêu cuối nhanh nhanh tách ra để cô lập một người chơi. Thì Terisla trong tay của Lutpi, anh ta hoàn toàn có thể lao vào và dựng cái cấm địa tử thần lên từ 3 đến 4 thành viên, thậm chí là cả 5 thành viên đến từ đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta. Và sau đó với cái khả năng chống chịu của mình, cái khả năng thu sát thương của Terisla sẽ là một cái yếu tố rất tuyệt vời để cho bộ đôi Linh và Fasha bên phía của Indonesia có thể thoải mái trả sát thương. Nhưng để đối đầu lại với Linh thì đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta cũng đã đưa luôn cho mình đó là Kaza đến từ Ginat. Đây là cái con bài theo thiên hướng trợ công với cái chiêu cuối dạng áp chế, sẽ là kỹ năng chính để mà có thể counter đi được Keyboy ở trong tình huống này.
Và như vậy thì cũng phần nào sẽ làm cho cái con bài Linh này khó chơi hơn ở trong giai đoạn tổng. Cuối cùng thì bên phía của tuyển Indo họ quyết định đánh cho mình một cái vị tướng nó mạnh ở giai đoạn đầu game, đó là con bài Rolly, để có thể đè được cái phần đường mà Janare đang chấn giữ với vị tướng Claude, và đang sẽ là những tình huống đảo tướng cho bên phía của cả hai bên mà thôi, khi mà Albert sẽ là người cầm Linh ở trong phần rừng, Keyboy đánh đảo đường với con bài Rock và Sanjet đi đường giữa, đó là Fasha. Lutpi sẽ chấn giữ đường đấu sĩ với con bài Terisla. Còn ngược lại thì bên phía của tuyển Việt Nam thì sẽ có Fugo đi đường giữa với Luigi, Janare, Claude, Châu ở trong phần rừng sẽ là Fredrin, đấu sĩ sẽ là 7 he với con bài Glue, và đảo đường của chúng ta sẽ là Chinat với vị tướng Kaja.
Cái đội hình của đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta sẽ cần những cái tình huống thi đấu tương đối là chỉn chu và cẩn thận để mà có thể có được lợi thế một chút so với đội tuyển Indonesia. Trong khi đó thì bên phía của đại diện đến từ Indo thì cái chất tướng của họ có thể nói là mở giao tranh cũng rất dễ dàng với những cái tình huống mà Rock dùng combo tốc biến dại kích để mà tạo ra khoảng trống cho Fasha, có thể đứng ở ngoài tầm thi triển, đứng ở ngoài giao tranh dùng vũ hỏa thiên kích, và Linh chọn góc để mà lao vào. Albert ở trong cái trận đấu này anh ta sẽ sử dụng cho mình đó là cái điểm tài năng cuồng chiến, một cái điểm tài năng mới để gia tăng những cái cú chặn đến từ vị trí của Linh. Và ở đây Keyboy sẽ lấy đi một cục máu đến từ vị trí của Kaza. Khởi đầu đến từ phần rừng của cả hai đội tuyển đã có một chút đối lập nhau, khi mà bên phía của Joe anh ta sẽ bắt đầu từ cái hang bùa tím, còn trong khi đó thì Albert anh ta sẽ lấy bùa đỏ trước để tăng thêm cái khả năng dồn sát thương trong những cái tình huống đi rừng của mình.
Và đặc biệt là với cái lối gọi là di chuyển ăn con bùa đỏ sớm như thế này thì anh ta sẽ có được bùa tím ở cái tầm mà con rùa thần đầu tiên nó sẽ xuất hiện, thì lúc đó vẫn còn hiệu ứng bùa tím ở trên người và sẽ giúp cho con bà Linh trong tay của anh Bớt có nhiều tình huống bay múa hơn ở trong giao tranh. Lúc này thì con bùa đỏ đến từ bên phía của tuyển Việt Nam đang bị quấy rối bởi thành viên đó là Keyboy với một vài Grok, và nếu như mà không bấm trừng phạt ở tình huống này thì hoàn toàn có thể bị Grok có thể dùng sức mạnh thiên nhiên để có thể cướp đi con bùa đỏ này. Bắt buộc là Châu phải bấm trừng phạt mà thôi, và sau khi bấm trừng phạt trước mặt của đối phương như thế này thì đương nhiên Linh sẽ có tín hiệu để có thể tranh chấp một vài mục tiêu nhỏ ở giai đoạn đầu game trước khi một con rùa thần nó xuất hiện.
Thậm chí là ra tranh chấp luôn cái con này để mà có thể có được cái level 4, nhưng Albert đến hơi muộn và anh ta chỉ còn cách lấy đi cho mình đó là cái con nhện đỏ để có được cái level 4 mà thôi. Phía bên Châu ở con bài Fedrin này anh ta đã bị mất đi cho mình một bãi quái rừng, nhưng trong khi đó thì ở đường dưới tốc biến đến từ vị trí của Nhọ và vẫn lao lên dồn ra tướng đến từ cái kiếm đoạn phong vân. Như vậy là chiến công đầu tương đối dễ dàng. Điều này nó bắt nguồn từ cái việc Nhọ, tức là 7 he đấy, đã có một cái tình huống đi thua lane với Terisla, nhưng ngay lập tức đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta đã có tình huống đáp trả khi mà Keyboy đi lạc, và đó là mã hạ gục dành cho Joe. Hai người chơi đi rừng đến từ cả hai đội đều có được cho mình những cái mã hạ gục đầu tiên ở trong trận đấu này.
Ít nhiều thì cũng là một vài tín hiệu khởi sắc dành cho bên phía Việt Nam khi mà chúng ta đã không quá lép vế so với cả là bên phía của tuyển Indo ở những phút giây đầu tiên. Bây giờ thì con rùa thần đầu tiên của trận đấu đã được xuất hiện rồi, và các thành viên đến từ bên phía của tuyển Việt Nam có cơ sở để có thể tranh chấp được với cái chiêu cuối. Bây giờ cấu được khá nhiều máu trên người Albert và vũ hỏa thiên kích được dừng lên, nhưng mà Châu đang rất thấp máu, là dính chu tiên kiếm trận. Châu lên 7 điểm số, Albert vẫn đang lượm kiếm và anh ta lui về được, nhưng mà là chỉ mất một người thôi đến từ bên phía của tuyển Việt Nam. Trong khi đó thì các thành viên đến từ bên phía của Indo vẫn chưa muốn dừng lại. Keyboy đang muốn tấn công nhưng Keyboy đã bắt buộc phải sử dụng giải kích lui về. Trừng phạt là tốt khi mà đối phương đã mất đi người đi rừng thì đó sẽ là một con rùa thần hoàn toàn miễn phí thôi dành cho tuyển Indo. Như vậy là họ có được một mạng cộng với một con rùa thần ở những phút giây đầu tiên.
Tình huống đầu tiên khởi động đến từ combo của Luigi trong tay của Fugo khi đã lấy đi được 1/2 cây máu đến từ Linh, nhưng rất khó để mà cho chúng ta có thể khiến cho Fedrin trong tay của Joe có thể chống chịu được mạnh ngay từ giai đoạn đầu game. Trong cái bối cảnh mà bộ đôi Grok kèm theo đó là Terisla đã đóng góp rất nhiều trong những tình huống giao tranh vừa xong. Và nếu như mà 7 he không thể nào áp sát được vào Fasha để ngăn cho cái cô nàng này sử dụng những cái tình huống vũ hỏa tiên kích thì sẽ rất khó dành cho đó là Joe, với những cái tình huống mà anh ta vừa phải chống chịu cái lượng sát thương vật lý đến từ Grok, đến từ Terisla, đến từ Linh, mà Joe anh ta còn phải hứng chịu cái lượng sát thương phép cực kỳ kinh khủng đến từ một con Fasha đã hoàn thành xong cho mình đó là cái đôi giày xuyên kháng phép và cầm thêm một cái trượng tăng đáng kể lượng sát thương phép rồi. Dạ kích đến từ Keyboy ở đây và bốc hơi Kaza lên bảng điểm số. Đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta đã mất đi mạng thứ 3 rồi, và Albert tìm thấy đó là Fugo không có tốc biến và Fugo nằm xuống. Fasha trong tay của Sunset là người có được cái mạng thứ 4 ở trong cái trận đấu này. Liên tiếp là những cái lợi thế về giao tranh kèm theo đó là mã gục dành cho Indonesia mà họ đã tạo ra đến thời điểm hiện tại.
Ở phút thứ 4 này thì với những màn hạ gục cộng với cả là con rùa thần đầu tiên của trận đấu thì bên phía của tuyển Indo đang dẫn trước Việt Nam đâu đó là khoảng hơn 2.000 tiền. Đường dưới này thì Luppy đang có một cái thế đi đường khá là thoải mái khi mà đối đầu cùng với cả bên phía của 7 he thôi, nhưng mà cả hai người chơi này đều có khả năng chống chịu nhất định, thì cái việc mà bị hạ gục thì gần như là không thể. Chỉ có sự xuất hiện của người đi rừng thì mặt may ra mới có gọi là người phải nằm xuống ở khu vực đường dưới mà thôi. Đường trên này thì đang tập trung khá đông quân số đến từ bên phía của tuyển Việt Nam, nhưng đã có sự hỗ trợ của Keyboy thì CW cũng không gặp quá nhiều sự khó khăn. Anh ta chỉ việc thoải mái đợi lính vào trong tầm trụ và sau đó thì sử dụng những chiêu thức của mình dọn đi cái đợt lính mà vừa mới được bên phía của tuyển Việt Nam đẩy vào mà thôi. Con rùa thần thứ hai của trận đấu thì chuẩn bị xuất hiện rồi, và Linh của Albert thì đang không có bùa tím ở trên chân, nhưng các thành viên đến từ bên phía tuyển Việt Nam thì lúc này chưa tận dụng được cái cơ hội này để có thể khởi động con rùa thần ngay, nên khi mà rùa thần nổ ra thì lúc đó cũng là lúc mà Linh có được cho mình là con bùa tím.
Thật ra cũng khá là khó bởi vì Linh ở thời điểm hiện tại đã level 8 rồi, trong khi đó thì Fedrin mới chỉ có được level 7 mà thôi. Nếu mạo hiểm ra để giữ được cho mình đó là cái con rùa này thì rất khó để mà có thể đấu trừng phạt với cả Albert trong tay con Linh. Và bây giờ thì Albert đã dùng chiêu cuối chu tiên kiếm trận giao tranh được nổ ra. Fasha bên phía của Sunset đứng ngoài xả sát thương và rùa thuộc về bên phía của Indonesia. Tiếp tục giao tranh ở đây, Châu thiết tinh chạm nhưng bổ trượt. Anh ta bổ trượt và bị Luffy gõ cho to đầu. Mạng đầu tiên trong cái tình huống giao tranh này đến từ bên phía của Indonesia, và đó cũng là cái mạng cuối cùng khi mà các thành viên đến từ đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta đã chủ động lùi về, khi mà chúng ta đã không có được cho mình đó là cái con rùa và kèm theo đó mất đi người chơi đi rừng, không có lý do gì để chúng ta giao tranh nữa. Đường trên thì Yandere đang tương đối đuối, ký ức tan vỡ của Brody được kích hoạt nhưng không lên bảng điểm số. Linh đến vết Và Albert anh ta hạ gục đi được mạng đến từ Yandere. Mạng thứ 6 đội tuyển Việt Nam bị lấy đi đến từ bên phía của Indo trong trận đấu này. Fugo thấp máu, muốn lùi về. Linh đã cầm thiên phạt kiếm rồi. Giao tranh ở đường dưới, Lutpi rất cứng, anh ta đang 1 cân 2 ở đây. Keyboy đến, Chinat và Bảy He buộc phải lùi về ở cái trụ đường dưới. Và như vậy là chúng ta đã kết thúc một tình huống giao tranh rất là dài hơi. Nhưng ở đường giữa thì Petrin đang bị cấu máu. Linh combo cực kỳ ảo ma và Albert anh ta có được mạng thứ 5 ở trong cái trận đấu này mất rồi.
Một con Linh 501 trong tay của Albert tiếp tục sử dụng cho mình Chu Tiên kiếm trận, tiếp tục lượm kiếm và thêm một mạng hạ gục nữa dành cho Albert. 7 he tới thì Albert nhẹ nhàng lên tường và đùi về mà thôi. Trong khi đó thì Fugo đang kẹt lại dính vụ hỏa thiên kích của Sanchez và sau đó thì Fugo đã phải lên bảng điểm số rồi. 9-1 là những gì mà phía của Indonesia đang có ở phút thứ 6 này. Nhìn về mặt lượng tiền thì phút thứ 6 nó đang chênh lệch khoảng tầm là hơn 5.000 tiền rồi. Dành cho bên phía của Indo là một cái khoảng cách phải nói là cực kỳ khủng khiếp để cho bên phía của Việt Nam có thể gọi là san lấp ở trong những phút giây tiếp theo.
Để mà nói là san lấp thì thực sự đúng là như anh Kakawaze có chia sẻ, rất khó. Yandere không được chơi trong trận đấu này. Keyboy anh ta đứng ở phía phần rừng bùa tím bên đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta khiến cho Yandere không dám lên cao. Anh ta chỉ còn cách chờ những cái đợt lính đi vào. Và ở đây Sanchez băng cả trụ luôn. Anh ta tham minh cái hướng dịch chuyển về đến từ vị trí của Yandere, chứ không phải là anh ta dùng skill vào cái hướng mà Yandere đang đứng, khiến cho Yandere anh ta buộc phải sử dụng cho mình đó là cái thanh tẩy để mà tránh bị trói chân đến từ cái con bài pha xa này. Tiếp tục là rùa ra áp lực, nối tiếp áp lực khi mà đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta đang phải đi chung với nhau. Bây giờ không thể đi lẻ được nữa rồi, bởi vì Albert anh ta có lẽ là đã kích được từ 2 cho đến 3 số đến từ cái thiên phạt kiếm. Càn Khôn dịch chuyển đi đâu đây? Dịch chuyển lên bụi trên. Góc này đánh có đẹp không? Ginat tìm được đến vào vị trí của đó là CW và có được mạ gục đến từ đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta. Nhưng sau đó Việt Nam của chúng ta cũng đã phải bỏ lại 1 người, 2 người, 3 người. Linh có được mạ gục, killing spree dành cho Fasha. Và bây giờ thì Albert bắt đầu đi tìm kiếm tàn cục của đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta mất rồi. Mất 4 người ở trong cái pha giao tranh vừa xong. Chỉ còn mỗi một mình 7 he mà thôi. Và có lẽ anh ta cũng sẽ phải nằm xuống ở trong tình huống này rồi. Mở giao tranh là tốt, là có, bắt được xạ thủ team bạn, nhưng trả với một cái giá như thế này thì nó là quá đắt luôn đi.
Và đó là quét sạch dành cho bên phía của Indonesia cộng với một con rùa thần nữa. Ý tưởng là tốt nhưng mà thực hiện thì nó hơi khó một xíu, tại vì cái sự cách biệt về mặt lượng tiền nó đã quá là chênh lệch rồi, cho nên chỉ có một cách duy nhất là chúng ta cần phải đánh hội đồng đối phương thôi, chứ còn mà đánh đều người như thế này thì gần như là không thể để có thể thắng được đội hình đến từ bên phía của Indo. Albert lao vào, rất may mắn là vẫn có thể giữ được cái mạng sống của mình khi mà bên phía của tuyển Việt Nam không đủ sát thương trong cái đường dưới này. Tốc biến giả kích kết hợp thì Yanare dính quá nhiều chiêu thức, chưa sử dụng đến cái chiêu cuối quyết tan vỡ thì nó đã là đủ sát thương để cho Siêu có được màn hạ gục trên người xạ thủ của tuyển Việt Nam mất rồi. Và đó là màn thứ 15 ở phút thứ 8 này, phút thứ 8:30 thì bên phía của tuyển Indo đang dẫn trước. Tôi nhìn nếu như không nhầm thì nó là hơn 10.000 tiền ở phút thứ 8 là những gì mà Indo đang có trước tuyển Việt Nam.
Chênh lệch hơn 10.000 tiền, tức là đâu đấy ở giai đoạn đầu game nó bằng với khoảng tầm chừng gần 5 món đồ. Và với cái sự chênh lệch về cả level lẫn đồ như thế này thì đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta sẽ rất là khó chơi trong những phút tiếp theo. Linh trong tay của Albert đang tìm góc, vũ hỏa thiên kích của Sanchez đang thả cầu đi rất nhiều máu. Keyboy bị trụ bắn và Claude có được mạng của Grab. Đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta đang phản công đẩy ngược ra, giữ chân lại được đó là Lutpi. Nhưng Lutpi rất cứng, Albert tìm được tuyến sau và dồn sát thương. Châu anh ta đang cô độc, thiên phạt kiếm trừng phạt đến từ vị trí của Pedrin. Claude trong tay của Yandere sấy nhưng không đáng kể. Linh trong tay của Albert có được mạng thứ 2, suýt nữa thì có được mạng thứ 3. Giật về phía bên kia, Claude đang bị truy đuổi. Trung thiên kiếm trận đến từ Albert muốn tìm kiếm thêm mạ gục, nhưng anh ta quyết định lùi về trong cái tình huống này. Anh ta muốn tìm đến vị trí của Yandere. Yandere đang cố gắng chạy bộ về, có ai thấy không ạ? Có mất rồi, trời ơi. Và đó là mạng thứ 12 của Albert với con bài Linh này, kích được full stack cộng dồn đến từ cái thiên phạt kiếm quá sớm. Và những cái chất tướng máu mỏng đến từ bên phía đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta, gần như nhìn thấy cái con Linh này là nhìn thấy một cái cơn ác mộng nó đến mất rồi.
Bây giờ đánh Linh rất là đơn giản thôi, chỉ cần lên tường chém cái chiêu 2 xuống đánh tay một vài cái là ngay lập tức là cái thiên phạt kiếm nó đã kích rồi. Và thậm chí anh ta còn chưa sử dụng đến chu tiên kiếm trận thì đã lấy được cho mình là double kill khi mà đối diện với các thành viên đến từ bên phía của tuyển Việt Nam. Một con lót ở phút thứ 9 này rất trên. Các thành viên của Indo thì cũng đang tập trung ở đây rồi. Tàng hình đến từ đó là Keyboy lao vào với hình đài của mình là Ludwig trước cái đã. Sau đó thì những thành viên còn lại đang cố gắng phá trụ, sẽ có trụ dành cho bên phía của Indo ở khu vực đường trên. Trong khi đó thì vụ hỏa thiên kích trả vào không sát thương là bao nhiêu, nhưng Ludwig đã phải nằm xuống trước những cái chiêu thức của đó là Luigi đến từ bên phía của tuyển Việt Nam rồi, gỡ được một mạng, nhưng con lót thì còn khoảng tầm là hơn 7.000 máu. Như vậy là bên phía của Indo chỉ lấy được một trụ đường lính siêu cấp ở khu vực đường trên mà thôi. Tiếp tục có lính tràn vào ở khu vực đường giữa cũng như là đường dưới, nhưng ở những phút giây này thì tuyển Việt Nam vẫn đang đứng vững, mới chỉ là một trụ thôi và cơ hội thì nó vẫn còn đó dành cho các chàng trai đến từ bên phía của Việt Nam.
Vâng, cơ hội thì vẫn còn đó, nhà vẫn còn thì cơ hội vẫn còn thở là còn gỡ. Đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta sẽ cần phải có được những cái tình huống di chuyển nó đoàn kết, và quan trọng nhất là những cái pha càn khôn đi từ vị trí của Luigi và Ginat. Anh ta có xích được ai không? Anh ta đang muốn tìm kiếm mục tiêu nhưng có quyền triệu mùa đông được bật lên đến từ vị trí của CW. Rất cẩn thận và cực kỳ tinh quái. Ginat anh ta bị luống cuống trong khoảnh khắc, và như vậy đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta giao tranh có lẽ là sẽ thất bại mất rồi. Albert còn thấp máu nhưng Fugo bị lùa double kill dành cho đó là Sanzet với cả cái con bài pha xa. Bầy nhọ buộc phải chạy ở trong cái tình huống này. Legendary đến từ Linh. Đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta mất 3 người trong một tình huống mà đã rất nỗ lực đến từ cái ẩn thân và càn khôn của Luigi, nhưng CW anh ta chọn lên cái quyền trượng lên cái vương miện mùa đông chứ không phải là lên cái món trang bị cung tần phong, và đó là một tình huống outplay đến từ Indonesia. Bây giờ thì họ đang muốn kết thúc trận đấu này với 5 thành viên. Plot trong tay của ADD đang được sấy sát thương là có. CW mất rất nhiều máu nhưng chưa chờ đến CW lên bảng điểm số thì nhà chính đến từ đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta cũng đã toang mất rồi. Như vậy là 1-0 đến từ bên phía của Indo.
Khá là đáng tiếc là đội tuyển Việt Nam đã thất bại ở trong cái tình huống dịch chuyển vừa rồi, khi mà chúng ta đã có một ý tưởng khá là hay với cái việc là cố gắng bắt vào đam chính của đối phương trước thềm con lót nó xuất hiện, để rồi lấy được cái lợi thế về mặt quân số, rồi sau đó có thể hy vọng vào việc là kiểm soát những cái mục tiêu lớn này, rồi từ từ gỡ lại cái lượng tiền đã bị chênh lệch phải nói là quá nhiều ở trong trận đấu. Nhưng với hai lần dịch chuyển càn khôn và 2 lần tàng hình thì đều là những cái nơi mà đã làm cho tuyển Việt Nam gần như là vùng vỡ, khi mà lần thứ nhất thì có bắt được xạ thủ thật đấy nhưng bị quét sạch, lần thứ hai thậm chí còn chưa tìm được mục tiêu khi đối phương đã bấm cho mình quyền chịu mùa đông thì Ginat đã sử dụng cái phán quyết phần thánh lên người của Keyboy, là một cái bài Grok nó có quá nhiều sự chống chịu đi. Thì ở lần thứ hai này nó còn tan nát hơn khi mà chúng ta không lấy được bất kỳ một hạ gục nào mà còn phải trả giá lại một cái giá phải nói là quá đắt ở tầm phút thứ 12, đó là 3 màn hạ gục, thì đương nhiên là đối phương sẽ tận dụng và kết liễu luôn cái ván đấu mà thôi.
Vâng, một CW với quá nhiều kinh nghiệm, người chơi xạ thủ này biết được rằng mình sẽ bị chọn làm mục tiêu trong cái bối cảnh mà đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta sẽ không thể tìm đến được vị trí của Albert với con Linh có khả năng di chuyển cực ảo ma. Thế cho nên là anh ta đã lên cho mình đó là cái vương miện mùa đông để mà có thể outplay lại vị trí của Ginat với con Kaza có ẩn thân. Ginat muốn sử dụng cái chiêu cuối lên CW nhưng mà anh ta đã rơi vào trạng thái không thể bị chọn làm mục tiêu rồi. Thế cho nên là cái tình huống vừa xong đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta đã bị khựng lại một nhịp, và chính cái nhịp đó khiến cho đội tuyển đến từ Indonesia họ đã phản công kịp thời. Và các bạn có thể nhìn thấy ở trên màn hình đây chính là những highlight đến từ đội tuyển Việt Nam cũng như là Indo ở trong trận thi đấu vừa xong. Một thế trận có thể nói là quá một chiều đến từ đại diện Indonesia và đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta. Mặc dù cũng đã có được những cái mạ gục ở giai đoạn đầu game, nhưng khi mà cái cỗ máy đến từ bên phía của Indo họ vào guồng rồi thì tất cả những gì chúng ta có thể làm chỉ có thể là chịu trận mà thôi.
Thực ra thì cũng có một vài tình huống chúng ta gọi là muốn bật cái sự đàn áp đến từ bên phía của Indo rồi, nhưng những ý tưởng là tốt, thực hiện thì nó chưa được thành công cho lắm mà thôi. Với những lần dịch chuyển càn khôn, nguyên một cái đội hình đến từ bên phía Việt Nam luôn, và nó không đem lại được cái sự hiệu quả, mà thay vào đó thì sau khi đã dịch chuyển vào trong cái tầm mà không thể rút lui được rồi thì chỉ có một trong hai trường hợp thôi. Một là chúng ta thắng, hai là chúng ta bị quét sạch, và cái việc quét sạch nó đã xảy ra tận 2 lần như thế kia thì đương nhiên là cái cơ sở là không còn nữa để cho tuyển Việt Nam có thể phòng thủ cái sự chênh lệch là quá nhiều về mặt lượng tiền khi mà đối đầu cùng với cả là tuyển Indo.
Vâng, chúng ta có thể nhìn thấy là một cái trận đấu rất khó dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam ở trong cái ngày thi đấu hôm nay, bởi vì chúng ta cũng đã chuẩn bị tinh thần trước được rằng đối thủ của chúng ta họ mạnh mẽ đến như thế nào. Nhưng chúng ta cũng sẽ, tôi nghĩ là không phải chỉ riêng tuyển thủ đâu, mà bản thân người xem cũng như là hai bình luận viên của chúng tôi cũng thực sự phải cảm thấy ngợp khi mà cái khoảng cách chênh lệch về trình độ giữa Indonesia và đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta nó kinh khủng đến như thế nào. Đây là một tình huống mà đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta đã rất nỗ lực để bắt được CW, nhưng đó là tất cả những gì mà chúng ta có thể làm được. Sau đó là một tình huống quét sạch đến từ bên phía của Indonesia, đồng thời có được cho mình đó là cái con rùa ở trong cái pha giao tranh vừa xong. Và tôi cũng muốn xem lại một cái tình huống mà Cặp đôi Luigi kèm theo đó là Kaza đến từ đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta đã có một cái pha kết hợp càn khôn ẩn thân để cho Kaza trong tay của Ginat có được một cái pha lẻn ra đằng sau bắt vào vị trí của CW nhưng không bắt thành công.
Đây, chuẩn bị rồi đó. Khi mà ở cái tầm này là sau khi đánh xong giao tranh này thì tuyển Việt Nam lùi về và sau đó thì dịch chuyển xuống cái bụi bên tay phải, cái bụi chữ L ở khu vực đường giữa bên tay phải, để rồi sau đó thì chúng ta bị outplay bởi cái vương miện mùa đông. Khúc này thì Yanre rất là cố gắng rồi, nhưng mà anh ta giật về thì trên đường đào thoát thì gặp ngay Keyboy vừa mới hồi sinh luôn. Keyboy hồi sinh đi từ nhà đi ra thì phát hiện ra gọi là Yanre, để rồi Yanre thì bị hạ gục ở trong cái tình huống đó. Trước thêm con lót xuất hiện thì tuyển Việt Nam cũng đã có gỡ được một màn hạ gục trên người của Sanjet, nhưng nhiêu đó vẫn là chưa đủ để có thể gọi là chống được cái đợt công nhà ở khu vực đường trên này. Chúng ta mất một trụ tử lý siêu cấp, cứ ngỡ rằng là mọi thứ ổn rồi, nhưng với cái tình huống muốn tạo đột biến đây, bạn có thể nhìn rất rõ ràng là CW đã bấm nguyên chiều mùa đông và Ginat bắt buộc là phải sử dụng cái chiêu cuối của mình lên người Keyboy, nhưng mà Keyboy là một bài Grok có khả năng chống chiều nên là không thể nào hạ gục được Keyboy, để rồi chúng ta mất từng người một như thế này. Ở phút thứ 12 thì nó đếm số khoảng tầm là gần 30 giây thì sẽ là dấu chấm hết rồi dành cho tuyển Việt Nam ở những cái đợt mà đối phương hơn về mặt quân số, hơn về cấp độ và hơn cả về mặt trang bị như thế này thì đương nhiên là quá khó để cho Việt Nam có thể gọi là phòng thủ được cái đợt tấn công cuối cùng đến từ bên phía của người Indo.
Vâng, và chúng ta cũng đã được trải nghiệm xong trận đấu đầu tiên. Vâng, tôi cũng như anh Kakawazai ngồi xem thôi cũng đã thấy áp lực. Một thứ áp lực có thể nói là đặt rất nặng lên các thành viên đến từ bên phía đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta. Họ chưa kịp chuẩn bị cũng như là xoay sở thì những cái chất tướng mà có khả năng đi ganh mạnh đến từ vị trí của Albert như là Linh là có thể nhìn thấy ở đây MVP ở trong trận đấu cũng như là Player of the Match. Đó chính là Albert ở trong game đấu đầu tiên với KDA là 13.05. Bản thân anh ta sử dụng vị tướng Linh cũng đã gây ra được lên đến 64.054 lượng sát thương ở trong game đấu vừa xong. Và đây có thể là một cái set trang bị mà các bạn nên cân nhắc. Có thể là cái thứ tự lên trang bị nó sẽ thay đổi một chút xíu, nhưng theo như tôi đang nhìn ở đây, đầu tiên Linh anh ta lên thẳng cái thiên phạt kiếm sau đó anh ta sẽ cầm cái chiến dụ berserker và những cái món trang bị đam để mà có thể gọi là hỗ trợ cho cái lượng sát thương đến từ cái thiên phạt kiếm. Lý do là bởi cái thiên phạt kiếm nó chỉ mang đến cho người sử dụng 60 sát thương kèm theo đó là 10 tốc độ di chuyển, nhưng được cái thiên phạt kiếm nó là một cái món trang bị rất là rẻ, nó chỉ có 1.500 vàng mà thôi. Và nếu như mà chúng ta xanh thì chúng ta có thể lên được cái món trang bị này rất là sớm.
Cái thiên phạt kiếm thì chỉ cần sau giao tranh rùa là bạn có thể, con rùa đầu tiên ấy là bạn đã có thể gọi là đủ tiền để có thể lên được rồi. Tại vì thường khi đánh linh thì người ta sẽ không lên full đôi giày mà chỉ lên cái mảnh dép thôi, một cái mảnh dép để tăng tốc độ di chuyển cộng với cả là được cái hiệu ứng của trừng phạt thôi. Và sau đó thì sẽ đóng thẳng thiên phạt kiếm vào thì nó rất là nhanh để cho bạn có thể còn lên được. Ở tầm phút thứ 2 là đã có khoảng gần đủ tiền để có thể lên được cái thiên phạt kiếm rồi. Cái việc mà sau khi có thiên phạt kiếm để rồi anh ta cứ đi tích lũy tài nguyên thôi, cứ đi tích lũy mạng số thôi, thì cái thiên phạt kiếm chỉ số stack nó lên full thì đương nhiên là cái lượng sát thương dồn vào ở trong mỗi phát đánh tay của anh ta thì nó sẽ rất là đau. Và nổ sát thương chuẩn thì bạn biết rồi, thiên phạt kiếm nó nổ thì nó nổ 9.999 sát thương chuẩn thì không có cái cách nào để cho bạn có thể gọi là chống chịu được. Mặc kể cả những con giống như kiểu như là Terisla, càng thấp máu thì càng trâu, nhưng mà đến cái ngưỡng thấp máu thì nó đi luôn chứ nó không có trâu được thêm nữa.
Vâng, chính xác là như vậy rồi. Và trên đây là toàn bộ diễn biến ở trong trận đấu đầu tiên của so tài giữa đội tuyển Việt Nam đối đầu với cả Indonesia. Và bây giờ chúng ta sẽ cùng nghỉ ngơi trong ít phút trước khi mà quay trở lại đối với diễn biến ở trong trận thi đấu thứ hai.
Among the legends of Juan, there exists a woman only known as Jushin. With lantern in hand, her butterflies flutter with purpose, seeking wishes to fulfill. Some say she grants the wishes of children with childlike whimsy. Some say she can reunite those parted by death, if only for a moment, to say their goodbyes. Some even say she takes pleasure in exposing people's true intentions.
Offer that which is most precious to you, and your wish shall be granted.
Such is the enigma of mortal hearts. For millennia, Jushin's lantern has eliminated the night. Yet none have been able to see what lies in her heart.
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed it.
Hello everyone! Welcome to another Hero Spotlight, featuring our newest hero, Jushin, the Beacon of Spirits. Jushin is an enigmatic woman who uses her lantern and butterflies to deal sustained damage and provide CC. Beacon of Spirits, Jushin. Passive, Crimson Butterflies. While Jushin is casting her second skill, the mana spent will be converted into crimson butterflies that will fly around her spirit lantern. Once she stops casting her second skill, these crimson butterflies will slowly dissipate, each one restoring a portion of her mana. Jushin starts with higher max mana, but the limit won't increase with her level. First skill, Fluttering Grace. Jushin deals magic damage to all enemies in a fan-shaped area and applies stacks of Soul Snare on them. Target's hit will also be slowed, while Jushin gains movement speed for a period of time. Second skill, Lantern Flare. Hold and drag the skill button to consume mana and move Jushin's spirit lantern independently of her, dealing continuous magic damage to all enemies in its range, while applying stacks of Soul Snare to enemy heroes. Once an enemy has enough stacks, they will be captured and pulled airborne. After capturing an enemy, release the skill button to throw all captured enemies to the target location, dealing magic damage to all targets in the area. Ultimate, Crimson Beacon. Jushin blinks to a target location and enters a flying state. For the duration of the ultimate, she deals continuous damage to enemies around her while applying stacks of Soul Snare. In the laning phase, use Jushin's first skill to slow the opponent and increase her own movement speed. Then use her second skill from a safe position and try to hit the minions and the opponent at the same time to both poke and clear the lane. Once the enemy has enough stacks, throw them into the minions for additional damage. In teamfights, use Jushin's ultimate to blink into a good position. Then follow up with her first skill to slow the enemy team, and use her second skill to build stacks at a safe distance. Try to capture as many enemies as possible with her second skill, then throw them out of position while also grouping them up. Jushin is a mage with strong sustained damage, and works best as a follow-up instead of the initiator for teamfights. Upgrade Jushin's second skill at level 1, and continue to prioritize upgrading it as her main source of damage. Hit the enemy with Jushin's first skill first, to create a more favorable environment to use her second skill. After capturing enemies with Jushin's second skill, release the button to throw them for additional AoE damage. We recommend the Mage emblem for Jushin with the Agility, Bargain Hunter, and Impure Rage talents. Jushin is somewhat equipment dependent, so Bargain Hunter will let her finish her build sooner, while Impure Rage provides extra damage and mana recovery. We recommend this build for Jushin to cover mana regen, slows, shields, and damage, allowing Jushin to maximize her potential in teamfights. Clock of Destiny is Jushin's core equipment. The higher max mana allows her to keep her second skill up longer, while the mana and HP regen gives her more sustain in lane. Ice Queen Wand is another good pickup to keep enemies slowed in her second skill. Grab Wishing Lantern in the late game to enhance Jushin's damage output. We recommend the Sprint Battle spell for Jushin for a burst of speed to safely kite while casting her second skill. Jushin can also take Vengeance to survive when she blinks into the...
Vâng, xin chào các bạn đã quay trở lại đối với buổi bình luận giải đấu WEC 2024. Và chúng ta sẽ cùng chúng ta chuẩn bị sẽ đến với những diễn biến tiếp theo ở trong trận thi đấu thứ hai, cuộc so tài giữa đội tuyển Việt Nam đối đầu với cả Indonesia. Tỷ số trước đó ở trong trận đấu đầu tiên đó là 1-0 dành cho bên phía của Indo, với một cái thế trận cực kỳ lấn lướt và hoàn toàn áp đảo khi mà phải đối đầu với một trong những đội tuyển mạnh nhất Mobile Legends ở thời điểm hiện tại.
Đang là rất là nhiều cái sự khó khăn rồi dành cho các chàng trai Việt Nam của chúng ta, khi mà vừa rồi đã phải nhận lấy một cái thất bại trước đội tuyển Indo. Bây giờ nếu như mà ở ván đấu thứ hai chúng ta tiếp tục không có được một kết quả thuận lợi thì sẽ là một cái coi như là dấu chấm hết của đội tuyển Việt Nam ở trong vòng loại WEC lần này, khi mà ở những cái vòng trước thì chúng ta đã thất bại trước tuyển Malaysia rồi. Ở trong một cái bảng đấu 4 đội tuyển như này mà chúng ta nhận lấy cho mình là 2 thất bại thì đương nhiên cái khả năng đi tiếp thì nó đã không còn nữa dành cho tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta. Nên hy vọng rằng là ở ván đấu then chốt này thì tuyển Việt Nam sẽ có được cho mình một cái kết quả thuận lợi để có thể mơ về một cái chiến thắng khi mà đối diện cùng với cả bên phía Indo ở ván đấu thứ ba. Trước tiên thì ván đấu thứ hai chúng ta cần phải cố gắng hơn so với cả ván đấu đầu tiên để giành chiến thắng trước cái đã.
Vâng, và bây giờ thì cả hai đội đã bắt đầu tiến hành cấm chọn đổi bên, khi mà bây giờ bên phía của Indonesia họ sẽ được quyền cấm trước và chọn trước. Họ cấm đi con bài Framis, Xbox, kèm theo đó là Angela. Trong khi đó thì bên phía đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta khóa vào Linh, Barat, kèm theo đó là Chip. Tôi nghĩ đáng nhẽ ra là đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta nên cấm đi Linh là slot đầu tiên ở trong game 1 thì nó sẽ có được cho mình một cái thế trận khởi sắc hơn.
Hoặc là chúng ta lấy Linh luôn ở trong cái ván đầu tiên, tại vì bên phía của tuyển Việt Nam là đội tuyển được quyền chọn trước. Và ngày hôm qua thì các bạn cũng đã thấy rồi là Châu hoàn toàn có thể gọi là đánh cái con bài Linh này ở trong phần rừng, nhưng mà rất là đáng tiếc thì tuyển Việt Nam để cho người Indo có được Linh để rồi bay múa phải nói là quá khó chịu đi, không thể nào bắt được bất kỳ một bài hạ gục nào khi mà con Linh nó nằm trong tay của anh Bớt. Lần này thì đã cấm đi Linh nhưng lại hở ra Harris, và Harris vẫn là một cái vị tướng rất là khỏe ở trong cái phần đường vàng khi mà được nằm trong tay những người chơi có kỹ năng cao, có tư duy chiến thuật tốt, giống như là CW đến từ bên phía của Indonesia.
Nếu mà nhìn vào cái con bài Harris như thế này thì tôi nghĩ là tương đối sẽ khó cho Joe với những cái tình huống mà Fedrin muốn tìm cách khống chế con bài Harris này. Bởi vì khi mà cái pháp trận thời không được đặt ra thì Harris gần như nó sẽ thay đổi vị trí liên tục và rất khó để cho Joe có được những cái tình huống khiêu khích chuẩn. Phạm vi đến từ kỹ năng khiêu khích của vị tướng này cũng không thể nói là quá xa. Và quan trọng nhất là nếu như mà chúng ta khiêu khích trượt đến từ con bài Fedrin thì khả năng cao là Harris sẽ được chơi một cách rất thoải mái trong giao tranh. Và bên phía của team Indonesia họ đã đưa thêm Luigi và Nolan vào trong đội hình của mình. Nolan thì ngày hôm qua Seki chơi đã quá là kinh khủng rồi, ngày hôm nay không biết rằng Albert anh ta cầm con Nolan nó sẽ kinh khủng là như thế nào.
Trước đó thì bên phía của tuyển Việt Nam đã có được cho mình đó là con Roger ở đường vàng rồi. thì ít nhiều cũng có thể gọi là đi đường cùng với cả bên phía của Harris ở giai đoạn đầu game trước cái đã. Chứ còn mà nếu như mà cầm những cái vị tướng nó hơi yếu yếu ở giai đoạn đầu game và cần phải có những lượng trang bị giống như là Claude ở ván đấu đầu tiên á, thì chắc có lẽ sẽ là một cái giai đoạn đi đường rất là khổ sở dành cho Yanere ở trong con đường của mình. Ít nhiều thì có được một cái vị tướng nó hơi lai đấu sĩ một xíu thì nó cũng có đủ cái sức mạnh để có thể gọi là chống chịu được những cái lượng sát thương đến từ vị trí của Harris ở giai đoạn đầu game. Lần này thì sẽ có Terisla nằm trong đội hình bên phía của tuyển Việt Nam, chứ không còn là một cái con Terisla ở trong tay của Ludby cân 2, cân 3 ở tầm giai đoạn giữa game nữa rồi.
Nhìn vào đội hình bên phía đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta là cái line-up tuyến trên đã là khá cứng rồi khi mà có Fedrin, khi mà có Terisla. Nhưng bên phía của Indonesia họ lại đang có lợi thế bởi vì những cái chất tướng lướt cực nhiều đến từ Nolan, kèm theo đó là Harris. Và họ có Luigi. Quan trọng nhất là một cái vị tướng mà rất yêu thích những cái chất tướng máu trâu đứng yên như là Fedrin hay là con bài Terisla. Terisla thì về cơ bản có di chuyển nhưng mà không đáng kể. Và bây giờ chúng ta sẽ đến với giai đoạn cấm thứ hai khi mà đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta cấm đi Tigreal. Và kèm theo đó bên phía Indonesia họ khóa vào con bài Novaria trong bối cảnh mà đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta chưa có một vị tướng pháp sư nào cả. Và khả năng là họ sẽ tiếp tục cấm đi pháp sư để mà có được cho mình một cái thế trận khiến cho đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta thiếu đi mất những cái chất tướng pháp sư ngon ở khu vực đường giữa.
Họ đồng ý. Cấm đến từ bên phía Việt Nam là đang cấm vào Keyboy rồi. Tại vì nếu như bạn có nhớ ở trong những giải đấu lần trước á, thì Keyboy đã từng sử dụng cái con Tigreal này và làm ra những cái highlight khi mà đối đầu cùng với cả là bên phía của IB Brain ở trong trận chung kết. Thì nó đã rất là thương hiệu rồi, cho nên là cái việc mà cấm đi cả Tigreal rồi sau đó là cấm Rock là một cái vị tướng mà Keyboy đã sử dụng ở ván đấu lần trước thì cũng là hoàn toàn hợp lý thôi dành cho bên phía của tuyển Việt Nam ở trong cái bối cảnh mà chúng ta không thể nào để cho bên phía của tuyển Indo có được những vị tướng thuận tay để rồi anh ta xử lý có thể gọi là tạo đột biến được. Thì nó sẽ đem lại rất là bất lợi dành cho tuyển Việt Nam ở trong một cái ván đấu mà bắt buộc chúng ta cần phải thắng. Chứ còn nếu như mà còn thất bại nữa thì coi như là chia tay đội tuyển Việt Nam ở trong giải đấu ở trong vòng tuyển chọn WBC lần này.
Và như vậy bên phía Indonesia họ cũng vừa cấm đi con bài Valentina, trước đó là Novaria. Bây giờ thì sẽ là phải suy nghĩ rất kỹ để mà tìm kiếm một vị tướng pháp sư có khả năng cơ động, dồn sát thương ổn và đóng góp trong giao tranh. Bởi vì nếu như mà lựa chọn một vị tướng pháp sư mà có chất tướng u lì cục mịch mà tù ý, thì sẽ là miếng mồi ngon dành cho Nolan trong tay của Albert. Thì tôi nghĩ rằng là Lilia sẽ là một cái vị tướng có thể đáp ứng được trong cái bối cảnh mà hết mất những cái vị tướng pháp sư cơ động mất rồi. Valentina bị cấm đi, Novaria bị cấm đi, Luigi thì bị pick. Và trước đó thì đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta sẽ lấy đi con bài Edit cái đã. Đây sẽ là một cái chất tướng đi đảo đường nằm trong tay của Gina. Và bên phía của team Indonesia họ sẽ có 2 lượt chọn tiếp theo đến từ Sunset, kèm theo đó là Albert. Đã có xạ thủ, đã có pháp sư, đã có sát thủ thì bây giờ sẽ cần một chất tướng đi đường kinh nghiệm, kèm theo đó là một cái vị tướng đảo đường. Alot có thể đảm nhận được 2 vai trò đảo đường và đi đường kinh nghiệm. Còn Albert sẽ chọn vị tướng nào đây?
Được một cái thì nhìn đội hình đến từ bên phía của Việt Nam thì đang có 4 vị tướng. Một là nó Châu, 2 là nó có khả năng cơ động như là kiểu của Roger. Và cái việc mà để cho Nolan trong tay của Albert có thể bắt bớ vào á thì nó cũng không phải là đơn giản. Nên cái việc mà bây giờ nếu như Việt Nam kiếm thêm được một cái vị trí pháp sư có khả năng bảo vệ mạng của mình một xíu, có khả năng tự bảo một xíu thì nó sẽ là một cái đội hình khá là chắc chắn để tránh những cái trường hợp bị Nolan có thể là vòng ra tuyến sau để rồi sắp sát thương ngay. Quyết định của Việt Nam là một vị tướng không những là nó khó chịu, nó bay múa mà nó còn counter thẳng vào vị trí của Nolan nữa cơ. Đó là con bài Fabius, là một quyết định khá là hay nha đến từ tuyển Việt Nam.
Nhưng mà một vấn đề đang phát sinh ra ở đây, đấy chính là đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta không có một vị trí pháp sư thuần để gây sát thương tầm xa. Fabius cũng là một cái chất tướng gây sát thương phép, nhưng đây là một cái vị tướng gây sát thương phép ở dạng cận chiến. Đồng ý là có thể counter đi được Nolan, kèm theo đó là Harris, thậm chí là Alot và cả Genevieve. Nhưng vấn đề ở đây là chúng ta khi mà lao vào giao tranh sẽ là lao vào với cả 5 thành viên. Và nếu như mà chúng ta không cẩn thận thì sẽ bị những cái tình huống mà Sunset đứng ở tuyến sau dùng cái con Luigi này để mà có thể khống chế phạm vi tập thể rất nguy hiểm. Nhưng không còn cách nào khác nữa rồi, không một vị tướng pháp sư nào khác đáp ứng được cái tiêu chí mà như anh Kagawaze có chia sẻ. Vừa có thể tự bảo vệ được bản thân mình, vừa có thể gây được sát thương cùng với những cái người đồng đội. Và đây là cái đội hình đến từ đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta sẽ ra quân ở trong game thi đấu thứ 2 đối đầu với cả bên phía của đội tuyển Indonesia. Một đội hình rất trâu bò cục xúc đối đầu với cả một đội hình bay nhảy rất cơ động. Thì liệu rằng cái kết cục ở trong trận đấu này nó sẽ là như thế nào? Chúng ta sẽ cùng đến với những diễn biến ở trong cái game đấu thứ 2.
Tạm thời thì hình như là đang có một vài lỗi kỹ thuật thì phải, khi mà chúng ta vẫn chưa nhận được cái tín hiệu để vào trong trận đấu thứ hai, một trận đấu mang tính chất là quyết định rồi dành cho tuyển Việt Nam, đội tuyển nam Việt Nam, để có thể gọi là nếu giữ cái tấm vé được đi tiếp vào vòng bán kết. Bây giờ thì có lẽ là chúng ta sẽ phải chờ đợi thêm vài phút giây để cho bên phía của ban tổ chức có thể gọi là khắc phục được cái sự cố này. Và đây là những bước di chuyển đầu tiên giữa hai đội tuyển, đó là Indo cộng với cả bên phía của Việt Nam ở trong trận đấu thứ hai ngày hôm nay. Keyboy đang cố gắng mắp máy để có thể gọi là phá vào phần rừng của Châu. Anh ta sẽ sử dụng Gudivir ở trong ban đấu lần này.
Fugo đã có được cái level 2, đường dưới thì Yandere đang có được những lợi thế khi mà chiêu 1 đến từ con bài Roger này bắn tương đối chuẩn, cấu đi 2 cục máu đến từ vị trí của CW. Trong khi đó thì ở đường trên thì đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta đang di chuyển một cách rất thận trọng, nhưng mà đường dưới Roger trong tay của Yandere cần phải cẩn thận với một tình huống lấy 3 đánh 1. Gudivir chưa nhảy thì phải, Keyboy anh ta chưa có một cái tình huống mà anh ta nhảy vào, hay đúng hơn là anh ta mới lên level 2. Đây là một cái con Gudivir đi đảo đường, chứ không phải là cái con Gudivir đi đường kinh nghiệm và cần phải có level 2 để vị tướng đấu sĩ này có được những cái tình huống hất tung đến từ cái chiêu thứ hai dịch chuyển ma thuật của mình. Đang có Ginat đứng hỗ trợ cho Yandere và thậm chí là cả Châu cũng không tiếc cái trừng phạt của mình để trừng phạt sớm lấy được cái level 4, nhưng ở đây Ginat đang gặp nguy hiểm. Yandere sẽ lùi được về trong tình huống này. Rất tự tin đến từ vị trí của Yandere bởi vì anh ta vẫn còn có được trong mình đó là cái thanh tẩy ở trên người.
Và bây giờ thì tạm thời là những phút giây đầu tiên nó đang trôi qua khá là yên bình khi mà chưa có quá nhiều những tình huống va chạm đến từ hai đội tuyển. Khi mà chắc có lẽ con rùa thần xuất hiện thì sẽ là nơi mà các người chơi đến từ cả hai bên có thể tập trung vào đây. Người đi đường pháp sư sẽ di chuyển lên đường đấu sĩ để có thể lấy được cho mình là cấp độ 4 cùng với cả là đấu sĩ của đội tuyển mình. Còn đảo đường thì sẽ được nhiều lính ở khu vực đường giữa. Đường trên đang có va chạm nhẹ khi mà những người chơi đến từ bên phía của tuyển Việt Nam đạt được cho mình là cấp độ 4 trước, nhưng Fugo chỉ mới 3 thôi. Fugo không hit được một vài con lính ở khu vực đường đấu sĩ, nó dẫn đến cái việc là anh ta sẽ không đạt được cho mình cấp độ 4 ở cái lúc mà rùa thần nó xuất hiện như này. Thì cái chiêu cuối của Fugo là cực kỳ quan trọng. Và thậm chí Fugo đang bị trúng rất nhiều lượng sát thương đến từ Sanjet và đã out cho tranh rồi. Đến từ pháp sư bên phía của tuyển Việt Nam, rùa thần đang được xuất hiện 7 he sử dụng cái chiêu cuối của mình tấn công vào vị trí của Albert. Thiên định kiếm kết hợp với trừng phạt, nhưng trừng phạt là tốt hơn và Albert giữ được cái con rùa thần này. Nhảy hất tung hai người là quá đẹp mắt đến từ Keyboy và double kill dành cho thần rừng đến từ bên phía của Indonesia.
Vâng, và như vậy là một kịch bản không hề tốt đến từ đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta, thậm chí là còn có solo kill ở đường dưới khi mà CW anh ta đã có được cho mình đó là cái pháp trận thời không được đặt ra. Và có lẽ là Yandere cũng không thể nào mà có thể thoát được khỏi những cái cú lướt kèm theo đó là vụ nổ thời không. Tiếp tục là một mạng đến từ bên phía của Indo, khai thác được vào vị trí đến từ Châu khi mà Châu đã lùi về nhưng không thành công. Con bài Forvius này đúng là cao tờ đi Nolan thật đây, nhưng nếu như mà Albert anh ta tham minh chuẩn thì những cái cú đập đến từ vị trí của Fugo sẽ không có đam, bởi vì lướt nó đã ngoài tầm dồn đam rồi. Tiếp tục quay ngược trở lại và Fugo lên bảng đếm số mạng thứ 4 đến từ vị trí của Nolan ở trong cái trận đấu này. Và anh ta cầm luôn cho mình đó là cái lưỡi liềm thợ săn, một tròn món trang bị lớn đầu tiên, cầm luôn cái bao tay để mà hướng lên cho mình cái thiên phạt kiếm là cái món trang bị thứ hai dành cho sát thủ đến từ bên phía của Indonesia.
Và khi mà anh ta có thiên phạt kiếm thì đó sẽ là một cái nỗi ám ảnh rất là lớn lên những cái vai trò có khả năng chống chịu cao đến từ bên phía của tuyển Việt Nam. Keyboy đang có cấp độ 5 và anh ta rất tự tin đi vào phần rừng của tuyển Việt Nam, nhảy vào hất tung được Ginat lên bảng điểm số ngay lập tức khi mà sát thương dùng vào là quá nhiều. Bên kia Fugo đang cố gắng bắt vào vị trí của Luffy, có dịch chuyển thời không nhưng chỉ dịch chuyển được một người duy nhất là Sanjet mà thôi. Keyboy đang kẹt lại, trước đó thì người đồng đội Luffy đã phải lên bảng điểm số rồi. Keyboy đang cố gắng tháo chạy, Keyboy quay trở lại hất tung được một người là Châu và sau đó anh ta lướt bỏ đi khi mà cái chiêu cuối của Fugo đã hết thời gian tác dụng thì CW tới. CW chưa dựng pháp trận thời không, bắt đầu dựng lên thì 7 he đã phải lên bảng đếm số rồi. Những cái tình huống chia sẻ sát thương và câu kéo chiêu thức và nói là cực kỳ hợp lý đến từ bên phía Indo đã giúp cho CW được thoải mái chơi ở trong cái giai đoạn sau của giao tranh.
Như vậy là còn khoảng 8 giây nữa là cái con rùa nó sẽ ra và chắc chắn đây sẽ là một cái con rùa rất khó để cho đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta có thể cạnh tranh. Ginat anh ta hất tung được thành công lần 1, hất tung trượt lần thứ 2 và buộc phải trở về dạng xạ thủ. Và đây cũng là một cái tình huống mà Ginat đã phải lên bảng điểm số rồi, không đủ người. Chất tướng thì đang không cho phép để tham gia giao tranh bởi vì sự thua thiệt về mặt level cũng như là về lượng đồ đã khiến cho Albert anh ta rất nhanh chóng có được cho mình đó là cái con rùa thứ hai và phút thứ 5 cầm 2 đồ. Con Nolan phút thứ 5 nó cầm 2 đồ, lưỡi liềm thợ săn và cái thiên phạt kiếm như thế này thì cho dù là chất tướng bên phía đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta trâu thật đây, nhưng với cái việc lệch đồ lệch level như thế này, Albert level 9 thì làm sao đánh được Yandere ở đường dưới, thì lại bị một tình huống với 4 thành viên quay vào. Và có lẽ là trận đấu này nó đã bị vỡ đến từ đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta mất rồi.
Khi mà cái con Nolan trong tay của anh Bớt bây giờ đã quá xanh rồi thì anh ta dồn ai cũng được. Bạn muốn cướp cho mình là cái con bùa tím này lao vào dồn vào vị trí của China.
Trời
đấy.
ơi,
Bạn nhìn đi, một combo thôi thì cả tăng cơ cũng lên bảng đếm số thế kia thì làm sao mà chơi. Đến từ bên phía của tuyển Việt Nam tiếp tục là có giao tranh nổ ra, double kill, thậm chí là triple kill dành cho đó là anh Bớt. Rồi anh Bớt tiếp tục muốn bắt vào một người nữa và sẽ có ma nhạc chăng nhường cái mạng ma nhạc này cho anh Bớt luôn. Đánh quá đồng đội đến từ bên phía của tuyển Indonesia.
Indo họ cho thấy, họ cho chúng ta, họ cho khán giả của Việt Nam cũng như là trên thế giới thấy rằng là cái đẳng cấp của họ nó nằm ở một cái mức khác các bạn ạ. Tay của bên phía Indonesia họ to thực sự, và Albert đang cho chúng ta thấy rằng là cái màn trình diễn của anh ta nó giống như là đang đi dạo chơi vậy. Ở thời điểm hiện tại anh ta đã gây lên đến 31.000 sát thương trong những tình huống giao tranh vừa xong, khống chế đường dẫn đến từ vị trí của Genovia và killing spree dành cho Luigi, lướt ra khiêu khích đến từ Châu. Nhưng các thành viên bên phía của Indonesia họ sẵn sàng đón nhận cái pha giao tranh này và họ trả ngược sát thương. Nhưng Keyboy đã phải lên bảng đến số. Tình huống này không có sự xuất hiện của Nolan trong tay của Albert, và khi mà Albert đến thì tất cả sẽ phải dạt ra để cho một cái con sát thủ phút thứ 6-11 mạng hạ gục level 11 cầm súng nổ năng và double kill mạng thứ 12. Trận đấu này Albert anh ta đánh còn hủy diệt hơn cả trận đấu đầu tiên, khi mà rõ ràng cái khả năng dồn sát thương đến từ cái con Nolan này nó mạnh hơn so với cái con Linh ở giai đoạn đầu khi đã có đồ là rất nhiều.
Hoàn toàn đồng ý. Và với một cái con Nolan 1201 như thế này thì cầm súng nổ năng cộng thiên phạt kiếm thì bây giờ tăng cơ thì nó cũng giống như là một con máu giấy mà thôi. Khi mà lao vào combo là chắc chắn lên bảng đếm số luôn. Khi đã có hiệu ứng xét thương chuẩn, có luôn hiệu ứng xuyên giáp như thế này thì bạn có chống chịu cao như thế nào thì nó cũng là bằng thừa, khi mà đang là một con Nolan quá xanh trong tay của Albert. Tiếp tục là muốn xâm lấn vào phần rừng của đối phương, đang nhảy và hấp tung Chinat. Một combo nhẹ nhàng có mạng thứ 13 dành cho Albert đứng từ bên phía của Indo.
Đến tầm này thì cái thiên phạt kiếm nó sẽ auto là khiến cho kẻ địch đột tử khi mà kẻ địch dưới 12% máu. Và 12% máu với những cái chất tướng tanker như bên phía đội tuyển Việt Nam nó là quá lớn đi. À đâu, nó là quá nhỏ đi. Và bây giờ lao vào dồn sát thương, không ai có thể két được mạng của Albert ở trong tình huống này nữa. Và anh ta tiếp tục gia tăng. Đây không còn gọi là một trận đấu để pha mạng nữa rồi anh Kakawaze. Đây là một trận đấu thảm sát đến từ đội tuyển Indo dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta. 3 đồ lớn, cầm thêm cái kiếm quân đoàn và đang hướng lên cái hải thần chiến kích đến từ vị trí của Albert. Bây giờ gặp ai là anh ta lao vào dồn sát thương đến từ người đấy mà không có kiêng giày và e nể cái gì cả.
Quá cháy luôn với cái con Nolan 3 đồ xuyên giáp như thế này, lưỡi liềm, súng và hải thần chiến kích thì đương nhiên là bên phía đội tuyển Việt Nam, thậm chí những người đi đảo đường hay là những người có khả năng chống chịu thì chỉ mới có một đồ như thế kia, một đồ cộng giáp, trong khi đối phương tới 3 đồ xuyên giáp thì bạn có thể hiểu được rằng là cái sự chống chịu này nó không có bao nhiêu là sự đáng kể khi mà đối diện trước những cái lần mà Albert lao vào combo, cứ combo là có mạng thôi dành cho con bài Nolan đến từ bên phía của Indonesia.
Bây giờ thì đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta chỉ còn cách là nằm yên chịu trận mà thôi. Legendary dành cho Albert, mạng thứ 15. Thật ra khi mà cái cục diện trận đấu lao ra đến từ vị trí của 7 he và chỉ thấy những người đồng đội Việt Nam của chúng ta phải lùi về mà thôi, và 7 he sẽ phải nằm lại. Thật ra là cái bố cục và cái thế trận như thế này thì tôi cũng như là anh Kakawaze cũng không biết phải nói gì, bởi vì rõ ràng đây là sự vượt trội về trình độ so với mặt bằng chung của Indonesia so với đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta rồi. Và bây giờ thì Indo họ đang giống như kiểu đi đánh rank vậy. Tất cả những gì họ làm ở thời điểm hiện tại đấy chính là thì họ đón lấy, gần như không có tình chiến thuật nào cả mà chỉ có là thảm sát mà thôi. Và đó là mạng thứ 16 đến từ Albert ở trong trận đấu này. Và tôi nghĩ có lẽ ở thời điểm hiện tại anh ta đã full đồ và full level rồi, hất tung được 2 thành viên. Và như vậy là hết rồi. Đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta không thể nào mà làm nên được bất kỳ điều thần kỳ. Chiến thắng thứ 2 kết thúc luôn trận đấu BO3 này dành cho Indonesia.
Có thể thấy là trận đấu vừa rồi thì chúng ta đã nhắc tên đến Albert quá nhiều. Với con bài Nolan thì ở cái pha cuối cùng thì Keyboy cũng đã để lại một cái điểm nhấn nhất định khi mà đã sử dụng cái chiêu 2 kết hợp với cả là tốc biến nhảy vào hất tung được quá nhiều người chơi đến từ bên phía Việt Nam ở trong một cái góc mà nó đang đứng sát những người đồng đội của mình, thì cái lượng sát thương dồn vào với cái sự chênh lệch về mặt lượng đồ và lượng tiền thì tất nhiên là những người bị khống chế đó đều phải lên bảng đếm số hết. Và đây là một chiến thắng phải nói là quá áp đảo và quá xứng đáng dành bên dành cho bên phía của tuyển Indo mà thôi. Không thể nào có thể gọi là có một cái lời nào có thể gọi là biện giải cho cái màn thể hiện vừa rồi đến từ bên phía của tuyển Việt Nam được, khi mà chúng ta đã gần như có thể sử dụng hai từ đó là bị tuyển Indo ao trình ở trong trận đấu thứ hai.
Vâng, thật ra thì cũng rất là khó trách cho các tuyển thủ đến từ đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta, khi mà rõ ràng là thời điểm hiện tại cái tựa game Mobile Legends ở thị trường Việt Nam của chúng ta đang ở trong cái giai đoạn hồi sinh lại, và sẽ trong tương lai sẽ có thêm nhiều những cái hoạt động, nhiều những cái giải đấu hơn để tạo thêm nhiều sân chơi, mang đến cho chúng ta những cái sân chơi, những cái trận đấu, những cái giải đấu để mà cho các thành viên, những người chơi được quyền gọi là có những cái nó gọi là gì nhỉ? Có những giống như kiểu gọi là chúng ta đi học ấy thì chúng ta phải đến trường. Đúng, thì chúng ta phải có những cái giải đấu, chúng ta phải có những cái sự kiện để mà chúng ta cọ sát nâng trình độ lên. Và rõ ràng với một cái môi trường như là bên phía Indonesia, họ có hệ thống giải đấu rất là chằng chịt và dày đặc. Và điều đó khiến cho những người chơi như là Albert, như là Keyboy, như là CW họ liên tục rèn giũa kỹ năng của mình. Và bây giờ khi mà họ thi đấu thì những cái trận đấu ở trong khuôn khổ giải đấu vòng bảng của ESF WEC 2024 nó giống như kiểu gọi là họ. Và trận đấu thứ hai này chúng ta cũng đã thấy được rằng là rõ ràng còn đặt nặng về tính chiến thuật nữa, mà đây là sự chênh lệch về trình độ đến từ hai quốc gia, đến từ hai nền Mobile Legends.
Rất là đáng tiếc là tuyển Việt Nam chúng ta chắc có lẽ là sẽ phải dừng chân ở vòng tuyển chọn WEC lần này mà thôi, khi mà tuyển Việt Nam đã hoàn thành xong 3 trận đấu ở vòng bảng, có một chiến thắng trước đội tuyển Lào với tỷ số là 2-0 vào buổi chiều ngày hôm qua. Trước đó thì đã nhận lấy một thất bại khi mà đối diện cùng với cả bên phía của Malaysia, và bây giờ thì thêm một thất bại nữa trước đội tuyển Indonesia, là một đối thủ phải nói là quá mạnh ở trong khu vực. Thì đương nhiên là chúng ta sẽ phải dừng chân ở đây, và xin chúc mừng tuyển Indo sẽ là đội tuyển tiếp theo được góp mặt vào trong vòng bán kết, khi mà sẽ nắm tay Malaysia đứng nhất và nhì bảng đấu mà họ đang góp mặt ở trong giải đấu WEC lần này.
Thực sự rất đáng tiếc nếu như ngày hôm qua chúng ta có được cho mình một cái chiến thắng trước team Malaysia. Vốn là một cái đội mà chúng ta có khả dĩ để mà thắng được, thì ngày hôm nay cái việc thua Indonesia tôi nghĩ cũng chỉ là cái vấn đề thủ tục mà thôi. Nhưng với việc ngày hôm qua chúng ta đã phải chịu thất bại trước Malaysia rồi, thì ngày hôm nay đối đầu với Indo có lẽ là một cái thử thách nó cũng khá là quá sức. Và đây có lẽ là những cái highlight, những cái tình huống cuối cùng mà đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta đã đối đầu với cả Indonesia. Đây là một tình huống mà Genevieve chuẩn bị dùng một cái pha mà hất tung 2-3 thành viên Việt Nam của chúng ta, và kết liễu một trận đấu với cái tỷ số mà gục quá là chênh lệch đi 22-2. Phút thứ 9 đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta đã không có thể gắng cự được nữa rồi. Và như vậy chiến thắng một cách cực kỳ thuyết phục dành cho đại diện đến từ Indonesia.
Và như vậy thì chúng ta đã xác nhận được hai cái tên ở trong bảng đấu này được góp mặt vào vòng trong, và hai đội tuyển đó là Việt Nam và Lào thì sẽ phải ra về. Người đạt được MVP ở trong cái trận đấu vừa rồi không ai khác lại là Albert thôi, khi mà anh ta có được cho mình một cái trận đấu quá là hủy diệt với cái con bài Nolan. Nó còn hủy diệt hơn so với cả là cái trận đấu mà anh ta cầm Linh cơ, khi mà cứ mỗi lần lao vào là ngay tức là sẽ có màn hạ gục. Bạn nhìn về cái lối lên trang bị của Nolan thì anh ta lên full xuyên giáp với 3 món trang bị có khả năng xuyên giáp của đối phương, đó là lưỡi liềm thợ săn, đó là súng nổ năng và hải thần chiến kích. Trước đó thì đã có cho mình là cái thiên phạt kiếm rồi, để có thể gọi là kích được sát thương chuẩn mỗi khi mà đối phương tấp máu. Cái món trang bị cuối cùng kia thì tôi nghĩ là chắc có lẽ là đang lên gươm tuyệt vọng. Đấy, với cái mảnh kiếm muôn đòn như kia thì khả năng cao là sẽ là gươm tuyệt vọng ở món cuối cùng, nhưng mà cái món trang bị này thì nó hơi đắt một xíu, cho nên là anh ta chưa kịp có thể gọi là tích lũy đủ cái lượng tài nguyên và lượng vàng để có thể lên full đồ dành cho cái con bài Nolan. KDA 1603 là những gì mà anh Bớt có ở trong cái bảng đấu vừa rồi.
Vâng, và chúng ta cũng đã được chiêm ngưỡng xong màn trình diễn của Albert với hai con tướng sát thủ có thể nói là tiêu biểu ở meta hiện tại. Đó chính là Linh, kèm theo đó là Nolan. Mỗi vị tướng sát thủ đều có được những cái ưu và những cái nhược riêng. Vấn đề của con Linh đó chính là khả năng đi ganh rất ảo diệu, kèm theo đó là chiêu cuối bất tử. Nhưng Linh bị phụ thuộc một chút đến từ chiêu cuối, khi mà phải có chiêu cuối thì mới lao vào giao tranh, khi mà chiêu cuối nó sẽ giúp cho Linh bất tử và không bị chọn là mục tiêu. Nhưng với Nolan thì về cơ bản đây là cái vị tướng sát thủ nó không có được cho mình những cái tình huống đảo đường ảo diệu như Linh, nhưng bù lại là bộ kỹ năng của Nolan hồi chiêu rất nhanh và sẽ giúp cho những cái tình huống mà tham gia giao tranh của Albert nó được phép gọi là thoải mái và gần như là liên tục hơn. Và chúng ta có thể thấy được cái lý do tại sao mà Nolan ở trong trận thi đấu thứ hai trong tay của Albert lại có được đến 16-17 mã gục, đến là như vậy. Và trên đây cũng là toàn bộ những diễn biến ở trong buổi bình luận của so tài giữa đội tuyển Việt Nam chúng ta đối đầu với cả Indonesia. Một kết cục mà có lẽ là các bạn fan hâm mộ cũng như là tất cả người xem, người chơi Mobile Legends cũng đã hình dung ra được rồi. Nhưng mà tuy nhiên thất bại như vậy thì tôi thấy là nó kinh khủng thực sự và nó chóng vánh quá.
Thì đây cũng sẽ là một cái cơ hội để cho tuyển Việt Nam có thể nhìn nhận lại được, xem thử là đội tuyển của mình đang ở đâu để có thêm nhiều cái sự chuẩn bị, đặc biệt là cho giải MSC chuẩn bị sắp diễn ra vào chắc là tuần tới thôi, khoảng tầm ngày 28, 29 thì tháng 6 thì sẽ có diễn ra giải MSC và đó sẽ là vòng wildcard mà cái vòng tuyển Việt Nam sẽ phải tham dự vào, và đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta đại diện thì cũng là những thành viên này và có thêm hai cái gương mặt mới ở trong phần đường đấu sĩ cũng như là ở trong cái phần đường giữa sẽ đóng góp vào trong cái đội hình chính. Vẫn có đó là Chinat, vẫn có đó là Châu, vẫn có đó là Yandere hay là Mel cộng với cả là 7he thì sẽ là những cái người tiếp tục thi đấu ở trong những cái đấu trường quốc tế. Thì hy vọng rằng là các bạn sẽ đừng có quá nản lòng và cố gắng rèn giũa thêm ở trong khoảng là một tuần tới đây để có thể chuẩn bị tốt nhất cho giải đấu nó lớn thứ nhất nhì ở trong năm rồi, đó là giải MSC tổ chức vào tầm cuối tháng này.
Vâng. Và các bạn đừng quên là chúng ta vẫn còn những trận đấu sắp tới ở giải WEC 2024, cụ thể đây là vào ngày mai. Đó chính là chúng ta vẫn còn sẽ đồng hành và dõi theo đội tuyển nữ Việt Nam của chúng ta, khi mà đội tuyển nữ vẫn còn có được cho mình những cái trận đấu ở trong khuôn khổ giải WEC 2024 này. Thông tin chi tiết các bạn có thể truy cập lên fanpage chính thức của Mobile Legends Bang Bang cũng như là fanpage của Viresa để đón xem và cập nhật lịch thi đấu của đội tuyển nữ Việt Nam của chúng ta sẽ thi đấu vào ngày mai ở giải đấu WEC 2024. Và trên đây là buổi bình luận tiếng Việt của giải đấu lần này đến từ tôi cũng như là anh Kakawaze. Giải đấu được tổ chức đến từ Liên đoàn Thể thao Điện tử Quốc tế IESF. Đơn vị phát sóng giải đấu tại Việt Nam là Hội Thể thao Điện tử và Giải trí Việt Nam Viresa. Và đơn vị đồng hành truyền thông là hệ thống bán lẻ kỹ thuật số FPT Shop. Xin cảm ơn các bạn đã theo dõi và đồng hành cùng đội tuyển Việt Nam và chúng tôi. Hẹn gặp lại các bạn ở buổi bình luận WEC 2024 sẽ diễn ra vào ngày mai.
Hello everyone! Welcome to another Hero Spotlight, featuring our newest hero, Jushin, the Beacon of Spirits. Jushin is an enigmatic woman who uses her lantern and butterflies to deal sustained damage and provide CC. Beacon of Spirits, Jushin. Passive, Crimson Butterflies. While Jushin is casting her second skill, the mana spent will be converted into crimson butterflies that will fly around her spirit lantern. Once she stops casting her second skill, these crimson butterflies will slowly dissipate, each one restoring a portion of her mana. Jushin starts with higher max mana, but the limit won't increase with her level. First skill, Fluttering Grace. Jushin deals magic damage to all enemies in a fan-shaped area and applies stacks of Soul Snare on them. Target's hit will also be slowed, while Jushin gains movement speed for a period of time. Second skill, Lantern Flare. Hold and drag the skill button to consume mana and move Jushin's Spirit Lantern independently of her, dealing continuous magic damage to all enemies in its range, while applying stacks of Soul Snare to enemy heroes. Once an enemy has enough stacks, they will be captured and pulled airborne. After capturing an enemy, release the skill button to throw all captured enemies to the target location, dealing magic damage to all targets in the area. Ultimate, Crimson Beacon. Jushin blinks to a target location and enters a flying state. For the duration of the ultimate, she deals continuous damage to enemies around her while applying stacks of Soul Snare. In the laning phase, use Jushin's first skill to slow the opponent and increase her own movement speed. Then use her second skill from a safe position and try to hit the minions and the opponent at the same time to both poke and clear the lane. Once the enemy has enough stacks, throw them into the minions for additional damage. In teamfights, use Jushin's ultimate to blink into a good position. Then follow up with her first skill to slow the enemy team, and use her second skill to build stacks at a safe distance. Try to capture as many enemies as possible with her second skill, then throw them out of position while also grouping them up. Jushin is a mage with strong sustained damage, and works best as a follow-up instead of the initiator for teamfights. Upgrade Jushin's second skill at level 1, and continue to prioritize upgrading it as her main source of damage. Hit the enemy with Jushin's first skill first, to create a more favorable environment to use her second skill. After capturing enemies with Jushin's second skill, release the button to throw them for additional AoE damage. We recommend the Mage emblem for Jushin with the Agility, Bargain Hunter, and Impure Rage talents. Jushin is somewhat equipment dependent, so Bargain Hunter will let her finish her build sooner, while Impure Rage provides extra damage and mana recovery. We recommend this build for Jushin to cover mana regen, slows, shields, and damage, allowing Jushin to maximize her potential in teamfights. Clock of Destiny is Jushin's core equipment. The higher max mana allows her to keep her second skill up longer, while the mana and HP regen gives her more sustain in lane. Ice Queen Wand is another good pickup to keep enemies slowed in her second skill. Grab Wishing Lantern in the late game to enhance Jushin's damage output. We recommend the Sprint Battle spell for Jushin for a burst of speed to safely kite while casting her second skill. Jushin can also take Vengeance to survive when she blinks into the enemy with her ultimate. Jushin is a good counter to enemies with less range and low mobility, such as Popol and Koopa and Cyclops, where she has a big advantage. Like most mages, Jushin is countered by heroes with high mobility and burst, such as Fanny and Saber, who can quickly take her down. Jushin can provide great damage in CC, but she can't realize her potential until later in the game, so heroes with CC can help Jushin get through the early period. Jushin also works well with sustained damage heroes like Beleric, Kimi, and Cece to dish out a surprising amount of damage. Jushin's abundant control effects make her work well with a roamer, who also has CC to terrorize the side lanes. Her second skill can quickly build stacks on controlled enemies and throw them back into your team to secure kills. In mid to late game teamfights, Jushin should stay in the back and poke with her second skill, and wait for the team to get a pick, then go in with her ultimate, followed by her first and second skill to clean up. Jushin, the Beacon of Spirits, will arrive on June 29th. Enjoy 30% off on launch week. Get Jushin's Ethereal Serenity skin for only 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Discover the mysteries of our latest hero. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Ball, maybe get some big wins here, maybe take a game off of Cambodia, because that'll be very, very interesting to see another nation, another region climbing up rapidly as well, because that's what we saw from Cambodia and technically from Myanmar as well. There's that one time where they just boost up in skill and they're able to just tell the world that, you know, we're here to compete, we're here to be contenders.
Yep, I can't wait to see it unfold. I'm going to be watching and spectating that one because you're going to be joined with Eterna for the next one. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break here. It's going to be about 50 minutes before the next match because, hey, the last series was quite fast. So take a break, 50 minutes, get the food that you need, and then we'll be back after this. Again, I'm Nice, that's Mirko, and we'll be back after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to ISF as we are in the Asian Regional Qualifiers, day number 3, and we are heading into match number 2 as we were able to witness a 2-0 victory from Indonesia in the early stage of the day for match number 1. But now we are moving forward to our second match of the day, Cambodia versus Thailand, and whoever wins this should be able to make it to the playoffs for them to eventually go onto their road to Riyadh.
Welcome to this match. I'm sorry, I got kind of like, spooked there. Is that Eternal with glasses? This is the first time ever that I'm seeing this, by the way. So, yeah, okay, Eternal. But yeah, amazing fight that we have here, obviously, for the next slot in the playoffs for Group A. Because for Group B, we've already confirmed the two teams. Indonesia with the win up against Vietnam. They've been able to just secure that victory, and now they are in the playoffs with Malaysia. Grouped in, later on, I think you will be able to see the brackets as well. If you guys want to see the updated results, isf.gg. Go ahead also for you guys to check out Group A, because this match is going to be a super high-stake match. It'll be Cambodia possibly securing their playoff slot, and also for Thailand to have the chance to do the same. Thailand are standing at 2-0, Cambodia are standing at 2-1.
And with that, with them being doubled and tied in, we are going to see a very intense match and a very big deciding match between both of these teams to see who will be able to qualify, because so far we've had a little bit of a taste for Cambodia as we were able to see them on day 2 yesterday going head to head. But for Thailand, we haven't really seen a match from them, especially being streamed in, as most of their matches have been done offline. So finally we get to head and see a little bit more of what Thailand and their gameplay has to say, especially going head to head against Cambodia, who has done quite well so far here at ISF in the Asian Regional Qualifiers.
It's unfortunate that they weren't able to beat Myanmar, right? But they were able to get it so close. It was 2-1 in favor of Myanmar. So they were able to take a game off of Myanmar. It was even a close game in game number 3. Very climactic. I'm expecting Cambodia to actually get the job done here up against Thailand, with them having much more experience compared to Thailand, especially in the international scene. I think we're no stranger to this lineup, Eterna, for Cambodia. We've seen Siu Soon for a long time, but maybe here one of the concerns for a lot of the fans is the fact that for Siu Soon, they've been playing with 2 imports for the longest time. How are they going to adapt with the rest? I think yesterday, that's why they kind of suffered against Myanmar, but now they should have already adjusted and adapted properly to their full Cambodian lineup.
I mean, technically, that's kind of the same concern that we saw from Indonesia, right? With the full Onyx roster, they didn't have Kyrie in the jungle, and so Albert had to step in for a full Indonesian lineup. Sure, we did see them kind of fail against Malaysia, I think, to a lot of the hatred of a lot of Indonesian fans, and of course the disappointment of the Indonesian fans, but today, right, against Vietnam, they really pulled through. They won very convincingly, very dominantly, with even Albert in the jungle picking up a maniac in almost a 10-minute game. It was 9 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. So perhaps we're going to see the exact same dominance coming through from this team, as we are going to take a look at the official team lineup here for Cambodia. We have Ra, Lucas, Boxy, Felix, and Run. And these are kind of familiar names already, right? We've seen Ra before in the mid lane, and a couple of the other members as well, Mirko.
Yeah, for Ra, Lucas, Boxy, Felix, and Run, I think mainly it's Felix, Boxy, and Ra that have the spotlight on them in MPL Cambodia. They have been able to go through quite a lot, I think, in this regular season, for at least for MPL Cambodia, right? Because I think in the regular season, it looked like this lineup was really struggling. It looked like they were not going to make it to playoffs even. A lot of fans, a lot of analysts predicted them not to make it to playoffs, but they were eventually able to do so. And now they are, again, representing their country, not only later on in MSC, but here at IESF. And what of a better way than to start things off by going full aggressive mode, right? Because even up against Myanmar, the one win they got in game number 2 was through the early game. If they get that early game snowball, they're a team that just completely dominates their opposition.
So we're also going to take a look now at Thailand's official team lineup, and I'm going to apologize in advance if I do not pronounce these names properly. We have Mizi Mink, Lord Flash, 007, Nile, Easy, and 3333. Is that a double 33? I think from the last player here in the official team lineup for Thailand.
33.
Third, yeah, 3. That's gonna be a tongue twister for Miracle to do the play-by-play later on.
33. I'll just call him 33.
Okay, deal, 33. And I think Thailand has quite a similar playstyle. I mean, probably from different players and of course different teams, but from what we've seen from Thailand is they're also quite aggressive in their playstyle, right? And with the meta shifting so heavily and dominantly in the early stage of the game, we're gonna see a clash of playstyles, of course, unless we see a different layer of Cambodia. I think the last match that they played in against Myanmar, you were expecting a little bit more of that early game threat from Cambodia, and instead they're kind of playing towards that late game. So maybe those kinds of adjustments is exactly what Cambodia needs to go head to head against Thailand later on.
I hope that's exactly what we get to see in the drafts now, because the Roger has been such a core member in that early aggression for Cambodia. They decided to ban it out straight off the bat here on the blue side. So already very, very interesting. Usually Cambodia want to leave that Roger open so that they can first pick it themselves on blue side. But for Thailand, they're going to get rid of the Ling. Already pure respect so far based on the banning phase, at least at the start. Something that we're not really accustomed to. Usually it's the blue side that go for more of a respect ban, and it's the red side that goes for more prio. Maybe they're just going to try to look for the trades on these big picks later on in the drafts. Maybe go for the trade Lo Yi as well. Alright, so we were talking actually off cam about how the Lo Yi hasn't really been finding a lot of success. I want to add one more hero into that not finding a lot of success category, which is the Chip. The Chip was super broken for the longest time ever. It was prioed every single region, but now we're seeing it get left open a lot. And even when it does get left open, we don't see the big impact on it anymore. We don't see that early snowball going as crazy as it did before.
I mean, that's kind of what we thought about the Luo Yi, right? And then Indonesia came and picked it up in the second game of that first match that we saw earlier against Vietnam, and they were able to kind of slaughter and snowball with the Luo Yi. So maybe we're going to see kind of a similar thing with the Chip. We do see that it still does get banned out here in the first phase. And I mean, technically the Chip didn't have any adjustments in the recent patch, right? Is it to do with the items?
I think so. I think it might be because of some of these items, and because some of these utility picks have just become stronger. I think that Angela has been a very, very good pick, and that's why we're going to get to see it as well. Banned out by Cambodia. Angela is probably the most prio pick in the game, maybe with the Roger. It's like contested that much. Especially if you let the Ling open, right? If you get that Angeling combo, usually we see, even before the patch, that it's already like at a very high win rate once you get the Angeling. Now that the Sky Piercer is built in as well, some of these assassins can go for even crazier fights with the War Cry. Yeah, the Angela becomes super prio, but it seems it's still going to be that Harith that will be banned out. Leaving a couple of picks open here. I don't know what Cambodia want to go for. They actually first pick the Claude. Oh, early, okay.
All right, that's actually quite interesting, right? Because if we're talking about the gold lane, I think off stream as well, we had a little bit of a discussion about the gold lane, how it feels like a lot of these teams and a lot of these players are still experimenting as to the priorities in that particular lane. Obviously, the Roger is one of the biggest highlights, but of course, the Roger was banned already. So I think they're going to go for a Claude here in the first phase of the drafts. I mean, technically, the Claude is quite a safe pick, right? I mean, it does quite well in the early stage of the game. As compared to maybe the Moscovs, right, of the game. But of course, when it comes down to the later parts, they're also still very impactful in these team fights, especially when it comes down to already taking in those important items in the Claude's kit to dish out that damage. But Thailand will respond quite quickly here with a Matilda and a Charizla. One of the two priorities in that lane as well, right? With the Matilda just really amping up in terms of priority, and so has the Charizla along with the Yuzong. The Charizla, again, still a very great utility tool to, hash out in these particular team fights. In the laning phase, it doesn't do as bad as well. But do you think perhaps Cambodia wants to go for something of a counter towards the Charizla? Is an X-Borg still good against the Charizla in lane is a big question.
Yeah, actually, the X-Borg has been finding a whole lot of success here in the current patch, I think. The fact that you get the War Axe, and it technically is already a War Axe and a Bloodlust Axe. Two items that you could utilize really, really well. That's also technically why, though, we get to see the Charizla a whole lot. But this is the more natural pick up against a Charizla. Not in lane. Like, in lane, you actually don't bully the Charizla. It's more of a 50-50, but the Charizla does have a little bit of an advantage early on. Yuzong would just want to try to survive the laning phase to go and look for those those fights around the turtle. But same idea with the Yuzong, right? You get so much more value with the new revamped War Axe, and it seems it's also going to be the Valentina to try to steal away that penalty zone, or even that Circling Eagle, depending on the moment. For both drafts, understandably for now, it's kind of like reactive actually for Cambodia, and for Thailand, it's more of that proactive, prio-centric draft that they're going for. Last pick in the first phase, and they're going to go pick up that Moskov, global presence, one of the global presence heroes that still actually finds a whole lot of success with the Angela, because as we said before, Lo Yi Chip, there's something with these global presence heroes and them just not being as strong as they were before. And to a certain extent, it also applies to Moskov. He isn't as strong as before. His early game has kind of fallen off a bit. Even his mid-game power spike is not as crazy as it was before, but the fact that you can participate in all these early team fights is still an advantage that you can utilize. And it seems we get the respect ban there, an Odette ban coming in from Cambodia towards Thailand. We haven't seen Thailand at all, but maybe that's how they've been able to get some dubs.
Yeah, maybe they've done their homework, right? Because Odette is definitely not a pick that we see quite often in the mid lane. Usually we see the Valentinas, the Novarias. A lot of Feramises has actually been picked up recently after the patch, but the Odette, very interesting. I mean, technically, it still can be utilized really good potential in these team fights with the AoE damage. And then we go for a Fanny ban here from the side of Cambodia, followed in with an Edith takeaway. So with this current composition, now Thailand does have first pick. They've already picked up the Moskov, the Terizla, as well as a Matilda. So we're lacking in the jungle as well as that mid lane. Assuming, of course, this Matilda is going to the roam. For the mid laners, what do you think will pop up here? Vexana? I guess Vexana is still an option if they still want to prioritize these team fights.
That's true, but if I'm looking at Thailand's games here, they're actually... Alright, I was about to say that they actually have been playing a whole lot of the Valentina. Maybe that's why it's going to be denied away from them in the first phase, but they go ahead and go for the Kadita pick, which is usually something we expect from Indonesia, right? I think for Thailand as well, this is going to be the first time ever that we get to see the pick on Kadita for them. Yeah, it was Xavier once, and then he played the Angela and the Valentina twice. So a debut pick on this Kadita for Thailand, as we get to see the response now from Cambodia. You know, early on, I think, again, off screen, we were talking about our expectations for this match. We expected Thailand to be the ones to go for aggression. Okay, they do. They finished off the draft with a whole lot of aggression. I was about to say, the Valentina, the Yuzong, and the Claude, it's aggression, but it's not Thailand level of aggression, at least from the first 4 picks. But then they ended up with a Hayabusa and the Châu, a signature pick for Boxy. And now I really wonder how Tuzu is going to play in the jungle, because I believe that is also a substitute. We were expecting Lucas to play for Cambodia. Now that it's Tuzu, maybe he's just more comfortable on the assassins. Maybe that's why we get to see the Hayabusa.
We've seen the Hayabusa pop in. I think with Indonesia, Albert picking up the Hayabusa, it didn't do too well. Like, despite the changes to the Hayabusa, despite I would even consider it being like a buff to the Hayabusa, right? But it hasn't really found much success. We'll see how it does, because of course one sample isn't enough. And I'm excited to see whether or not this works out. And as well, with the Châu being picked up, the Châu has also been adjusted, right? That damage is a lot higher. So will we be seeing a Châu damage or a Châu more defensive, a Châu tank in this roam position? Because of the changes and the adjustments to the Châu, it's very likely that they would go for a little bit more damage, right? It's a little bit more worth it for the Châu to go damage. So an assassin Châu.
Ooh, I mean, we did technically see that as roam as well in Indonesia, right? With the lethal ignition as well. Shout out to Drian. But it seems we're just gonna head on to the game first, Eterna.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 1 in this best of 3. The deciding match of who will be able to step forward to the playoffs from the group stage, as they are inching closer and closer to get to Riyadh for WEC. But as you can see here, taking a look at the emblems, right? Still concussive blast for the Châu. So assuming that they're gonna go for a little bit more defense and utility for this Châu instead of the damage. But by the way, that was a last pick, Martis in the jungle. I'm actually excited to see whether or not this works out.
All right, that Martis pick in the early game is going to be really good, but you can already see that damage from the Cho. That passive doing work already. Now there's a little bit of physical defense shred built in for the Cho. So it actually makes sense to combo it together with an assassin. Right, we were talking about the adjustments. I think the main adjustment has got to be that Jeet Kune Do now getting more range, and also the passive that you can actually see now. There's an indicator where the mana is supposed to be. Usually that's just empty for the Cho because he doesn't use mana, but now we get to see exactly how he can utilize that early damage on towards Niall and Mizzy Mink, forcing them to move back already. Ra and Boxy winning out this mid duel so well.
I mean, you would think, right, with the Matilda as well as the Kadita, that they would have a little bit more mid-trio prio when it comes down to the mid lane. But how much damage that the Cho is actually doing up until this point has really been able to help Cambodia in their rotations. And as you can see here, you can see a rotation coming through from Lord Flash in the top lane, going to be able to get in that jungle creep. But for the most part, right, I think now though, Thailand wants to go in for the contest of the damage. Doesn't get that much yet, as both of these teams are going to start setting up for the next neutral objective, which is that turtle.
Yeah, and the fact that Mizzy Ming actually already used the Petrify is a bit concerning. Boxy was able to Shunpu out of that. Gets the Jeet Kune Do, that passive again, getting it procced down, but Lord Flash is already first onto the turtle, doing it so fast with the Impure Rage, doing some damage. Tuzu walking up and goes for the Retribution, but it's still gonna be Lord Flash who picks it up. Now with the Mortal Coil, looking for one last Whoa, he actually went in a bit too early there, and Felix won't really be able to fully go for it. Mistargeting for Lord Flash. I think he was going for Boxy, but was unable to go for a Jeet Kune Do flicker combo right into Felix. Now is asking me the Breath of the Ocean, used up penalty zone, connecting onto Felix, only onto Felix, as Niall gets the guiding win to bring his XP laner back to safety.
That was a really great disengage though from Thailand, right? They were, focusing on to the objectives. There was a re-engage coming in from Cambodia, and then they went in for another re-engage from the side of Thailand to perhaps look for a little bit more after that neutral objective take. But at the end, there was no trade-in coming in from Cambodia. So in the first 3 minutes, we do see that Thailand is holding a little bit more control, especially after that neutral objective take. Now looking at the items, we do see a lot of warrior boots being built in. They are going to be respecting in that physical damage coming through, especially if we take, a little bit of a teleportation into the gold lane. But that looks like is that a Sky Piercer being built in?
Does seem like that is. That's the first item, Sky Piercer for the Martis, and you can see the damage coming in from the Breath of the Ocean into the rough waves. Mizzy Mink able to punish Boxy, who was way too overextended there on the Cho.
It looks like Lord Flash is going to be picking up a neutral, an XP lead for that neutral objective contest. And again, right, the Hayabusa, a hero that we thought would have a little bit more kill pressure, especially for the past times that we've seen this Hayabusa being played in. We haven't really seen the impact of this Hayabusa, still sitting at a 000 KDA in terms of neutral objective take, going to be falling far behind Lord Flash on the Martis. So we have kind of yet to see the advantage of picking up this Hayabusa despite the hypes coming in, especially after the changes into the patch. But now both teams going to be centering once again on this neutral objective. It looks like a corrosion scythe has been built in by the Claude. Will he be able to participate and have a little bit more say in the damage given, as, oh, look at that.
Again, a good catch onto Boxy. They use the Decimate too, though, so two big ultimates going to be used up as Niall's going to be taken down, and Decimate stolen away by Ra. Now going for it again. One last execute should get him, but now it's going to be the Mortal Coil used up once again. Now Run the King able to escape as the Furious Dive goes into the back, and Lord Flash is able to get a trade off. Spirit of Destruction connecting onto Felix, but now it does seem like at least for IZ, he's just going to prioritize the turret up top. Cambodia getting some kills, but losing out on some big shots onto the turret shield. IZ, good rotation.
3-for-2 trade, right, for Cambodia. So they are clapping back here in the first 5 minutes of the game. It looks like Boxing going to be able to give some vision as well as information for their team as to the whereabouts of Niall on the Matilda. But we are going to take a look at the replay of what happened earlier on, because initially it was a great call coming through, right? But they did have to burn in a lot of the resources, right? And so Cambodia, they were able to capitalize over that. But I think in the early stage of the game, with how things are progressing, that mid power spike coming in from Thailand is coming through. Tuzu finally being able to have a little bit more say in that team fight, dishing out that damage, but Lord Flash is actually able to pick off Run the King in the gold lane. Meanwhile,
We're on a turtle. It's going to be Cambodia who secures the neutral objective. But take a look at Izzy. That veterancy from this player as a purple buff gets stolen away as well by Lord Flash 007. Maybe that's why we get to see the 007. He's an absolute spy, just invading the enemy jungle, not letting Cambodia get any free trades around the map. But so far, it's still a 300 gold lead actually held down by Cambodia. I do want to leave a fun fact out there, by the way, for the people who are actually watching, who've been watching MLBB for the longest time. I just noticed, you know, for Thailand, wait, there's a little bit of a skirmish up top with the quad shadow and the shadow kill. Izzy's gonna be next to the chopping blocks. They go for the assassination under the turret. Run the King, getting the last hit down as Tuzu goes and pops that quad shadow back towards safety, towards his own jungle. 33 and Felix going at it in the bottom side of the map now. Felix actually winning it out just with the passive there. And it seems for Ra, he's looking for another skirmish. Petrify the Furious Dive committed down, but 33 is able to flicker out. Another fight up top is that going to be the dragon onto Mizi Mink, but he's still able to survive. Tuzu, quad shadow again onto Lord Flash. Okay, both of them disengage. Shoutouts to Izzy because he's an MSC champion, actually. Boxy again, Way the Dragon, knocking Nile down, has the guiding wind. The Spirit of Destruction connects, and Izzy will not take it. Man, all right.
And that's going to be it. It does look like Cambodia is going to be able to get a little bit of a trade here at the bottom side of the map, picking up that turret to go for that 1v1 equalizer in the, of course, turrets and as well as the structures. But finally we get to see the damage coming through from Tuzu, right? I think initially I was wondering what this Hayabusa's game plan was, because technically neutral objective take should be more in favor, but wait a second.
Good G Kundo right into the Decimate. Ra again, constantly stealing the Decimate. And now the quad shadow follows Izzy back with the shadow kill. Izzy gets the help needed, but still it's going to be Tuzu who survives that onslaught of damage. Boxy with the Way of the Dragon, just bringing Lord Flash all the way to the back. No follow-up now, but Felix wants to go for the dive, it seems. Gets a few shots from the turret and will be forced back. Boxy on the Cho again. Now looking for the flank on the 33. Gets hit by the hammer. The penalty zone will be able to connect on the Felix, but he can just use the Furious Dive defensively as Lord Flash gets poked back. Tuzu. All that was a distraction, turns out, from Cambodia to get Tuzu free space to get the turtle.
And that's a level lead now. And so the entirety has kind of shifted back over onto Cambodia, right? Because in the early few minutes of the game, Thailand was the one holding a little bit more pressure when it came down to these neutral objective fights, the rotations, and of course the dominance over the map. But Cambodia, they are fighting back, and they're fighting back hard with Run the King on the Claude, already picking up another structure in the top side, and it looks like that wave is still crashing in favor of Cambodia. They really do need to think about housekeeping now for Thailand, as boxing over and over. Wait a minute.
But Purify out by Run the King as he pops in place, and when a Decimate follows through, and Boxy will be decimated now. It's going to be Run the King that falls as well. A good double kill by Lord Flash as he uses that Decimate really well. With Black Dragon form now is going to be used up by Felix. Almost taken down from the skies. Izzy taking a whole lot of damage as Tuzu just tries to hover over. But again, before I was interrupted by these fights, right? These amazing fights, I wanted to say that Izzy is an MSC champion. 2017 back in for Thailand for IDNS. So the fact that he's still playing and still representing Thailand is just crazy, man. Veteran. We got an absolute veteran here.
And that experience and that knowledge should be able to get into his gameplay. But wait a second, a 1v1 in the top side.
Oh no, the caster curse. I just called him a veteran and he gets assassinated by Tuzu. Oh, you hate to see it. The instant curse. Right live here as Boxy goes for more. Nile, the Circling Eagle, that's a good combo with Mizi Mink as he goes for the Guiding Wind, and that's gonna be the penalty zone, locking him down with now the Decimate following through. Boxy's gonna be next on the chopping block, but the Guiding Wind gets popped in by Flash, so he actually rotates back instead of taking Boxy. Turns out maybe it's a good way to actually escape, because that could have been a shutdown for Cambodia to take on Lord Flash.
Again, right, Cambodia picking up that pace, and it looks like Tuzu on the Hayabusa has actually opted to go for BOD, the Blade of Despair, so additional damage. And that was before he went in that 1v1 against Izzy on the Moskov. And you would think that Moskov, as a gold laner, is actually one of the most independent, especially with the kit that he has, that CC coming through with a spear, but against Hayabusa, it looks like in that 1v1, he's not going to be able to have that global presence as initially thought for, but Black Dragon form opened up already. And it looks like they're going to be able to pick up that Lord.
Penalty zone as well. It does seem like Felix will be forced to use that. Fury's dive defensively very, very low. Mortal Coil going to be used up, and Felix gets the Petrify. Based on Decimate now in the back, it's going to be a good rough ways with the Petrify from Mizzy Mink. But unfortunately, not able to catch anyone. Boxy again, just with the Jikundo, trying to go for some of these feints. Cambodia losing Felix, but getting the Lord. Another Quad Shadow just to go to his own purple buff.
15 seconds left on the clock for Felix to respawn into the Land of Dawn, but you can even see that most of the Cambodian players, they are still pushing in the pressure, trying to prevent Thailand for picking up anything. Easy going to be able to clear in that bottom lane. However, that top lane is still pushing. So far, he still only has 2 items on the board, right? A Corrosion as well as that Golden Staff. So he is still apart from that power spike that is supposed to hit for the Moskov. Meanwhile, the Claude already with 3 with the addition of the DHS. But meanwhile, look at that damage coming through.
Tuzu with the Quad Shadow into the Shadow Kill. Mizzy Mink won't be able to survive. 33 as well. Taking a whole lot of damage from that Hayabusa. As you can see, Lord Flash is in that bush now. Goes in with a Mortal Coil. No anti-CC to play with anymore. And Boxy goes for the Jikundo. Knocks him up. Gets him the kill. Meanwhile, what happened in the back? It seems for Thailand, they're not even able to enter their own jungle. Cambodia taking the jungle away from Thailand.
They want to get as many points as possible. They want to be able to make it as they go in for more.
Another Shadow Kill as Ra picks up the kill, this time without even the Decimate. Thailand wants to go to the bottom lane, trying to defend here, and the Turret Splash has already been used up. Boxy again is fainting. Tuzu goes in with the Quad Shadow, now into the Shadow Kill. He does have the Quad Shadow to go back, and he does use it just to distract for Run the King, to run to the turret to take it down. Boxy, again, just using that Jikundo. This guy is so annoying on the Cho.
Extremely. That pressure, that kill pressure, that utility in his kit, that CC. The fact that he's able to get the Way of the Dragon, but it looks like the Black Dragon form has already been opened up.
Yeah, straight into the back. Oh, Petrify into the Furious Dive right as he baits out the Purify, but IZ will still be able to survive with the help of the Photo and the Guiding Wind from Nile. But they will still be able to utilize that as a distraction to go for these turrets. They've gotten 2 base turrets with the first Lord, and now it's giving the Shadow Kill onto Nile. Not enough stacks to take him out just yet. Mizzy Mink barely survives there. The Spirit of Misery does connect with a fadeaway, but Tuzu gets out with the Quad Shadow before it can land.
They were clumped up as 4, Mirko. They were clumped up as 4. And Mizzy Mink nearly got taken out by the Shadow Kill, by the damage coming through from Tuzu. And it's so unfortunate to see, right? Because Cambodia, they're whipping out everything that they have. They're whipping out all their aggression on the board. And the fact that they are leading with a, how much is this? For 8k gold lead right now in the 13 minutes of the game. It looks like Thailand are looking for opportunities to push this back into their own hands. Because so far, Cambodia, with the kill pressure that they have, with the utility that is built into the kick, and with the Malefic Roar, by the way, now built in for Tuzu, it looks like they're going to look for more.
Oh, Voxy with a magic trick, man. Saying goodbye to Lord Flash in the bottom lane. Still a split push as well, as it seems Boxy alone is able to zone them all behind towards the bottom side of the map. And it seems even with their rotations, they're not able to get anything on the board. Thailand completely out-macroed here in game number 1. They don't even need the jungler to take the Lord. Felix, by the way, you see that damage by the Lord? Almost taking Felix down now, though. Oh, good shots by Izzy to take Tuzu down. Finally, shutting him down, punishing him for overextending.
And that's great. And hopefully, right, he can actually catch up to the lead that, of course, Run the King has been able to build in for himself. And now Tuzu with a 501-3 KDA, that is going to kind of remind him just a little bit. Like, hey, okay, you've been able to hold a little bit more ground from that early game to this mid game. But of course, we are also catching up on our items. And we do also have that damage coming through. And we can see that being portrayed. But look at that.
3-man penalty zone. Good Purify now as Boxy will lose Immortality, but now the re-engage comes in with a Blazing New One as well. The Decimate not able to take him down as the Mortal Coil gets the knock-up done. Good way the Dragon to lock him down, and that's going to be a trade, but Lord Flash only loses Immortality. Felix doing some damage back again, but the sustain is insane. Hold up, the Lord is marching to the base, and only Izzy can recall. Look at the mini waves crashing down on the base. The Lord just going for the hits. How low is it going to be? Izzy trying to look for the defense now as that's mid 33. Lord Flash and the rest of Thailand trying to look for the defense as well.
Oh, no.
The base is wide open. No ranged members to actually go to hit the crystal, but Boxy gets a Jeet Kune Do again, and Thailand, wow, are still able to defend. Maybe not for long though. Tuzu, Shadow Kill clears out the way, does some damage on the 33 as Boxing is forced back again. Tuzu gets out to the quad shadow. Thailand able to prolong the game a bit longer.
That was so close. That was a little bit way too close for comfort, especially for Thailand, right? All the supporters from Thailand all around the world watching ISF right now, they have got to be shaking because it was that close for it to be the end of them in game number 1. If we take a look at the items earlier on, before they went in for the Lord Clear, thankfully Izzy was able to pick up a little bit more damage items, right? The Malefic Roar to help in with that clear, and now has also picked up the Wind of Nature. So that's a little bit more that he has in comparison to the Claude, actually, who went in for the Malefic Roar instead. I think now just going on the way to Wind of Nature doesn't have that yet, and maybe that's why he was taken out really early into that team fight, right? With Lord Flash just pumping through into the back line, going and wreaking havoc onto Run the King. He was taken out, and that's a big problem if Cambodia looks to close this game as soon as possible.
Slowly but surely, Cambodia are just playing with the waves now. They're trying their best to actually freeze the waves, but it doesn't look like they'll be able to fully suffocate Thailand because technically, I mean, you can see it in both ways, right? Fortunately for them, these waves are constantly going to be slow pushing back towards Thailand, which is good for the Lord setup, but it's not really good if you want to suffocate them, if you want to take as many resources as you possibly can, because technically for Thailand, they'll always be able to farm up these slow pushes that are constantly pushing towards them. Mizzy Mink looking for a possible pickoff there. A very unique push to stay in the quad shadow. Used up by Tuzo. I think he reveals Mizzy Mink up there. And see, you can already see from Boxy rotating over. Shadow Kill with the Sky Piercer. The execute is enough to take Mizzy Mink out. And now that's one man down right as the Lord, enhanced in the 17th minute, spawns in the game.
This is the best case scenario now for Cambodia to have more of an advantage when it comes down to this Lord Dance. And Thailand knows this, right? With Mizzy Mink off the board, that threat, that damage coming through from the Kadita has actually been taken off the board. So they're not going to go for the contest. They are going to be playing a little bit more safely as Izzy picks up in that Rose Gold Meteor. We are going to get a little bit of a replay as to what happened earlier on. And there you go, right? The Quad Shadow was able to open up the map, give them information as to the whereabouts of Mizzy Mink, and they were able to punish that oversight coming in from Mizzy Mink. And additionally, I think he thought that he would have had an advantage against Tuzu going for the burst, that 1v1, take him off the board right before the neutral objective taken. That was the 50-50, the gamble that Thailand actually went for, and unfortunately it didn't pay off. And now this Lord is going to be marching in this mid side.
3 lanes going to be worked on now by Cambodia to go for that push in the mid lane, but it seems the mid lane will be pushing a bit further in first. No real mini waves coming down. The penalty zone now locked in as Lord Flash is able to use the Mortal Coil to go back, but look at the damage coming down, just very slowly melting them away. The Winter Crown going to be bought by Lord Flash. That's going to be a good Petrify to take Tuzu before he can even go for the Immortality. Run the King with a Blazing Duet, and now this Guiding Wind with the Circling Eagle will be able to take one down. Run the King forced back again, and the Lord gets dealt with. Cambodia struggling to end in the 90th minute of the game. The chase continues on to Boxy, and you can see for IZ, just with the Abyss Walkers and now the Breath of the Ocean, even with the Way of the Dragon, it does not matter. Boxy will be taken out, and that's a killing spree for IZ.
What a defense from Thailand again, right? 2 times in a row, they have been able to pick up the pace, and they have been able to create such great defensive plays. And yes, it looks like a 2v1 is happening. Run the King needs to be careful.
Okay, Felix just doing some damage onto Mizzy Mink. 5 seconds onto Tuzu, 7 on Ra. So for Thailand, maybe the best case scenario would just be to take this tier 2. They won't really be able to go for much more. That's a good Furious Dive into the Black Dragon form. Now chasing IZ down. Seems they might want to go for the fight. But look at IZ's damage. Already dealing a whole lot now with the Spear of Misery actually disengaging for Felix. Felix still going to be in the front side now, taking a whole lot of damage, getting the sustain from the War Axe and the passive, but will not be able to take anyone down. Good Guiding Wind by Nile there to save 33 for what looked like a full collapse by Cambodia.
That was a chunky boy. I mean, they were dishing out so much damage, and you would think that Easy until this point has enough of the penetration and the base damage to go in for that 1v1 against the Yuzong, but man, Felix, right? Buying so much time. And unfortunately, Thailand couldn't look to capitalize over in that particular team fight, seeing as there was follow-up as well from the Blazing Duet that came in from Run the King on the Claude. But a lot of these skirmishes, a lot of these team fights, the damage has actually been from Ra on the Valentina, and we finally get to see why, right? So aggressive in that itemization. We do see the Holy Crystal being built up as with the glowing wand, and then she goes in for, of course, the Blood Wing. So more sustain, more damage. There's utility built in as well. And now she's actually picked up the Winter Crown. So we're gonna see again this 5v5 Lord Dance coming to play, and it looks like they're going in. That's a Flicker burns out.
Good penalty zone, but look at that. Oh, Izzy, way too forward there, goes in way too overextended. Tuzu able to pick up that kill now, as that's gonna be the Circling Eagle to lock Tuzu down, but will not be able to find enough. That's gonna decimate onto Rod, taking him out again. It's gonna be 3 members knocked up by Boxy. Felix looking for some damage. Lord Flash still has to reset on the decimate. Meanwhile, the waves need to be dealt with by Thailand. Still a good trade for Thailand based on the members here. It's 4v3, 2 members down for Cambodia, but it seems now they want to just go for the end with the waves. Mizzy Mink gets baited in. The Furious dive with a Dragon Tail gets rid of Mizzy Mink. Now it's gonna be Lord Flash looking for the defense with the help of 33. Felix taking a whole lot of damage, but has to sustain with the War Axe, with that passive as well. Run the King with a BMI forward, trying to go for a shadow kill as well. The Decimate going to be used up, but it's only going to be used up onto the Immortality. Another one now onto Run the King, who has the Immortality again, but now it's going to be Lord Flash, who ultimately takes him out. Again, Thailand are able to defend and win a team fight.
They were under in terms of manpower, right? Cambodia, and yet they still wanted to go for the commitment onto Thailand to look for an end. They're getting hasty with this decision making, and maybe they thought that perhaps without Izzy on the board, they don't have much damage coming through. But man, the fact that the Terizla was able to buy that much time and create those kinds of distractions and buy that much time for the rest of the members to pop in, especially Lord Flash on the Mardis, it created so many mouse calculations coming from Cambodia, and they were able to once again go for a successful defense. And here they go again. Do they really want to commit onto this? This is a 3v3 right now.
Oh, they do. They go straight for it. A Spirit of Destruction too. Izzy, I don't think he'll want to take this one though. Run the King down. Still will be up in 3 seconds, but now with no Felix, they have a chance to just go for the Lord, and Izzy will be first onto it. Boxy trying to go for an angle perhaps. Izzy taking a whole lot of damage from the Lord. Good petrify. Tuzu still able to escape. The Mortal Coil gets used up as well, and Tuzu has baited in some of these big ultimates already. Boxy jumps in, not able to find the way to Dragon. Izzy is able to escape. Now the Blazing Duet from Run the King goes to the back with the helmet of Decimate, but Izzy is still able to escape for a bit. Tuzu with Retribution, but no! Lord Flash wins it. The Shadow Kill not going to be used up just yet, as 33 will be melted down by Run the King and Rod together. Still has the Immortality and the Guiding Wind to get him back to safety, and with the Lord, they can still use this in the 23rd minute of the game. But take a look at the waves, slowly but surely clumping up together. It's gonna spawn in the 42nd, that minion wave. That's gonna be the Circling Eagle trying to delay the inevitable right now. It's actually now just gunned down from the skies. Lord Flash going in, Mizzy Mink trying to go for the rough waves, but Run the King's able to dodge away from with the Battle Mirror Image. And now it's gonna be the Winter Crown bot just in time, pops it in. The Lord spawns in, Run the King with the BMI again, dodging away from the penalty zone, jumps back in with the Blazing Duet now onto the mini waves to get some sustain, as 33 is desperately fighting with the Evolved Lord with the damage reduction. Run the King gets him down with the Battle Mirror Image. Once again, the Winter Crown gets bought, but Felix has rotated in time. And finally, 33 will be taken down. Cambodia, they get the Game 1 victory in the 24th minute of the game.
And they lead the series of a huge and risky play. Who would do that, right? You have a Lord on the way already. You are under in terms of manpower, and you still commit for the siege. You could still commit to go in for the end. And that could have went so badly for Cambodia, right? That could have been that ender to them. But with the fact that they were able to calculate it so well, they were able to close out the game. But man, that was a big 50-50 play they committed to go for that end. Whew.
It really was, my Lord, right? Without the Lord, it looked like it was going to be another defense for Thailand. It looked like they were able to actually delay for the Lord to actually spawn up. And if it did spawn in with some of those members still alive, I think they would have actually been able to pull off that defense, because Evolved Lord gives you the damage reduction. But we are going to be taking a look at the highlights here, Eterna, for Game 1.
we saw that in the early stage of the game, right? 4 minutes in, there was a little bit more to say coming in from Thailand because they were able to have a little bit more rotations coming through. The pickoffs were there, but Cambodia in these 5v5 team fights, they were able to also find that opening with the damage finally coming through from Tuzu. And then it was quite 50-50, honestly, from the start of the game, right? And then we move on to the 6th minute here in the top side. Run the King does get a little bit more kills in and was able to get to that power spike a lot quicker, which is why we saw that Cambodia had a little bit more priority and a little bit more of an advantage, especially when it came down to that mid game.
Slowly but surely, they were able to take the game. It didn't feel like, the normal Cambodian style where they get a massive snowball and utilize that to steamroll their opponents. In this game, they were held back by Thailand in a lot of these early skirmishes, and I think we've got to give props to the trio mid. All three of them played so well in the early game to go for these team fights, sometimes even winning it. But this, again, was the moment that I was talking about. Izzy was praising him as an MSC champion. I'll never do that again. I'm very sorry, Izzy. I just had to point that out, man. But
it's your natural caster curse.
Yeah, dude, it's so unreal that it happens right as I say that. This guy's an MSC champion, right? Whatever. It happens. It happens to the best of us. But the fact that Thailand was able to hold on in the early game, kind of already. Oh, this is a crazy combo too, by the way. The split in the team fight. It kind of gave them enough time to wait for Izzy to get to his item power spikes, and that's why Thailand were inevitably able to defend. Their defense was really good because the wave clear came through from the Moskov. If it wasn't for the Moskov getting the item power spikes, I think for sure Cambodia would have ended like around here in the 13th, 14th minute of the game. Izzy was taken down here actually, right? Oh no, this is the moment where he actually got the photo.
And I think one of the biggest highlights was actually Ra as well, right? From the side of Cambodia. He dealt so much damage, and the way that he used his IMU was also very flexible and very adaptive according to what the team needed, right? Sometimes he would actually even pick up the decimate to go in for the last hits, the last kills, and he was the biggest damage dealer in some of these team fights. I mean, look at this point, right? He goes in for the decimate, was able to kind of take in to that immortal, and this was that really unfortunate moment here for Mizzy Mink. They went in for that 50-50, they went in for the risk and the gamble play, but the fact that they were able to vision him out because of the quad shadow was ultimately how he was taken off the board. And there were so many moments as well from Mizzy Mink, right? Despite him being on the losing side of the first game in this best of 3 match, there were a lot of moments that was actually created by Mizzy Mink on this Kadita. So it's a pick that we don't see quite often, but in this particular sense, we do see the value of the Kadita, especially on the hands of Mizzy Mink.
I think if you take a look at that earlier fight, Izzy just played it so well. Utilized the space, but right as I say that again, the highlights even, right? We get to see him overextend. That timing is a bit too scary now. It's a bit too on point. But yeah, for Izzy, he played it so well inside of his own base. But around these team fights around the Lord, it does seem like, positioning wise, he's trying to make that big gamble, that big play to actually get the game for Thailand. But it eventually became a big loss for them. The fact that Izzy died so early in that team fight meant that for Cambodia at least, they could actually just run down. And I think this was a very good choice to make. The fact that they didn't go for the safe route, which is just go for the Lord, they actually tried to go for the end. That was pretty cool of them. Actually, they were able to almost take the base. Unfortunately, some of these moments didn't go to plan. They got knocked up a bit too much. They got taken out as well. But in this final team fight, it was just Ra, the guy you were talking about, the highlight. Ra in the back together with Run the King. Izzy has always been able to play around the team with the wind of nature. If Ra can actually find an angle to attack, then that's what's going to happen, right? There's too much damage for him to deal with, and it's too many layers of damage as well. It's not just physical. Ra, again, though, with the steal on the decimate. I think if you count how many times he stole, any one of the ultimates from Thailand, he stole the decimate the most. He really likes going for the execute. He's always that aggressive mid laner for Cambodia. I love to see it. Again here with the Evolved Lord, it was just unfortunate that Thailand wasn't able to fully delay for that Lord to spawn in, because if it did spawn in with some of those members still being alive, it would have been really good for them. They would have gone on damage reduction. I think they would have been able to utilize that value, that benefit that you get with the Evolved Lord to maybe pull off another miracle defense. But it just looked like after the 17th minute, it was inevitable.
It really was. Actually, no, it was kind of 50-50. I thought it could sway both ways, but the player of the match, our MVP, goes to Run the King. Of course, on the Claude, being able to, despite having a little bit of a rough start in the game in the early stage, he got bullied here and there. He was still able to get to that power spike as fast as possible. And his itemization choices was actually quite standard. I think earlier on he went for a little bit more damage as compared to defense. I think Wind of Nature, one of his last choice in items, and that's why he was taken out in that particular team fight against the Martis. But as an overall, you can see his damage dealt, you can see his stats, and of course he was very impactful in these team fights from that damage that he was able to take out. But I think, again, honorable mention for me has got to be Ra on the Valentina.
Yeah.
Being that aggressive, by the way, on a choice of spell like the Purify is quite insane, right? Because if you want to make the big plays, you want to make the big things happen, especially with the IMU, if you want to go for things like the Decimate or even some CC heavy things, you would opt to go for a Flicker to be able to get to that spot a lot quicker, so you avoid as much damage taken as possible. But he chose the Purify, and that's how much impact that he was able to have. So imagine if this kid picked up the Flicker instead.
It almost seems like, at least for this game, right, the Purify enabled him to go for those aggressive maneuvers. Because, yeah, the Flicker would be a bit more aggressive. You get that blink forward. But I think for this particular game, there was just so much CC coming in from Thailand, right? So if he dashes forward, or even if he flickers forward, he would be very, very vulnerable to the CC layering. There's a penalty zone, there's a Breath of the Ocean, there's a Petrify, and a Circling Eagle knockup too. And with the Purify, he was able to do whatever he wanted in these skirmishes. Go in, dash forward, get the Terrify. Whenever they engage on him, he goes for the Winter Crown, goes to the Purify, gets the help from the team, and gets a Decimate, right? That final Decimate. Boom, right into them. I don't know, the flanks that, it really looked like he had a Flicker, by the way. If you just take a look at how he was able to maneuver around his opponents, it looked like he had a Flicker. There's no way you should be able to flank like that on a Valentina up against a Mathilda and a Moscow. These two heroes, very mobile, very agile in these skirmishes, but somehow, some way, he was able to find these plays together with Run the King. It makes sense for Run the King. He has a blink. Valentina.
Exactly.
I'm looking at the highlights again, and it's crazy that he got so many of these angles. It's about, I think, the smart pathing that he takes around these bushes, where he decides to show up, when he decides to go for these dashes. It's all really well played by him.
And also, you gotta give props to the chemistry, right? Because most of the time he's always diving into the back line, but he's not going in alone. He's always with the Châu. He is always with Boxy that can actually facilitate these aggressive plays as well. So big props to the Châu, by the way. I think we were talking about it earlier on, and I was expecting a little bit more damage from the Châu with the changes in the recent patch, but even going for a little bit more of a defensive build, the damage in the early stage of the game does still show. So big props to all the Châu users out there that can actually maybe look for more aggressive angles in the early stage of the game. And I think that's also that was a big setter towards the tempo from Cambodia, right? We saw that wave clear happening, that damage coming through against the Matilda as well as the Kadita in the mid lane. And it's a interesting thing. That's why I just really enjoy having tournaments right after patch hits.
That's true.
Always so curious as to how these teams actually layer the changes. And we had a lot of changes with the items, we had a lot of changes with the emblems as well. There were so many adjustments on several different heroes. I'm actually waiting for Bane Jungle that hasn't popped up yet.
Oh yeah,
right? So we'll see. I mean, because Hayabusa went in for Warcry as well, right? So very aggressive emblem choice, a little bit more damage. I think additional 8% damage for the Hayabusa. And
I think Eterna, I just have to take the time to dissect what you said at the start.
What did I say?
Are you shouting out, all the Châu users, or a specific Châu user here? Eterna?
We have Q-Boy.
We have Q-Boy.
Right? Drian. I love me some Drian.
Okay. Okay. So Châu users, not a very specific Châu user that we all know that used to play for team. that, you know, is the color of your background. Anyways, yeah, the Châu, I personally think, especially on Roam, it makes sense for you to go just for pure tank because you already technically have additional utility now. You have physical defense shred with your passive, which is so good.
Yeah.
That's why they went for the Claude and the Hayabusa, I think. And technically even the Yuzong. That's why they went for 3 physical damage dealers. Because when the Châu goes for the Way the Dragon out, if you get the proc on your passive before the Way the Dragon, technically it just gets you to a spot where you're kind of like a Kaja Dairoth merge man. You get a kick, you get a pick off, and you get that shred with the physical defense. So the Claude and the Yuzong and the Haya can all deal with him very easily. I like that new change, man. You know, fun fact, Keyboy actually doesn't really like the change to the Jikundo. Now the range of the Jikundo is a bit like it's longer. It's actually you can actually dash further. But he doesn't like it because he can't stay within a bush, particularly the bush in the mid lane. Sorry, not the mid lane. You know, the one right next to the turtle, the small bush. Like this turtle, there's a bush here, and there's the wave. Yeah, that small
there
like
are a lot of bushes, but I'm gonna just
the mid lane.
like,
you know,
I know
bush
what
near
you're
to the mid
talking
lane.
about.
That small like circle.
Oh,
So
near the Lito?
Yeah, the one near the Lito.
Okay.
So usually back then, at least before the patch, you can actually use the Jikundo inside of the bush and you won't reveal yourself. But now because you actually travel further with your Jikundo, when you use it in the bush, you're not going to be in the bush anymore. So you can't even go for those crazy ambushes anymore. There's a give and take, obviously. More range equals to, you know, better plays. You can go for pickoffs around the map a bit easier, but maybe for ambushes, not that good.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We'll keep an eye out for that, seeing whether or not they're actually going to pick up the Châu once again for Cambodia, as it looks like both of these teams have actually opted to go on a different side. So now Thailand has the first pick. They're going to utilize the bans here for the Ling. We have the Luo Yi being banned out as well, and it looks like Harith has also been taken off the board. So still these teams are respecting that Luo Yi and that chip potential that we were talking about, and they're still gonna go for that. The question is, are they gonna go for the Angela and the Roger ban as well, or are they gonna go for something different to try and, you know, facilitate that first pick Angela or that first pick Roger?
Yeah, I think the only change, there hasn't been any changes technically. There's only been a change to the sides. There's also a change to who bans what. It was Cambodia who actually let go of the Harith in game number 1. It was Thailand that was forced to go for the Harith ban on the red side, but this time it's a bit too prior to let go. It does seem though the Mathilda will be respected away from Cambodia by Thailand here, and Cambodia will go for the last ban. It does seem like for Thailand at least they're trying to set up for one prio pick to be left open, whether it be the Roger or the Angela. We're gonna have to figure that out here as we see Cambodia's final ban. Maybe they might just actually leave both open, but no, they go for the Angela ban, leaving the Roger up for grabs. In Thailand, they have a chance to pick up that super prio hero. Great flex pick, really good in both roles that you can flex him in. The jungle, I think he's a bit better than in the gold lane. You get active way easier on the map early on compared to, you know, in the gold lane, and you get to participate in a lot of these skirmishes. So let's see, Thailand, first pick. What else is up for grabs? Terizla?
Yuzong? Terizla? I mean, last time we saw that Cambodia picked up Claude in the first phase, but it looks like Thailand are taking their dear time. They're really thinking about this, despite the Roger being open. So if they don't go for the Roger, that is going to be able to be left open for Cambodia to pick up. And remember, we are at match point, ladies and gentlemen, in this best of 3. But no, they don't want to go for the gamble. They understand that prio and that Roger will be picked up first and foremost. Moskov is actually now the choice for Cambodia. They don't go for the Claude instead. So already a different kind of gameplay and strategy that Cambodia is utilizing here in game number 2.
The Moscow pick and the Terizla. Alright, so this time we get to see the Terizla on the side of Cambodia. You know, with the Terizla and the Yuzong, I would say, especially in these team fights, they're a bit more 50-50. I think the Terizla has a bit more presence in the early game, but in the later stage of the game, the Yuzong definitely kind of outscales him in a way where he can sustain, he can deal damage, he can also engage, and has more layers to his utility, I would say. But if you want to actually snowball from the start, that's what Cambodia usually plays around. The Terizla pick just becomes so massive. And I think now, you know, it's cool and all that we get the jungle in a place now that you can actually go for different picks, like the Roger, the Ling, on top of the utility picks that we are very, at this point, bored of. But now it seems like the XP is having a little bit of a jungle arc. We're only seeing Terizla and Yuzong. We're seeing we used to see Benedetta, CC, Xborg, so many different picks in the XP. Now it's mostly just Terizla, Yuzong. Hopefully Cambodia batted out from Thailand, so we get to see at least a different matchup here. It's the Grok priority for Thailand, and also that Valentina, taking it away from Ra, knowing how good Ra was in game 1 with that Valentina. It's a great take.
And remember, right, with the Grok being picked up as well, there's just so many things that they can utilize, especially if they want to focus more on the neutral objective takes. The Grok clears super quickly, so that's already good mid-prio with the Valentina, who also clears fast. And it's going to be very difficult for them to kind of hold on to the tempo in the early stage of the game now that Thailand has picked it up. But Cambodia, once again, going to go for the Hayabusa pick in the jungle, and there's absolutely no flex. Meanwhile, Thailand,
it has the what's it called, that survivability value with the Faraga armor, right up against the assassins. I think a lot of teams as well have been banning the Xborg, not to set up for their tanks, but to actually set up for their damage dealers, for their assassins specifically. Because when you have an Xborg, you already have 2 HP bars. That's already hard enough to deal with. You get immortality, and you make that 4 HP bars. So assassins will have a tough time assassinating the anti-assassin man himself, Xborg. Let's see if Cambodia actually get rid of that, because I think it would be still a very, very good ban if they decide to go for the Xborg. And yeah, they actually do. Even though they don't have any beefy members, not a lot of beefy members, only the Terizla, it's double value for them. Xborg does well in lane against the Terizla, and it also can survive up against this damage from the assassin.
so the question is, what is the next ban for Thailand, right? They've picked off the Xavier, much to my dismay, by the way. I was really wanting to see a Xavier being picked up in this current meta, and they also go for the Carmilla ban, right? So what's the option here? Do they go for Vexana to try and facilitate more of these team fights, especially with the Terizla, right? They can definitely go for that. Obviously, it's a big resource that can be taken away by the Valentina. So what's the choice here? Novaria, Vexana. If they want to go for more clear, they go for Lilia. There's just what mid laner can you utilize that can't be capitalized over by the Valentina? There isn't a lot, right?
I guess the Lilia is the safest option. You give the black shoes over. I don't think you want to give these big ults. Usually I would expect up against this composition, if there was no Valentina, to just go for something like an Edith. But giving the Primal Wrath away, or giving the real world manipulation away, is usually something you don't want to be given out like that. But it does seem like for Cambodia, they're going to get value out of that. If they do give the real world manipulation away, that means for Mizzy Mink at least, he'll be forced to just stand his ground in that team fight, and that does give the Hayabusa a bit of a better way to flank in and to go for the assassination. But there you go, yes, we get some diversity in the XP. I think this is the first Benedetta of the Asian regional qualifiers, and it's a Ruby pick too for gold?
I think Ruby XP.
Roger Jungle?
Oh no, wait. Roger Gold Lane, right? Roger Gold Lane, Grok, Rome, Ruby. Wait, what?
Place your bets, man.
Who is going where, ladies and gentlemen? I'm having a hard time kind of placing where these heroes are going, because technically Benedetta can also be a jungler, right? But we do have a Tigreal being locked in for Cambodia for the last pick. And by the way, the Yve has just gotten a buff, right? The first skill has additional damage, so it's a lot quicker for her to go in for the clear, which was kind of a big problem with the Yve pre-patch that hit. You wanted to say something?
I think the logical roles for this would just be Roger Jungle, Gold Lane Ruby, XP Benedetta, and it does seem like with the trades, with the swaps in the draft as we enter the game, 33 is on that Benedetta, so that should be the case. I wanted to say, yeah, with the Yve, technically it's a double buff. She's been buffed 2 patches in a row, right? The new patch and the one previously with the cooldowns being a bit reduced. It's been reduced. I think it was skill 1 that was reduced. So very good stuff for the Yve. Let's see if she comes back. Also, she got like a visual revamp.
Oh, she's looking fly. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get to game number 2 in this best of 3 series. Match point for Cambodia. And of course, their tournament lives are at stake here. If they want to move forward to the playoffs, they do need to ramp as many points as they can here in the group stage. And if Cambodia can go for a clean sweep here, they will be able to advance straight to to the playoffs from this group stage. A lot of, wow, very aggressive plays coming from Nile already from Thailand on the Grok, going for the invades, despite the additional damage that, of course, these invades can actually pose onto himself. But I think that does give them a little bit more time to have an advantage in this jungle. But so far, the Roger going to be able to go in for the mid clear, but they took that lethal away, actually. The Hayabusa doing work here. Tuzu once again on his Prio hero.
Clean retry steal there, but now he won't have retribution for his own camp, and it seems for Lord Flash, he wants to just go for the steal. Has a retribution, goes for the retry, but actually misses it there because of the pressure placed in by Boxy. Shadow Kick can be used up onto Nile, able to flicker out of it just in time. Well played as Izzy rotates towards Tuzu, wants to deal some damage. Run the King! That's a good Spear of Misery, connecting onto Izzy, forcing him back, and Tuzu gets the Gold Crab too. Early on, and a lot of small victories clumping up for Cambodia.
We're seeing that actually play into effect here in the first few minutes of the game. We're actually heading to minute number 2. And right now, Lord Flash at level 4, we do see that Tuzu is on the same level. So when it comes down to this neutral objective take, it is a little bit of a 50-50, unless both of these roamers say otherwise. But what?
Lycan Pounce going very aggressively. Lord Flash unable to get the kill down, and Tuzu now jumps back in with a Quad Shadow to find first blood. Oh no! It happened to Lord Flash around the green camp. Now it happens again as he over chases Boxy.
And now without a jungler, it looks like Cambodia has a little bit more space to work around these lanes as well. They don't directly go for the turtle. It looks like they're waiting in for the level 4s to hit just in case they go for a 5v5 team fight. But wow, again, Tuzu with the Sky Piercer on the Hayabusa. So much damage coming through as they go in for the neutral objective take.
Good dodge, secures it as well. Not a Spear of Destruction, and that's gonna be the Shadow kill now with the appearance of Run the King. 33, trying to deal some damage. Ra able to flicker out of the Eye for an Eye at 33. I don't know if he's able to escape from this, man. He has the dashes, but no Eye for an Eye. They're actually just gonna be taunting him in front of the bush, waiting for him to show himself, and now goes in for perhaps a trade. But Ra just spaces perfectly around that ability. And man, for Cambodia, what a great start for them. 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, 3-0. I mean, 4-0 technically if you count in the turtle trade in favor of Cambodia. And they are ramping up when it comes down to the items. Look at that. Look at that confidence coming in from Tuzu as well, going in very aggressively onto Nile on the Grok. And you can see in from the items, he does go for the gloves as well as the Fury Hammer. So there's a lot of adaptive damage. He actually has 2 of those gloves, by the way. So that's additional adaptive damage as well as the additional physical damage coming in from that Fury Hammer. And you know that he means business. He should be going for a little bit more later on. But so far, the tempo has been taken in. But that's a trade? Not yet, actually, as they were able to outplay that. So unfortunate as Terizla, Felix is still able to get out.
Very unfortunate stuff, man. Thailand, it seems like they're always so close to getting these kills, so close for going for these trades. But the timing might be off. Spear of Destruction all the way into the mid lane. Tuzu goes for the Shadow kill. Now will be able to soak in some of that damage. Has the Wild Charge, but will not be able to use it. That's a good real world manipulation as well to zone them away. A Boxy, whoa, walking up. I think he really wanted to go for an Implosion Flicker there. But yeah, a bit too risky to go for. Lord Flash now might have to use a Retribution onto the camp. Will do that as Boxy just dashes forward. Now gets picked off and gets a lot of that HP taken out. Gets the Implosion down to 33. A good Eye for an Eye as Tuzu rotates over. A good penalty zone as well to lock him down. And the Petrify will be able to connect on to Boxy with the Phantom Slash, dealing some damage to take him out. That's a trade though from Mizzy Menk as Lord Flash is very low. Tuzu has the Quad Shadow too. Sorry, Felix just going with the hammers, bumping it down onto Lord Flash. That's heal 1 not connecting, but Tuzu has the Quad Shadow, will use it in the end, and that is going to be an assassination for Tuzu with the last hit connecting. Run the King trying to go for the Spear of Misery to pin Nile down. Meanwhile, Izzy go for the chase onto Tuzu. Spear of Destruction again. Run the King gonna follow it all the way. A good Purify to get out the Wild Charge, but Mizzy Ming is doing some damage. A good shutdown as well from Izzy as Run the King is trying his best to escape. Where does he go to? Izzy is in the bottom side. Mizzy Ming is gonna be in up top, and Run the King is able to escape. Oh, good dash and the shove over. Izzy with 1 last hit. Run the King will be taken down, but the real world manipulation will lock them down into the penalty zone as well. Good Phantom Slash now as the eye for an eye gets popped too. 33 trying to go for some damage with the final blow, but unable to really go for it. Not for Run the King at least. A good implosion to lock Lord Flash down as the Lycan Pounce gets used up. Torium Felix using the body of Smith to go for the damage reduction. Boxy very low. Lord Flash, no Lycan Pounce. He can go for it one more time, and the Lycan Pounce will be enough.
Oh!
Sorry, I Felix with a fadeaway. Cool guys don't look at explosions.
That was one of the longest clashes we've seen so far, and of course it has to go down between both of these regions. Thailand and Cambodia once again is showing that they love the clashes, they love the aggression, and they love the drama and the spice coming through. But look at this, Tuzu still gonna be able to pick up that retribution despite the displacements coming through. And wow, it's just so dominant coming in from Cambodia, and it looks like Easy utilizing this ruby in the gold hasn't really found as much success, right? Run the King still at 112, gonna be able to farm, and the level is also still the same in terms of that EXP. What do you think was the idea with the ruby in the gold lane?
I think it's just to try to enable the Roger, but at this point they're falling so far behind. Izzy unable to find anything. Now very low implosion flicker. Boxy again finding Izzy, and the instant burst from the team, the instant follow up. Run the King able to go for the Abyss Walker now with Spirit of Misery, but the Shadow Kill will be used up onto the back line. Has the Spirit of Destruction as well. The Wild Charge knocks him up, and it is going to be an outplay finally for Thailand. They're able to punish Tuzu.
Yeah, he has got to be shut down, right? 423 Sky Piercer earlier on with a War Cry emblem as well. He is dishing out that damage, and he definitely has the kill pressure to go in for this 1v1s and have a little bit more say when it comes down to it. And Run the King not wasting any time. Once again, he was the MVP from game number 1, the player of the game. And here you can see kind of why, right? He's very quick with his decision making. He's really quick with the macro. But you're right, what happened in that 1v1? Felix gonna be able to take the Benedetta down, and now he's sitting at a 6-0-4. It looks like concealed play has been utilized.
Yeah, right into the implosion. Only connecting on one member though. As the quad shadow gets placed down as well by Tuzu. Just hovering over. Good, I'm offended to catch Boxy there. As the real world manipulation will be able to lock them down for a bit. Run the King dealing some damage, but there's no collapse, not yet. Cambodia still wanting to play around a neutral objective that will be spawning back up in 8 seconds, but Nile tries to open up the map, pops in that power of nature to get the anti-CC, but even Felix is dealing a whole lot of damage now.
For sure, right? It's gonna be curious to see what the items are actually ramping up towards, but this Benedetta still gonna be able to push in the map, right? Play that far lane, that macro heavy style, pushing in that top lane. But meanwhile, that's a lot of damage onto Felix actually.
Good, I'm offended as the penalty zone locks him down. Now there's gonna be the Spirit of Destruction from Run the King teleporting towards the bottom side of the map as Izzy is gonna be completely assassinated here by Tuzu on that shadow kill. Now doesn't have the quad shadow, and that's gonna be a 3-man petrify into the Phantom Slash. Great kill back on the Tuzu, but the Spirit of Misery catches him. A good fight for an eye though. Lord Flash able to go for the Lycan Pounce as Run the King is able to kite them away. Boxy goes over to knock him up. Mizzy Mink gets the splash of damage to take Run the King down. Boxy again trying to hover over, maybe going for another pick off. Real world manipulation, but Mizzy Mink just dashes out of it. Thailand actually won in that skirmish, right? But now, let's take a look at the trade. Felix on that turret will be able to take it. Lord Flash taken very low. And Cambodia will be able to walk away with a little bit of a dub there because they got the turret in the mid lane.
It was a 2-for-2 trade, but like you mentioned, right, they were able to get that turret in the top lane, so it does give them a little bit more say, especially when they start to go for this Lord dance in the 9th minute of the game. You were talking about the Trizla earlier. He goes in for the War Axe, the Radiant, as well as the Dominance Ice. So that damage is coming from that War Axe, and man, like the changes to the War Axe has made this item so OP. Right, so much lifesteal, so much spell vamp, as well as that damage coming through with the addition of the War Axe passive. But again, Thailand looking in to go for a better setup over Cambodia. But if we compare both of the gold laners, wait a second. Sorry, I'm Felix. That's kind of a lot of damage placed onto Nile right before this Lord. They need to look for a proper setup here.
Okay, what will be the proper setup for Thailand? Will they just be to go on to Boxy?
2 levels below?
Yeah, Ra too. You can see the constant poke coming in from that Eve penalty zone onto IZ. Only just to IZ. Wild Charge gonna be committed down and actually catches the quad shadow Tuzu. Real Revelation into the implosion. Now goes back to the shove, but isn't able to do so. Good donor Wolfgang has run the king, joins in a team fight. IZ gonna be taken very, very low. Jumps in with a Miss Walker, able to get rid of IZ, but he's gonna be very, very low as Mizzy Ming and the rest deal with the other members in the back. It's just gonna be Run the King who survives that skirmish, and Thailand make a full comeback here in terms of gold as they get the first Lord of the game.
I mean, you were asking what the proper setup is, and it turns out it's to go in for a team fight before they go in for the neutral objective take, right? Because if they went for that 50-50, Tuzu is too far ahead in terms of that EXP, so it makes that 50-50 retribution battle more of a 28 or 70-30. But if they go in for the team fight, if they can shut the members from the side of Cambodia down, then of course they have a little bit more advantage. Not even a little bit, right? A lot more advantage when it came down to that Lord Dance. So they did that perfectly. And Cambodia, they were caught off guard with the setup coming through from Thailand. And even Izzy on the Ruby was able to buy so much time in that 1v1 against Run the King that eventually did kind of favor Run the King. But this is the results that we're getting. That Lord is pushing in this top side. We have the Benedetta going in for the bottom side. But look at that! What?
The flicker out of the wild charge, the penalty zone to go for the disengage. Run the King will be able to get the Spear of Misery. Now it's gonna be boxing, looking for a re-engage as the Lord gets taken low. Nile walking on the power of nature. Tuzu goes in for the flank now with the quad shadow, gets the dash as well. Another Spear of Destruction, but it is not gonna be able to connect. Boxy able to get the flicker down now. Down the knock up as well. Tuzu dealing some damage. Mizzy Mink going to fall with the shadow kill placed down, but look at the bottom lane. It is gonna be a trade with a tier 2. Tuzu still going for the chase now onto Nile, but will have to respect the tankiness that Nile has. Cambodia able to defend and able to get a valuable trade, a good trade.
But every time they do get a favorable trade, they forget housekeeping, right? Because most of the time when they're getting an advantage in these skirmishes or these team fights, they're always in a 5v5. They're clumping up as 5. And the fact is, 33 on the Benedetta has been able to find so much value munching down these side lanes. And the fact that they go in for these team fights, they're distracted, right? And so I think. Oh, wait a second.
The Abyss Walker for the orange buff. They get knocked up by the wild charge. Well played by Nile. And for Cambodia, super greedy.
Again, right? A big disadvantage. 2 members taken out. Sure, there's a little bit of a trade by Tuzu in the top lane to get in that tower, but for the most part, Thailand has been able to capitalize over the mistakes and over these decisions that Cambodia have made time and time again. And the Roger is so far doing okay. Was able to pick up a Sky Piercer along with a Thunderbelt. So he's dealing the damage, but he's also a very chunky fella. As here we go, Tuzu and Lord Flash.
Oh, I don't know about this Tuzu. He made a decision, and it's gonna be I can bounce Tuzu trying to escape now, but look at that, he can only jump so many times right into the auto attack with the Sky Piercer, eliminating him from the Land of Dawn. 30 seconds for Tuzu. And again, it's Cambodia making these very, very unique and interesting moves around the map that hasn't paid off at all.
I love that quadruple 9 damage, bro. Did you see that?
Balance, bro.
It's so broken. And the fact that Tuzu goes in for such a risky play like that despite Lord Flash already picking up something like the... Oh, wait a second.
Good damage, Run the King. Oh, that's gonna be a winner. Crown used up. Good implosion to bring them back all the way to the real world manipulation. Now gonna be caught there as Spear of Destruction does connect, but take a look at Izzy and Lord Flash. They stay objective. They go for the Lord. Sorry, I have feelings. It'll flicker forward now. The Mizzy Ming doing some damage as the implosion catches him off guard. Still is gonna be Ra doing some damage, taking him out. Izzy able to flicker out with the tough boost tenacity from that shove back from Boxy. Again, though, Thailand, they get caught in the team fight right as they get the Lord, and this does give Cambodia an opportunity to perhaps look for their own siege. It's going to be a super mini wave in the mid lane enhanced by the Lord, but now Boxy is looking for an angle, has the flicker as well. Izzy able to defend for now as that's going to be Run the King going onto the purple buff. A good I'm offended to catch Fari and Felix, goes over the penalty zone, has the immortality as well, now gets popped down. Lord Flash looking for some damage, and that's going to be the donor Wolfgang into the wild charge, locking him down. A good Spear of Misery. Any objectives?
Yeah, 0, right? And it's so unfortunate because the fact is Cambodia was able to control that tempo so well in these team fights. The fact that they have a lot of utility given to them, but they've been making a lot of mistakes as well, and Thailand have been able to capitalize. So far the Grok has been doing great, but Are they going for the end here? Are they looking for an end? 2 members are down. But it looks like they don't go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, it just seems like they're just going to go for the base turret. I don't think they could have forced that. There were some major members coming back up in like 5-6 seconds, so Cambodia are still able to defend, but take a look at the objective battle. Thailand this time is winning by a whole lot. They have 7 turrets, so Cambodia's 3. Cambodia have only been able to get tier 1s the whole game.
And right now, Thailand is holding a 2k gold lead. And if we take a look at the damage dealt earlier on, again, the Valentina just has so much value and very interesting. From the side of Cambodia, it's actually the Terizla who's been able to ramp up in that damage. A lot more than the Moskov so far, and a lot more than the Yiv as well, despite the real world manipulation, the constant damage, magic damage coming through. It's still the Terizla that holds that number 1 position in that damage dealt.
And it's concerning because for the Terizla, for the most part, right, Felix won't really be able to deal damage to the back line. So that 66,000 damage, it's been mostly to all the frontliners from Thailand. And they're very happy taking that damage. And that's why they've been able to win out these team fights, Thailand. They've been able to allocate their damage properly into the Moskov, into the Yiv, Ra and Run. They gotta be way more clinical here in their positioning and in their spacing, because so far Thailand have always been able to catch them. Even Tuzu, technically. Tuzu has been caught off 5 times. Boxy again, maybe caught in the tough spot. Felix able to disengage for the team. That's a wild charge. Only onto Felix. A very interesting go, and now final blow onto the back line. Able to get shoved back. Run the King, he's caught, and he jumps forward. Implosion onto 3 members. Run the King still able to survive with one in nature, but finally gets taken down by Lord Flash with that light compounds. 33 traded for Run the King, as now they look for to go for more. That's going to be the cancel on Winter Crown as well. Boxy still able to survive for a bit. A penalty zone stolen away by Mizzy Ming to lock him down, but only gets the immortality from Boxy. Now it's gonna be Felix around, caught in the midst of it all, still tanking a whole lot of damage as Ra and Tuzu look for some damage back onto IZ. They get a trade back. Lord Flash jumping with the Lycan Pounds, and Tuzu will be able to go back with the quad channel to take him out. A good shutdown. Lord Flash just a millisecond away from that immortality, as the immortality for now will be popped. Mizzy making a wild charge, but Ra is able to space out of it. Flickers out the safety. One last hit onto Nile should do it. Let's see if he can get it done. Slowly but surely taking down the glowing wand, but Nile is still able to survive. Now Tuzu with a shadow kill onto Mizzy Ming. That Sky Piercer with the execute. And 33 is going to be next on the chopping block. Goes for eye for an eye. Tuzu's waiting for the cooldown for the quad shadow. He gets the kill before he dies. And it turns out to be a win for Cambodia.
And despite the shutdown coming through, the shutdown falls for Nile, their roamer. So not even going on to Lord Flash, and that does give Cambodia a huge advantage in this 18-minute of the game. And you can see that they're going in for the Blix for the Lord. Nile looking for that proper positioning, looking for that proper moment to get into that momentum, to look in for, of course, but what? Conceal as well as Implosion utilized for Lord Flash there.
Okay, with the wild charge too by Nile. Gets 3 members knocked up. Lord Flash goes for the Lycan Pounds. An interesting move. Spear of Misery pinning him down. The immortality. Lord Flash. What? It seemed like Nile wanted to disengage, and Lord Flash went in a bit too aggressively. They almost were able to blitz it, like you said, Eterna, but now it doesn't seem like they even need to blitz it. They got a retreat advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm Felix, though, still looking to go in for the contest. 33 gonna do as well, but look at that damage onto Felix. Is this a problem?
Oh, 33 gonna go for it. Eye for an eye as well. Run the King gonna chase him. Now Winter Crown as well. It's gonna be IZ taken out of the back line with Rod doing the same thing there as Nile tries his best to go for the steal on the Lord, but it will not happen. They lose 4 members by desperately trying to go for the steal on the Lord, and now only Lord Flash and Mizzy Mink are left to defend against an evolved Lord.
Look at the timers, Miracle. Look at the timers. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 members are up against 6. With the Lord marching down in the mid lane. Mizzy Mink as well as Lord Flash, they're the only ones left. And look at the stage. Look at the damage, as it looks like they want to go for a close.
Boxy with the implosion straight into the penalty zone and the execute. In prime Kamai fashion, they get it done. And they'll be able to take a clean sweep against Thailand. I believe putting them a bit closer to qualifying to the playoffs.
Because earlier on, they were actually tied in. If you guys take a look at isf.gg and you guys take a look at the standings for Group 1, you will see that Cambodia and Thailand, they're both at 6 points. They're actually tied in with Myanmar as well. So the top 3 are tied in. But man, with Cambodia picking up that 2-0, that should propel them in the points and give them a lot more say to get to the playoffs, a lot more chance and opportunity to get to that playoffs, to eventually make their way to WEC in Riyadh in the later portion of this year. But again, right, there were just so many mistakes that were happening back and forth from both of these teams, because initially Cambodia, with that much of a lead, they should have been able to close it as fast as possible. But how long did that game go? It went over 17 minutes. I don't know what the last one was. I hope we get 19, a little bit of a replay. 19 minutes. I don't think it should have gone to that 19-minute mark.
I said it right as the crystal was popped there, right as they got the base, in prime Khmer fashion. That's just the Cambodian way to play the game, right? It could be a stomp, but it could also be fun. Exactly. Which one do you want?
I mean, we want action and we want entertainment, and that's exactly what we got as we take a look at the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2. And again, right from the early stage of the game, that early portion of the game with Tuzu just building up that snowball, building up that gold lead, and building up that EXP lead, you could say that most of the objectives was completely controlled by Cambodia. One of the main things that needs to be highlighted is honestly the Benedetta. Sure, he didn't get as much success in these team fights, but understand that despite the control that Cambodia had, the fact that 33 on the Benedetta kept pushing those far lanes and kept utilizing and was super objective centered, it caused a lot of problems for Cambodia, and that initial plan that they had was brought into chaos with how much that she was pushing.
There's so much pressure from Cambodia all the way from the start, and we were talking about how it was so good for them, but man, there was some of these moments where, Ron, did you really need the third? I mean, like another kill onto Nile there. That was a roamer, right? And they ended up having to trade again in the bottom lane as well. Some of these, overextensions definitely need to be adjusted by them if they want to go and perform better in the playoffs. There's some good, some good matches, some good skirmishes here from Thailand as well, able to just outplay Cambodia, and I think this was one of them where 33 actually just got out, used the Petrify really well, and then Lord Flash to control the fight. But as we saw some overextensions from Cambodia, we also see the same thing for Thailand. I think for 33 going in a bit too aggressive. Lord Flash as well, over chasing, because I think in that moment they would have been able to go straight for the turtle had they just backed off after that solid win that they got. But unfortunately, they went in for the fight. They wanted to get more. They were a bit greedy there, and they got punished for it. But all throughout, I think it's kind of the same, a little bit of a deja vu to game number 1, where Thailand were just able to keep on fighting, and for some reason, their synergy is amazing too, right? They're always able to get these big combos in together. They're able to go back and forth and make it a bit more 50-50 than it should be. Again, in these fights, it was always Cambodia with a gold lead. You can always see up top in the charts, they always have a 2,000, 3,000. At the start, it was 4,000 gold lead, but I don't know, man. Thailand just played it well.
But eventually, Thailand picked up the gold lead. So it's actually quite interesting. And honestly, I'm a huge fan of Nile, by the way, because with Cambodia holding on, despite Cambodia holding on to so much in terms of objectives, in terms of turrets, in terms of whatever, right, in that particular game, Nile, the fact that he was able to get a lot of these combos in on the Grok was of big value to his team, actually, time and time again.
For sure. I think, these wild charges have been able to turn the tides of these fights, and this is another example of that.
There you go.
Catching Run the King together with Boxy. Like, Boxy being there makes sense. He's a roamer. But Run the King, Abyss walking in front to go for orange buff? Yeah, it's a bit sus, and here we see that as well from Tuzu, overextending way too much, and this could have been bad. It actually did end up being bad, because they were able to take the Lord, and they were able to take the base turret, I believe, after this play. But for some reason here, Thailand, every single time they go for the Lord, every single time they secure it, they always end up losing 1 or 2 members, and that's why they haven't been able to fully utilize the Lords that they take. They always get traded back, and that's how Cambodia were actually able to prolong the game and to minimize the potential of those Lord pushes from Thailand.
It feels like both of these teams are very trigger happy, right? Like, despite being at a disadvantage when it comes down to a team fight, if they get re-engaged, they're like, okay, let's go. You want to fight? Let's go. And so you can see both of these teams actually catching each other off guard. And so it was quite a ping pong match, especially coming to the later stage of the game. You can even see here, you think initially it was a good moment for Thailand in this particular team fight, but Cambodia re-engages, but then Thailand re-engages again despite them being at a disadvantage. See, again, like Lord Flash jumping back in and he gets taken out. It's the re-engage battle from both of these teams because you know, back at its very core, both of these teams, they love the brawls, they love the team fights, and they love the action.
Yeah, and this definitely showed it as well, right? The fact that Suzu was able to get the kill before he died. You have to give the benefit over to the Sky Piercer for that one, because I think if he didn't have the Sky Piercer, 33 would have been able to survive just with a little bit of HP. But in this final skirmish, man, it was a nice try by 33. He really tried to take the Lord, steal it away, maybe get some damage in. But in the end, they just had more members to play with, way more resources, and were eventually able to end the game. This was a good engage again by Boxy, though. We were seeing that a whole lot in this game, but towards the later stage, I think Thailand were able to adjust properly to Boxy's engages, because these implosions never really connected onto more than 2 members. In the final fight, it's unfortunate, you know, they didn't really expect that. Felix gets the MVP.
Beautiful. 9-3-15 KDA. We saw the impact that Felix was able to have in the first game when he picked up the Yuzong, but coming into a different pick, an entirely different pick onto the Charizla, we saw the impact that he was able to have as well, right? A lot of follow-ups from the Charizla after the implosions that are happening from the Tigreal just really put a spotlight onto him. And at the early stage of the game, he actually even went in for a 1v1 against the Benedetta and won, right? And the damage dealt, we saw time and time again, Charizla #1 with like 60k worth of damage, and it's all thanks to him and of course his intelligent itemization. He actually even went in for the Queen's Wings at the later portion of the game.
Yeah, it was well played by him, man, for Felix as the initiator. And now we get to really see why the Charizla is super prio. With the War Axe, full defense builds right after that. Usually we see the Fury Hammer, right? So you're still going to be very tanky. You go and rely on the Brave Smite. But now that we have the War Axe, we're seeing more and more XP laners like the Charizla go for Impure Rage instead of the Brave Smite, because they already have the sustain built in for the War Axe. They would much rather get the Impure Rage to get more mana as the fight goes on. They'll have, you know, that additional sustain when it comes to mana already built in. Bloodlust Axe with the War Axe, so get the best of both worlds, Eterna.
For sure, and I hope we get the best of both worlds when we take a talk with the players. And I'm wondering, who will we be seeing? Do you think...
And who's it gonna be?
Who's it gonna be? Do you have any, you know, ideas?
I don't know, man. Maybe Tuzo? Maybe Felix?
I hope we get to talk to, you know, Boxing. I think I'm a big fan now of his Tigreal. Why are you smiling like that?
Nah, I don't know. There's something with you and roamers, man.
No. But it looks like it might be Paragon, actually. Ring, ring, ring. Hi, how are you?
Oh, hello, Marco. Hello, Internet.
Hang on, let me readjust my audio real quick. All right. Paragon, congratulations for that 2-0, of course. How do you feel about that game? How did you feel about your team winning?
Yeah, today we feel very excited that we're gonna pass the group stage and we're gonna face, I think, Malaysia, because they top 1 in group. So we #2 gonna face #1. Yes.
Oh, okay. So next up, Malaysia, Mirko.
Yeah, Malaysia is definitely, you know, a tough opponent later, so I want to ask you that later. But firstly, I want to ask, you know, Paragon, you're a substitute for the roam position, yeah? And I just want to ask, you know, we have been seeing Cambodia swap here and there from the jungle as well. Up against Myanmar, it was Lucas. This time it was Tuzu. What was the plan here? Why did you play Tuzu over Lucas? And who's the main jungler for the team?
Actually, they both can play as the main jungler because, like, we want to give them an opportunity to play for national team. So Tuzu also can play as a main jungler. Lucas also can play as a main jungler. They both can play together.
Okay, my next question is...
Can play.
Okay, so it's interchangeable, Miracle, their lineup. So it makes them that much more flexible, right? Their opponent, they're going to keep on guessing as to who plays next. But when are you going to be playing, Paragon? We're excited to see you hop in. Do you think we'll see you in the next match?
I don't know, but we'll see later, maybe, or not.
Man of secrets. I like that.
Yeah.
They gotta stay secretive, right? Especially later on. But I want to know your thoughts here, Paragon. In the group stages, or no, just the Asian qualifiers in general for Southeast Asia, who do you think is the strongest opponent that you will get to face later on? Because we have Myanmar, we got Malaysia, Indonesia, even Thailand earlier were really, really good. Who do you think is the strongest?
For me, I think Malaysia and Indonesia. As we can see, Malaysia, they beat Indonesia 2-0, and we're gonna face them in the next playoff. And I think it's a very tough opponent for us, Malaysia and Indonesia.
Malaysia and Indonesia. Okay, I'm not gonna ask him to choose between both, right? Because I mean, that was a 2-0 for Malaysia. But Miracle, do you have another question for him?
Honestly, I want to know, right? Because against Myanmar, at least game number 2, when you guys were able to get the dub, it was a dominant run. But here against Thailand, both games went the distance. It went to like over 20 minutes for game number 1. Game number 2, it was also quite long. Is that just the Cambodian way to play the game? You want to just go for these team fights? Or do you think, okay, this is just against Thailand. Next fight, be more disciplined. What do you think?
Actually, it's not goes as a plan. As we think that we can end that game so fast, but we fail at mid and late game that make the game it too more slow. But I think in the next game we will improve and fix all our mistakes, and we hope that we can end the game faster than.
All right.
Great
we
stuff.
also hope, just continuous success on your journey here at ISF. Good luck for your next match. And yeah, we'll see you moving forward and hope we get to see you in your next match with Team Cambodia. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much and congratulations once again. Bye-bye, Paragon.
There you have it, man. Paragon with some solid answers here, man. It would be really cool to get some of the other members later on if they do get another win. Obviously, they will be qualifying into the playoffs, I believe, with this win. But it seems like they're still going to have to wait, Eterna, a bit. Because if Thailand actually win out against Myanmar, there is a possibility that it could be like a 3-way tie. I think that might be the case. I think that...
Wait, really?
Yeah, possible.
Well, if you guys are, anticipating what will happen next, you guys can, keep updated on isf.gg because everything is updated there. We have the standings, we have the rankings, we have perhaps even the groupings later on for the playoffs. But this is going to be our next match, ladies and gentlemen, Myanmar and Thailand. And remember, earlier on, all 3 of these regions were actually tied in, Myanmar, Cambodia, and Thailand, but it looks like Myanmar and Cambodia are now both at 9 points. So if Thailand can actually win this one against Myanmar, that will also propel them further up into the standings. And like you mentioned in the early part, right, it could be a 3-way tie.
There's a big possibility that actually happens here, Eterna. We'll have to see if Myanmar can get it done, because even Cambodia were struggling. And if we saw, if you guys watched yesterday, Myanmar versus Cambodia, the opening match of the day, it was a really close battle.
Best
especially
of 3,
in game
full,
number 3.
right?
Yeah, a full best of 3. We don't get to see that a lot. We haven't seen that at all today. So unfortunate, but hopefully this next match, hopefully Thailand can pull off a great fight. They're fighting against the odds, definitely, because they just lost as well. So they don't have the momentum by their side. I still think though that they will be able to pull off a good fight, looking at how they performed against Cambodia.
So before we get into the next match of the day, ladies and gentlemen, our next best of 3 between both these regions, we are going to go on a short break. There is going to be a little bit of trade with the caster, so Miracle, we'll see you later on. But thank you so much for tuning in. Stay tuned, and we'll see you after the break. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Asian Regional Qualifiers as we are heading to day number 3 and our third match of the day, once again in a best of 3. But it is important to note that this will be the last streamed match in the group stage, so you can definitely kind of feel out the intensity and of course the value and the weight of this last match between Myanmar versus Thailand, as both of these teams want to be able to get and ramp up in those points in the groups in order for them to make it to the playoffs. Here I am once again, Eterna, alongside with Naisu this time around to bring you the action in this next best of 3 series.
Here we go, Eterna, and also, loving the glasses right now. I heard Mirko mention it too. I'm not used to seeing you in glasses, but for this matchup, you already said it. There's what's on the line here is, I would say, seeing if Thailand can get to, I'm not sure, actually, I don't know the numbers yet. We're going to have to let the stats people do that. But if they win, if they get a sweep or whatever against Myanmar, then they should be able to maybe have a tiebreaker or something should fall into place here, because the points are getting really close. Myanmar is stacked. They haven't been defeated yet, right? So they're most likely going to lock in that slot, and then we're going to wait for the next team to do that from Group A. And it looks like Thailand could possibly do it if they can get a sweep here. And of course, we have one more match later today, but that is going to be going back to MLBB Women's between Myanmar and Philippines.
We've got a stacked schedule, ladies and gentlemen, on stream and even off stream, because some of these off stream matches also have a big weight as to how the standings go. And you guys can actually check that out yourselves. If you guys want to have a little look at it, you can go ahead and check out it on the website, isf.gg. You guys can go ahead and go to the Southeast Asia part of it, MLBB. And if you click on the results and standings, that's where you'll get a little bit more information as to how these regions are actually faring in their groups. Because again, right, we have Group A and Group B, or Group 1 and Group 2, that you guys can, have a little bit of say in. I mean, for the most part, insight, that's the word. There's a total of 9 teams that are battling it out, but these 2 teams are going to be the ones that we will be witnessing later on. Again, Myanmar versus Thailand. Unfortunately, Thailand earlier on, they had to be swept in by Cambodia with a 0-2 loss against that team. But against Myanmar, also one of the main protagonists, one of the main contenders to make it to the playoffs as well. It's not going to be an easy feat. And remember, Thailand going back-to-back here, so it's a big question of endurance as well for this team.
Yeah, I was watching the Thailand match, of course, just previously, and it was too bad because there was even, I think it was the first game, it was relatively close and almost like a 50-50, right? It took them quite a while to end the game, and things looked a little dicey there. But I will say that for Myanmar, on the other hand, if you're just looking at some of the games that they played already, most of them, I think they only have a 1 maybe game loss, but overall the matches, they're undefeated. And we're going to take a look here at the lineup once again of Myanmar.
It's still the same lineup that they went in when they went head-to-head against Cambodia. We have Ken, Justin, Ruby Didi, Juno, as well as, how do you pronounce this name? Zide?
Zide, we were saying
Zide.
Yeah, Zide.
Okay, Zide. And these are a lot of familiar names that we're seeing, right? I think these are the few players that have a lot of international experience as well. We've met Ken time and time again. Justin, Ruby Didi is a legend in himself, right? Juno as well as Zide are the 2 players that have you seen play?
Only here in ISF, but it's funny because I feel like for both of us here, Justin Johnson back in MSC 2022 is when we started really putting that name to him, that nickname. So it's all the way from there. But like you said, this is a very experienced roster, I would say. And if you just look at the way that they play their previous games, it's definite that they have that. And, as we take a look at Thailand, once again, Mizzy Mink, Lord Flash, 007, Nile, Izzy, and 33. And just like, Mirko mentioned during their last match against Cambodia, Izzy has a ton of experience. He's an OG, right? He's been around for a long time. Back, he has that MSC title. Now, for everybody else too, their experiences, I feel like probably their experience level probably varies in comparison to Izzy. But overall, I would say they still look like a pretty good team. It's just when they went against a team like Cambodia that was, I would say, as a team, as a unit, Cambodia is very experienced. You know, of course, it's not their entire roster that some people are used to seeing, but Thailand definitely, their play style is there, and I feel like this one is going to be a huge obstacle, or at least a trial for them going against a team like Myanmar, who has been very dominant in a lot of the tournaments that they participate in, you know, and Thailand has to figure something out on how they want to draft and then how they want to approach that matchup, I would say.
For sure, right? Because in the previous match that we saw Thailand participate in earlier on, it felt like there were a lot of mistakes that were made, overcommitments. Yeah. They went in a little bit too hungry and eager for the last kills, very greedy in their playstyle. And with the experience that we know that, of course, Cambodia or Myanmar in this regard holds, it will be tricky because that will be capitalized over, right? That experience, the decision making, the discipline that of course Myanmar holds over right now is going to be a big obstacle for Thailand, like you mentioned earlier on. But of course, there are glimmers of brilliance from Thailand. I think I mentioned in the previous stream that I'm a huge fan of Niall now. There were so many moments that he was able to create big opportunities for his team despite being at the goal deficit on heroes like the Grok to find these opportunities to make the plays happen for his team. And I hope we get to see that again.
So I was just, while you were explaining that, because I know, you know, your love for roamers out there in tournament, but I wanted to go ahead and look at this specifically for the lineup from Thailand and kind of see where everybody has been playing on. And it looks like most of them have, to some capacity in their past, played on I Do Not Sleep's roster, you know, out there in Thailand. So honestly, like all these guys, now that I'm looking through it, have experience to a certain degree. Now, we do know that maybe some of them are new, like Mizzy Mink. I don't see much of the background here for him. Lord Flash has been a part of the competitions over there as well, but a different team. He was back in Team Evo, I guess it looks like. And so, you know, I would just say for Thailand in general, they have good experience for here. Even Niall, actually. Niall, yes, was on I Do Not Sleep and competed on a team, it looks like Evo and CRT. So I just wanted to get a glimpse at them on what their experience level was. So it's there. It's just Myanmar. From, you know, these guys, they're familiar because of Mythic Seal. So now that they're here, we're in the draft here for game number 1. We'll see exactly if Thailand kind of has adjusted the game plan from earlier. Like it's literally just a little bit ago where you go back to back for this, and we get to see if they made the right adjustments to go again. And hopefully, like, again, for all the people rooting for Thailand out there, best case scenario for them is they get this sweep. They win this series with a sweep, and we see where things fall into place from there.
So let's get into the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, as it looks like Myanmar will be able to get that first pick position in, and they're actually going for a lot of prio bans here. Despite the changes coming through into the meta, into the patch, the chip is still taken off the board. As you all know, Angela is still a big priority in that roaming position, especially due to the flexibility and of course the combination and the synergy that the Angela has with several of these heroes like the Ling, the Baxias, and several other heroes. Meanwhile, Thailand goes in for the Ling and the Luo Yi. So it's still very similar bans that are coming through, very template, nothing out of the box just yet. If it is a respect ban, it does still prioritize more to these priority heroes so far, Naisu.
What do you think, since you said you were a fan of Niall from that first series, what do you think Niall needs here? Because I believe he played Grok in one of the games, right? He played Grok, and then I'm trying to think of the other roam he played first match. Maybe the Matilda. Was it Cho?
I think it was Cho.
Well, either way, what do you think Niall needs here? Because I feel like it's a
Matilda,
big component to Thailand. Yeah, Matilda, there you go. So Matilda and Grok. Well, would it be the Grok if he picks this up? Because that's a Roger first pick already from Myanmar. Is that going to help Thailand have a better time in this matchup?
I think so, right? Because I understand the Matilda. There is a layer that she can go for the engages, but it's not as heavy CC as you would expect from something like the Grok or the Tigreal or even the Atlas that actually experienced the buff. Hopefully you get to see an Atlas. I've missed Atlas in this meta.
You miss him, right?
Yes, I always love an Atlas play and Atlas players, but yeah, I think he needs something that is a little bit more active. right? So we'll see if that actually comes through in the first phase of the drafts, because that's definitely something that they can pick up. And we would even consider that Grok was a power pick for Nile despite him actually losing on it. But moreover, they actually still go for the Matilda and the Terizla that has been finding a lot of success, especially in the early stage of the game.
Okay, so this is already similar to what happened in game number 1 of their previous match. If I recall, they had a Matilda, they had a Terizla. The rest of the lineup, I think in the jungle, it was like a Martiz and then the Kadita combination. So like, I'm not sure if they're going to go with the same game plan, but already with these two picks, they already at least locked down a really good roam. Like we were talking about, Nile's probably a big part of this. And then Terizla, who is a mainstay right now in the XP lane. Heard you guys talking about this with Mirko, you know, with this. We're in this area where XP lane is now, it's down to like 2 heroes, the Terizla and the Yuzhong, which Yuzhong is still open. Hayabusa is going to be, I'm assuming that's a locked in, at least for Thailand. So interesting how they want to play this out. Hayabusa is still a little risky. It works. It can work pretty good, right? Don't get me wrong. But I guess that's where you really have to rely on this utility from Matilda. And on the flip side, Myanmar picking up the Valentina, a pick that they love, of course, and they can play around. They get a lot of options actually already. Maybe not so much the Hayabusa, but just these 2 picks from Thailand, the Terizla and Matilda, can help them out. And then the Edith. The Edith, I would say with this, you could put it in the XP lane. You could technically still flex it. Roam. And even the Roger, I would go and say that the Roger, we actually don't know if this is going to go in the jungle for Ken or if it ends up going in the gold lane. So I like the flexibility that Myanmar did with this. And now we're in the second phase here of the bans.
I mean, technically, if you want to be crazy, the Terizla is also a flex pick. Technically.
Mid lane?
Right? Yeah, we've seen...
We saw him in the mid.
Yeah, we've seen a Terizla in the mid lanes sometimes, right? It does depend if they want to look for that mid power spike, especially with the fighters, a fighter heavy centric draft, then that's definitely something that they can play towards. I'm not really sure if it's Thailand's style, because I think the last time we saw it wasn't by them. I think it was actually Myanmar who picked it up. Correct me if I'm wrong, but still something that they can explore. Meanwhile, interestingly enough, they actually go for the Faramis ban, right? Because I figured them picking up the Valentina was sort of a way to be like, hey, we have the Valentina now.
Yeah.
There's no way you can pick up the Faramis this time, unless, of course, you want to give that over to us to utilize. But still huge respect here for the Faramis. It still gets banned up by Myanmar. Meanwhile, a Fanny as well as a Lancelot. This is huge respect to Ken, right? We've seen him on the international level, on the international stage, do just crazy on these assassins. And there you go, right? A Ling, Fanny, as well as a Lancelot. That's 3 bans taken out for Ken.
And that's what I'm saying. Imagine if it was just flexed that Ken was going to play the Roger in the jungle. So I think that's part of the upper hand here that they have. But you see they're going to focus on that mid lane, the mid lane options here. They already took the Vexana out. They picked up the Valentina, so that's not going to be available. So for Thailand to decide on what they want to bring to the mid lane, it might pop up here. We've seen a lot of Farsas pop up. Again, they played Kadita beforehand, and then they had the Valentina in their last game for game number 2, I believe it was. And even in some of their other matches, you know, I guess the mid lane has to, because Valentina has been all they picked mostly. If I'm looking at the past matches, they had Valentina like twice in one of their series against Brunei, I think it was. So they lock in the carry instead. They're going to save that mid lane pick for the last one, because they're probably still really trying to decide how they want to approach a Valentina when it seems like, you know, they like this hero. So carry's a good option. I think the main thing, though, is you just need to get the carry to the position where she can shine, because range is low. You got to build up. You need multiple items for her to get to that portion. If this is a Roger gold lane, we're going to find out here in just a second if it is, then, I don't know, that matchup can go either way, but you kind of have to build up the carry here a little more, I feel like, than even the Roger. Cho's locked in. I believe that is locked in. So for the roam, we're going to go with the Cho pick here. And, okay, Moskov. So it is the flex. So it is Ken going on the Roger, Moskov in the gold lane, and then you have, I'm assuming, Edith XP Cho roam is what we're seeing here from Myanmar.
I think I agree with that. I think I agree with that setup. And I think Miracle mentioned as well earlier on that despite how priority this Roger is, he does better in the jungle as compared to the gold lane. So maybe they're, working their composition off of that. But yes, I completely agree with that emote that you just made. Xavier comes into the Land of Dawn in that mid lane. Finally, we're gonna see exactly what build he actually goes for, because a lot of people have been saying that Xavier on items like the Sky Piercer even has been quite OP, dishing out that damage from the backside. One of his main, of course, weaknesses as a Xavier is definitely his vulnerability. That could be a problem, especially against something like the Cho. But without any assassin in the jungle, maybe the Xavier can actually work.
Xavier is going to be, I feel like, a good presence, because usually, like in this too, like you said with Sky Piercer, I think you just pick it up maybe third item. There's still some other items we want to see him pick up, but Darling Light's going to help out a lot with this lineup. So let's jump into the game.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 in this best of 3 series. One of the deciding matches as to see whether or not Thailand can move forward into the playoffs and eventually go on their way to Riyadh for WEC. But as you can see here, both of these teams are going to be centering around both of their buffs with a different kind of rotation. But looking at the Xavier, right, he actually still opts for Impure Rage. I thought maybe with the changes, with the new emblems and the new talents coming through, he would go for something like the Temporal Rain to be able to spam that a little bit more, all of his skills, but still Impure Rage, Naisu.
I think it's still up for debate which, some of these emblems are going to be better for some of these heroes, but because, hold on, actually in the mid lane, they already get a flicker out early out. This is all for the Lith Wanderer here that they're battling for. So it's finally secured now by Thailand, and now they might want to go for a fight. Not enough damage though just yet. And as we're talking about emblems here, Eterna, also the other thing that I want to point out is Lord Flash has the Warcry emblem. This emblem has been appearing multiple times actually throughout many of these different teams playing this, different assassins, and I really do like it. I think that extra 8% damage is relatively easy to get the proc off and then utilize, and we saw exactly how deadly a Hayabusa can be, especially once the what is it? SPA? I was gonna say the SPA. The Sky Piercer is locked in. I'm so used to Mirko saying SPA, but once that Sky Piercer is locked in, and then later in the portion of the game that is deadly, just like this. Look at that. Oh, okay. Zeta's gonna be actually just fine again. So not enough damage just yet, but Turtle is up, and you can already see Ken is already there. They know that the Shadow Kill is not available, and they're going to possibly just trade this. It looks like Lord Flash is going to take the buff. Ken and the rest of the boys will go ahead and grab the turtle. So it's an exchange, a buff for an objective. And now Ruby DD not going to be able to find the connection he was looking for. He's going to get forced back out of the mid lane, so that's not going to happen. But right now, objective secured, but relatively even across the board. You can see this too, Justin holding on to that circling eagle himself.
It feels like Thailand are waiting, right? They're waiting for the moment when they can actually go in for the neutral objective contest. Because earlier on, you could even see, you mentioned, okay, not enough damage from Lord Flash just yet, even though he went in with the Shadow Kill and so on and so forth. But there was only one glove being bought in, right? So that's... He's on his way to the Sky Piercer, but he was still halfway there. But now he has a little bit more adaptive damage to utilize. And wait a second.
Oh. Onward into the Earth Shatter. That's a whole lot of CC. 33 will be the first one to fall as Myanmar gets the first blood. Lord Flash does finally pick up that Sky Piercer. Again, it's only 1,500 gold, so it's very quick to pick up here. And we'll see if this time around he's got enough damage to proc that and then get some of these early kills and snowball through it. But right now with Myanmar getting that first kill, they are exactly where they want to be.
I mean, let's hope, right? Let's hope he's going to be able to ramp up the damage, because it looks like the side lanes severely need help. The Cho has been able to clear a lot quicker in that EXP lane. Meanwhile...
Circling Eagle going to be used. Wow, very quickly. And there is the question, or the answer to the question, rather. And Lord Flash picks up a kill himself, and that's now gives them a little bit of that confidence, I would say. Nothing big of a lead, though, but enough confidence to go ahead and continue to move around the map the way he's been doing it. Now, Lord Flash, watching the previous series, he just has to be a little careful on some of the timings. Again, when I was watching that game and I saw him on the Roger, he's got to keep that trigger finger a little bit happy because you can already see this Away the Dragon going to already be used on him by RubyDD. Turtle is coming up though, so they know that ultimate is down. RubyDD won't have that available, but they might want to still kind of stall this out. Justin does have this circling eagle. Downing Light going to be used right now, so it's up to Thailand. They're going to start the fight up, and at any time, Juno can join this fight if he lands the Spear of Destruction. It looks like they're just going to go ahead and keep it at half health for now. Both teams going in. Penalty zone going to be the flicker play. Circling Eagle going to be used by Justin, and they go in. 33 going to fall once again, and now the turtle will be secured by Lord Flash. He's trying to run away, but it's a double for Ken, as Niall will fall as well to Justin, and under the turret, it's a triple, as Ken goes up and cleans up the kill, and now they'll take the resources as well.
4 members taken out, 3 members, plus a neutral objective takeover. But it's a trade, right? But with Ken being able to pick up so many kills, now standing at a 401 KDA, by the way, and he was able to deal out most of the damage, by the way, in that team fight. You do not want to see a snowballing Roger, and that snowballing Roger is going to be able to pick up yet another kill, as well as a structure down bottom. So despite Thailand picking up that turtle earlier, Myanmar has been able to get a lot more favorable trades, and that has propelled them to a 3k gold lead in the first 5 minutes of this game.
Yeah, and 33 is not having a good day at this point, and it just seems like, a lot of times he is trying to use that penalty zone to set things up where he's just dealing with the pressure. And he's going to have to kind of just buckle in, it seems, because at this point, he's just going to be whittled down a little bit further. Niall takes that damage. Oh, Shadow Kill already going to be used on Justin. Justin flickers out. Can't get the proc from the Sky Piercer. Oh, Dawning Light won't connect either. And now Lord Flash will fall. RubyDD cleans up the kill with the Circling Eagle committed once again. Juno going to join the fight. The damage is there. Niall tries to run out, and now it's Izzy. Gets out with the Guiding Wind. Thankfully for Thailand, able to escape. But the mid lane is into trouble as Mizzy Meek gets taken out. RubyDD is everywhere on this Châu.
Definitely 204 KDA and counting. The amount of flexibility, the amount of how much he's been so active around the board to facilitate these plays from happening top, right, left, and center has been so imperative to why Myanmar is holding most of the lead right now in terms of everything, right? Objectives. You can see the turrets falling in one by one. Oh, wait a second. There you go again, right? So active.
RubyDD once again with Way of the Dragon. Is he going to be in trouble? There's the Lycan Pounce from Ken. They want to fight into the jungle again. 33. He's done it all. He's done it again. He's trying to escape. He will with his life for now as Ken gets stopped in his tracks. Lycan Pounce on Niall, but he gets stunned up by the Mystic Field, and now he has to back off. Good thing for Thailand. Again, 33 having a very difficult time in this game already. Nowhere he can go, but look at this. The fight for the purple. RubyDD, constant threat here that Thailand has to deal with. And meanwhile, this whole time, Ken will go ahead and start up that turtle. Most likely just secure the second one. And once again, the purple is still up. And RubyDD will not give it up. But finally, they might fire back here. It looks like it's going to be it for now as the turtle was secured by Myanmar.
Wow. Just wow. Right? The way Myanmar are playing this right now. And it's so unfortunate. Lord Flash opted in for the Sky Piercer, but the problem is with every death, it kind of negates the entire point of the Sky Piercer, right? You need a little bit more kills over, you need to not be taken out, and so far he's sitting at a 1-2-0. So his next item now is a Hunter Strike. Hopefully when he goes in for these assassinating plays, these assassinations, that the damage might be a little bit more evident, because so far we haven't really seen too much from this Hayabusa going with the Shadow Kill and unable to take these kills in a 2v1. There's just a lot of backup coming through, a lot of synergy from the side of Myanmar, and you can see Juno as well doing exceptionally well in terms of damage, and he's not even at his power spike yet, right? Only 2 items. We have the Golden Staff and the Corrosion Scythe. We're not yet at the DHS that he should be building towards very, very soon. But even then, it just shows you that Myanmar, they're not even at their power spike yet. And this is the level of dominance they have over Thailand, who I think needs a little bit more time, right? The Xavier needs a little bit more time. So far, he's only been able to pick up the Enchanted Talisman. It will help with his cooldown, but not so much for the damage. And that's exactly what the beauty of a Xavier is, right? The advantage of the Xavier, that poke damage that you can get from Dawning Light, and the spam ability from the rest of his spells to poke Myanmar before they go in for their team fights.
Yeah, it's for Thailand really to somehow stay in this game. You're talking about a 7,000 gold deficit that they're dealing with, and plenty of time to build up items here is what they need to get on their side. And dealing with even just Ruby DD, like I said, they gotta shut him down here. He just goes into the jungle again. Circling Eagle gonna be used, but I don't think they really want to fight this. Justin even holding on to his own shadow kill, and they'll go ahead. They got the information they wanted. They'll start up the Lord here. They know multiple ultimates are down from Thailand, and given the fact that they're so far behind in gold, that's a free Lord now for Myanmar.
And remember, Ken was 2 levels ahead of Lord Flash, right? So even if they wanted to go for the commit, even if they wanted to play that 50-50, it's not a 50-50 with how far behind Lord Flash is. And we've seen Lord Flash pull in these insane retributions, right? I mean, earlier on in the Turtle, it was a really good setup from Myanmar, but Lord Flash was still able to get it. But that was when both of the junglers were at the same level. Now Ken is actually level 14, so Lord Flash is falling far, far behind. And if we take a look at the damage dealt, wait a second, the Ruby DD.
Ooh. Actually goes in with a flicker. Way the Dragon 33 again. Faces his 4th death. Can't even use the flicker. Can't use the penalty zone. Gets completely shut down. And now Thailand, down a member, will have to deal with this Lord on the top side. Already losing the tier 2s. Up to them on the defense with 4 members. Ruby DD jumps behind the wall with the shields are going to pop. Dawning Light's going to drop down as well. Trying to keep them at bay. Doing the best they can. Turret's a 1-hit away. Shadow Kill going to be used. But there's just too much shielding and not enough damage from Lord Flash as Myanmar gets what they wanted. They got the base turret and they back off from there. Dawning Light won't be able to connect either. And they'll continue to lose some buffs here as Myanmar is so far ahead.
Myanmar slowly but surely, right? They knew that they had a little bit more staying power, but they stayed disciplined. They went and retreated. They didn't want to overcommit. They didn't want to hand over these objectives or these little opportunities over to Thailand. And I think that was one of the glaring mistakes that we saw from the previous match that Myanmar is definitely not doing. It's a wonder why they haven't dropped a single match. And if we take a look back into the items, right? Carry, still 2 items. So he's falling behind. Only Golden Staff and the Corrosion Size at this point. Not enough damage just yet to properly participate in these team fights. Juno picks up a Wind of Nature, so that's going to be additional problems for Thailand, especially for the Hayabusa. But as well, as we all know, Carrie, once she gets that item power spike, she does have true damage in her kit, so it should be able to help them. Meanwhile, Nile can still get out of that sticky situation, but again, Thailand being completely asphyxiated into their own base with how Myanmar are currently playing. One small mistake from Thailand can actually give them the game here at this point.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, if it's one small mistake that Myanmar makes, I don't think it's going to turn the tide completely for Thailand in their favor. They're going to need multiple mistakes from Myanmar to punish before they can really turn this game around. Now, even in the previous series, Thailand has been able to do that. Just when you think they're about to lose, they're able to turn things around like they did against Cambodia. But this is pretty difficult. Shadow Kill going to be used. Dawning Light on top of it. Now Ruby DD has the information that he's looking for as well. And now that the flicker is there, he can actually go ahead and force a play. Unless, still, Myanmar takes it slowly. Lord is going to be up now. Thailand knows this. They have to possibly contest it, but I'm not sure if they really do want to get close to that Lord. It might be better if they just defend in the base. They're going to get cut off if they try to engage. That's going to be the Lord now for Myanmar. There's Ruby DD going in once again, but he takes so much damage. Dawning Light won't be enough to kill him, though. Mystic Field going to be dropped in now. It's just Thailand able to keep it together for now, but it's Myanmar. They're going to reset and then march with the Lord, so at least Thailand didn't lose anybody. But unfortunate for them that they couldn't even pick up the kill on Ruby DD. Got away with 1 HP.
That's insane, right? That's insane. And that Dawning Light, that should have a little bit more damage, right? I think Mizzy Mink already has the Lightning Truncheon. But even then, Ruby DD still, with a quick feet, with a fast shoes, gonna be able to weave in, weave out of these team fights. And Ken, That's a winter crown being bought in. That's a additional utility for him to utilize as they go in for the siege.
Gonna have to see if they can do it once again. Thailand holding on by a thread in this game at number 1. A massive lead for Myanmar. Still gonna work with this Lord here. They punch it in once more into the onward, into the Earth Shatter on top of it. Too much damage gonna happen. Nile will be the first to fall, and now the base is just gonna be worked on. Everything else is ignored as Zidis goes in with a Primal Wrath, and they take game number 1 for Myanmar.
14 minutes. 14 minutes was all it took for them to take the game over Thailand, and that was a very dominant display. It wasn't like there were certain moments where, yeah, sure, I think Thailand could come back from this. It was complete domination from the start. And, you know, thinking back on it, right? Myanmar, they're so good with their intelligence and their knowledge of the game that they know when they get to that power spike. And it was quite difficult for Thailand considering the drafts that they actually committed with.
It was difficult for them, and I feel like even when you look at the highlights here in just a second, you're going to see exactly what Eterna means, because Myanmar has done this multiple times. Like, you have to remember, Myanmar is undefeated in their matches, and when you really go and kind of break down their matches, they end games naturally pretty quickly. I mean, I don't know what their exact average game time is, but it's probably around the 15-minute mark. And when they have the lead, they're very punishing. And that's what happened here. I mean, even as you look through this, it was Myanmar just coming out swinging. They established a lead, and then they built up from there. And it was tough for Thailand to come back from this tournament.
There's not much to say, right? Because if you give heroes that snowball onto players like Ken in the jungle, you see what happens. He goes and is able to pick up kills left, right, and center. He was untouched the entire game, by the way. I think towards the end it was like a 6-0, 7-0 in his KDA. Meanwhile, Justin was actually very aggressive with his Valentina, using the IMU for several different types and very adaptive to the situation. Here are moments when he actually goes in very aggressively, because there are moments where he actually has the shadow kill in his arsenal. So he's actually been one of the big factors as to information as well. And Ruby Didi, oh man, on the show as well, finding these opportunities to facilitate the rest of the team. And meanwhile, Juno just having a really good time in the lane against the carry. It was tough, to say the least, right? Tough was even an understatement for Thailand. I don't know what the game plan was. I think one of their main winning conditions with their composition was to try and wait to the late game, wait for that power spike to hit. But these players can, especially, right, 6-0 for KDA, did not even let that slide. They don't even let that happen. Very aggressive with this item build as well, with the Bloodlust, a Windtalker, as well as that Sky Piercer and the Winter Crown. I think with this next item, what is he building towards here? I think he didn't go for Wind of Nature. Is he going for a BOD? What do you think it was?
I don't know. I was going to say maybe BOD, maybe Malefic Roar.
True.
I just don't know if he needed any more magic. I mean, any more physical penetration. But I like, the reason I noticed too at the end of the game, I was like, man, Juno was 0-0-1 on the Mozcop. Like, all he did that whole game was probably just farm up and push, because he didn't have to be in any of the fights. And I think a couple of times he probably just like threw the Spear of Destruction to check things out, because at some point in the game, like, they had such a high lead that Juno's like, hey, I want some, so like he was throwing the spear just to go see if he could catch maybe one or two people, and then see if he could go get a couple kills, because he was 0-0-1 on a Moskov for this game, because this was all established really early on, like we saw. And I think at the same time, for Ken, this was a really good idea from the draft. Like, we really have to kind of talk about that. Like, the draft is where this kind of like power play started, where it's like they didn't have to put the Roger in the jungle. Although I think it's agreed here, at least for us casters, that we do feel like Roger fits really well in the jungle, more so than in the gold lane right now. But because of that, I think you could have still flexed it in. So the fact that Myanmar held on to it, it was first pick. You don't exactly know just yet. And a couple other flex picks could have happened, right? We did mention, even I think it was the Edith that was locked in, could have been flexed over. But yeah, Ruby DD, especially on the Cho, very dominant, very aggressive. And that's always like, if you have ever played against that for you guys in your own ranked games, or maybe you guys are competitors too for MLBB, if you've played against Cho players who have really mastered that hero and they're just a nuisance and they're always just like finding the right targets, especially, and doing all the fancy stuff, with the flicker and the way of the dragon, it's tough to work with that. Because like, I feel bad for 33. He couldn't move. He couldn't land a penalty zone. He couldn't even flicker half the time because he was getting just picked off time and time again. And this is a Terizla, a marquee XP lane pick right now. And unfortunately for 33, it was very difficult for him to even establish a presence in this game number 1.
What baffles me, right? There's like an argument to be made about Cho in the roam. Because a lot of people have actually discussed that Cho doesn't have as much value because of his single target CC. Right?
Okay.
Whereas heroes like Minotaur, okay, Minotaur's a little bit too passive, but heroes like Grok, heroes like Tigreal, they're an AoE CC source of utility that has more value. But for some reason, Cho still works. And the greatest thing about Cho now is with the recent update towards his passive, he also can facilitate the physical damage being brought in by heroes like Roger, especially in that composition, as well as the Moskov that, well, technically wasn't as active in game number 1, granted, but that's kind of the idea, right? So Cho, do you think he can officially come back into the meta?
I think yes, he can. Roam is still interesting because of, I get it, like, in a fact, it's like, it's a single target pick-off potential, but you have to remember with the Jikundu, right, and the Shumpo, like, those are valuable skills that some of those other roamers don't have. I mean, like, Minotaur, he has a great setup, but then he just, like, heals and he jumps. He does have another stun, like, I get it, there's another CC ability. Same thing with Tigreal, but I just feel like when it comes to Cho, even though it's a single target, pick off, like, just the stuff that you can do with him is, I feel like, more value if that's your composition style. Minotaur and Tigreal work really well if you're really trying to get those team fights and you're trying to bunch them up. Cho is great for the pickoff potential where you're trying to get a high priority target, take them out immediately. And sometimes that high priority target might just be a struggling XP laner who's very tanky and you can still get rid of a body, And I think it's a good point that you said with the new passive, right? He travels a certain amount of units and then he gets like a 150 or 180% damage boost on his next basic attack. So that, as a roamer, if you think about it, and I think, again, most maybe even roll with Concussive Blast. I'm sure there's still some variations there with the emblems. That's a lot of early damage on a roamer that some won't have, that early in the game. So I think Cho alone will start to creep back into the meta because we're finding ourselves in this position, Eterna, where it's like assassins are coming back, damage and fights are happening everywhere, I feel like. It's like, when in ISF so far have we seen a slow burn game? I cannot recall. I feel like every single game we've had, even the 32-minute game yesterday between Bahrain and Jordan, like, it got to that point through a bloodbath. Like, it started early team fights and it ended with a crazy team fight. And so I just feel like we're in a position where these heroes like this, and if they happen to be a roam, they can really be useful for any team composition. So I'm all for it. I love to see Cho come back and and win a ton of games for these competitive teams out there.
So with that point you made, right, there's definitely like an underline and like a underline italic bold on early game, right? Because of how all of it, just put everything there to the early game, right? Because like you mentioned, there's so many brawls, everything is very action packed, and it starts from that early stage of the game. And I think that's why Myanmar's draft was really great. I mean, we were talking about the Cho, and on top of everything that he does, he also has fast clear. So addition with the Cho, with the Concussive Blast, by the way, much faster clear, along with the Valentina as well for Myanmar. They were holding control of that mid lane that eventually led to the rotations that they were able to kind of amount to, and they were winning all three lanes, I think. Wait,
Yeah.
would you consider the Edith and the Terizla a winning lane for the Edith or a winning lane for the Terizla?
I would say it should, like, Terizla, if he didn't go down so many times, I feel like it's almost a dead lane. Like, you can't really kill the Edith 1v1 early on. And Primal Wrath will, like, hurt Terizla pretty good. But I just feel like it was an automatic winning lane for the Edith because of what happened for 33 on the Terizla.
Yeah.
But I feel like as soon as you... if you have Brave Smite, if you're on the Terizla, and then let's say you go War Axe, especially with the new War Axe, I think you're okay. Like, I just think it's a dead lane. Like, you are going to take poke damage if the Edith decides to do that or pop the Primal Wrath. But you should be able to just heal it back up, you know? Like, I don't think she's going to burst you down or anything like that. But Edith is... I feel like in terms of like these team fights and early team fights and whatnot, because we saw this happen with the Edith where you are able to just do so much more setup potential. Even just think about it, even just with your Onward and Earth Shatter combination. You know, like for Terizla, like you really have to land the penalty zones. And if you're not landing them or you're not using the flicker, then what? You got Revenge Strike, you're just gonna like throw the Revenge Strike at someone, you know, and like get the slow on. Edith is, I feel like, a lot more valuable in terms of the CC.
So with that, right? So that's 3 winning lanes for Myanmar already.
Yeah.
So hopefully we see adjustments by Thailand in like the next draft. I mean, letting Roger go was also a big question mark. And I think for
You
Myanmar,
think that was a mistake?
What would you do? Would you let the Harith go instead? Because the smart thing about Myanmar is they went for an Arlet last ban in the first phase. So they went Angela, Chip, and then they went Arlet. So technically they're forcing Thailand into position to choose. And it looks like in that game number 1, they wanted to take away the Harith instead, but then they left the Roger. With how prio and flexible Roger is it really a hero that you want to leave open again for game number 2?
I almost feel like for Thailand, if they were ready for the Roger, that was the Hayabusa answer. Like they were just like, you know what, we'll just do it. And then I think it was also answered with the Xavier pick, who we don't see often, but I get why it was picked up because Mystic Field, especially when it's enhanced, you can kind of stop a Roger in his tracks from like just unleashing. But that's if you're like even with, you know, in terms of gold and everything else, because that just didn't work for them. And I think the safety net for that Eternal was the Matilda, because you should be able to like do pretty well as a Hayabusa versus the Roger matchup, and then you can escape using Guiding Wind and all that stuff, you know. But I just feel like it was just executed better from Myanmar, and they knew the lineup that they had. And Thailand, I feel like in theory they had an idea to counter some of that, because it was that first pick Roger. And then Ken just went ham. You know, Ken just like annihilated all parts of the game. So for me, yeah, Thailand had the idea. And even when you look at the bans that they did, they're good bans. There was 3 for Ken, you know, the Fanny, the Lancelot, and the Ling. But I feel like they're just like, you know, well, we'll get the Hayabusa and hope that's enough. Unfortunately for Thailand, it wasn't enough in that game.
No, it wasn't. I don't know. Do they want to go for that again? There's an argument to be made about the Xavier, by the way. I mean, Myanmar kind of forced out the Xavier, right? Faramis, Vexana, Ben, Valen picked up. Xavier is so conditional, and with how important things are in the early stage of the game, it's a big question mark. It's like when you opt for something like the Sicilian that needs a little bit more time to scale.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, Xavier needs a lot of time to scale. And you know, we're gonna talk about this while we're in the draft here. First band's coming out, but Xavier, I think, could it could have worked. I would have thought, because you were going against a Valentina as well, maybe you want to just go in also with some possible more early burst, earlier burst potential, which we saw this quite a bit so far throughout the Asian Championship. Is the Farsa come through? Not sure, obviously, if Gorda would have been a good choice, especially with the Châu there, but like the Farsa would have been great, because then you have an escape yourself with Matilda. That's a whole lot of utility and a whole lot of burst. Like Xavier is good, but you got to get to a game where you're like 18 plus minutes in for him to really, I feel like, shine.
I agree. It needs a little bit more time, but You know, they were caught in a bad position because if they wanted to go for the Farsa, remember, Myanmar had the Valentina. So that feather airstrike could have been utilized as well to their demise.
Who feathered airstrikes harder? That's what it has to be, Eterna.
I guess we'll see if that pans down here in game number 2 as already a very different draft coming through. Sure, the Ling, the Luo Yi still the same with the chip as well, but Fredrin banned out by Myanmar in this first phase. What is this hinting
I think
at?
it's Fredrin, interestingly enough, because previous games, I feel like Thailand has tried an assassin, and then if that didn't work out, they also tried like a utility jungler. And so I think part of that is based on what happened in the previous game where, you know, Laura Flash didn't, like, he even rushed the Sky Piercer, but like it was just not enough threat. So like maybe the game plan is, just like extend these fights, last a little longer in the jungle, focus on the objectives, because it's still like, even though we talk so much about the changing of the meta and like assassins coming back up and all this stuff, one thing's still the same. Objectives will win you games. Team fights are great, but if you can get team fights plus the objectives, that's even better. So I think you still kind of have to build around that. And you see the Valentina being banned out. So interesting. Harith is going to be open. Thailand wanted it. And I'm wondering if we'll see Myanmar actually go with an Esmeralda. They do get themselves the Roger with it being open once again. And this still could be flex. We're just going to say, all right, what if it goes to Ken? I think even if you locked in an Esmeralda here to kind of deal with the Harith, because we know that there is also the Matilda that's still open, they could even flex those two. Like, it could be a jungle Esmeralda. We saw that earlier in this week. But right now we're going to just have to wait to see what Myanmar's thinking, what they're cooking up with this. But the fact that they already got a Roger, and based off the performance from the game 1, this is already a good start for them.
Do you think the Esmeralda is still a good counter towards the Harith? Because it used to be back in the day, right? Yeah. Every time you see a Harith, every time you see an Angela, you always would see the Esmeralda being picked up. But I don't know. I mean, in MPL ID, we've seen them try to counter the Harith with the Esmeralda, but not to the success that we would expect, like from back in the day.
I think Esmeralda is definitely good again. She's always an option that you could pick up, but it's something I guess you would save for later, especially deciding on where the rest of the draft goes. Because you see, they already picked up the Faramis, so they're willing to go ahead and take that, extend the fights with the Netherrealm. Faramis has been banned out a lot, you know, throughout ISF in general. So they're going to save that for now. Good choices here from Thailand. I think this is so much CC you could layer on top of each other. We've seen this combination quite a bit, Eterna, where it's like Minotaur with the Vexana, and you either set things up with the Eternal Guard so it gets that little, you know, mini knockup, or you follow it up after the Minoan Fury or the Minotaur knockup. Like, he has 2 basically that you can use. And so like the enemy team is just in the sky for a while and you hope that you have enough burst damage to like kill someone from that, you know what I mean? Yeah, literally in the sky. And so they're going with this knockup centric lineup with the Minotaur of Vexana, and you're just hoping, hey, Harith can unleash the Zaman forces within those, you know, CC areas that they do that combination. So Myanmar is going to respond, because as I was saying that, and they want to fight in this kind of like circular area, who better do it than Terizla?
I think it was a good counter, right? The Vexana and the Minotaur. Like, obviously with the Faramis being picked up, they would kind of group up with one another, especially with the Netherrealm coming through. They want to get as much value, and so they are going to be grouping up. And what better way to kind of capitalize over that grouping up than utilizing heroes like the Vexana as well as the Minotaur that can definitely go in for that AoE CC. But it looks like Myanmar, despite all that, they still want to go for the prios in the lane, right? The Terizla, you mentioned, other than the advantage that it has in these team fights with the penalty zone and so forth, they also want to try and win that EXP lane. And that is even more evident with the Exborg being banned out. One of the heroes that does well in lane against the Terizla is the Exborg. And you can actually also consider the Yuzong here, and that's still an option that, of course, Thailand can go for, but it gets instantly taken out as well.
Ooh, so what does this leave open for Thailand to bring to the XP lane? Good reads though from Myanmar, because in both the game or the series, at least today, that Thailand has played, they have played the X-Borg. They've played, of course, a Trizla, which we didn't see them have much success with in the previous game. They've also played the Yuzhong. So now it's like, what does Thailand have in their repertoire for XP lane? Because so far that's all they've played, Eterna, the heroes that I just named off. So this might force 33 to bring something new to the table that maybe he's not so comfortable with, or it's more so of just like, these are the heroes that work right now in the XP lane. I'd love to see, I know we saw Benedetta in the last series. That was great to see. I miss Paquito, honestly. Paquito is always a fun XP lane to kind of watch, but it's just not the best that you want to go against a Trizla, because it can fall behind here. And I think in a way though, like if you really wanted to, it could be a more damage centric XP lane. And that's why I'm saying it's been a while since we've really seen that, because Paquito or Benedetta will provide a lot of the physical damage that Thailand's lineup needs right now. They have a ton of magic, they have a ton of magic, and they need to be able to get a good physical damage dealer online here. And with the Harith going in the gold lane, you might want to rely on that being on the XP lane, or again, depending on what they put in the jungle too, knowing that you have a Roger there, now that Ruby was locked in. So for Thailand, the options here, I feel like are those are the main things. They need a lot of physical damage to complement this magic damage they've already got in the first 2 picks.
So what's the answer, right, Clint? Do they go for... Oh, no, they can't.
Clint?
Because Harith, right? Harith should definitely be going into the gold lane. So
gold lane.
Benedetta, Paquito, that's what you mentioned. Edith is another magic damage. But Thamus, all right. And a Dairoth.
Okay.
I mean, you wanted physical damage, and, well, Dairoth. This should be a Dairoth jungle, right? Dairoth in the jungle. We'll have the Thamus in the EXP lane. I think a couple months ago, Thamus was a big lane bully in the EXP lane. That 1v1 is so good. But I don't know if it's still the same story for the Thamus in that EXP lane. I think we saw the Thamus yesterday or earlier on today.
Yeah.
What do you think about this Thamus in the EXP?
I think it's good. It's probably, like I said, if this is XP lane 33 here, that's bringing this against the Trizla, it might have just been an option of, well, all his other heroes are banned out and taken because it was the Yuzhong, the X-Borg, or the Trizla that he's played. And so it seems like that might just be, all right, well, I'm going to go against the Thamus because it might work really well against the Trizla. You can at least withstand, some of the sustainability. Also, it's just, how do you utilize this Thamus when it comes to the team fights? And that's why you have to rely on this Dairoth pick. And Dairoth jungle is interesting because it can work out really well. Great setup potential. Again, you have to remember that Minotaur and Vexana will help set those Abysm strikes for you on this Dairoth, and you should be able to get, pretty easy kills early on. But then again, this Nolan was locked in by Ken, and we saw a devastating game from Nolan earlier today from Indonesia, from Albert, and it was scary, Eterna.
It really was, and now it's getting scary for Thailand as they are headed to match point. One more game away for Myanmar to be able to close out this best-of-3 series as victors as we head, ladies and gentlemen, into the land of dawn. And back to that, right? With Dairoth in the jungle. It doesn't necessarily... Because the great thing about the Dairoth is that I love the Dairoth and Paquito combo. What? First blood already from the Roger onto the Harith? That is a big win now for Myanmar. Taking in that kill, and as we know, ladies and gentlemen, Roger in the gold lane is a snowballing hero. He needs those early kills, and once he gets into that snowball path, it's very difficult for things to go differently, especially Myanmar holding most of the priorities, especially this mid lane with the Nolan in the jungle. But my god, did you expect that?
I did not expect that. But already getting that first blood for Juno is going to be quite crucial in the matchup against the Harith, like you mentioned. Snowball potential is going to be huge. Now in the mid lane, Niall's going to get pulled with a Stampede, and that gets dragged right into Ken to go ahead and pick up the kill himself. So Myanmar now 2 ahead. Early point of the game, and now Ken could possibly be looking to make a play on Izzy. It looks like they're getting in position, so you're going to push that in. Now Ruby DD going to be the one in trouble, but has that body of Smith to be quite tanky himself, so it does withstand, you know, the gank that came through here. So he's going to be fine for now, and we'll stick in that lane. But Myanmar, how do they play into this? Turtle's going to be up in about 15 seconds.
So we've seen different layers of the Roger and his emblem choice, right? I think earlier on, wait a second, Zides gonna be able to get out of that situation, but both of these teams are gonna be centering around this neutral objective, and they go in.
Oh, look at the damage again. All I can say is big damn Ken. Double kill right now onto this Nolan. This is tough because as I was talking about the Nolan we saw earlier today, Eterna, it looks like Ken wants to compete with Albert.
And he's so good. He's been so great at these assassins. We've seen how great he is on these assassins, and he picks up something like the Nolan. I mean, game number 1, there were 3 assassin bans respected away from Ken. And now he picks up something like the Nolan that you mentioned has found success today. And wait a second, in the bottom lane though.
Oh, 33, even with a vengeance. Look at the damage that we've been talking about. And Ruby DD will pick up that kill. But again, a lot of that damage coming out from this Nolan pick. And now there's the Eternal Guard. They're going to be able to pick up Zides, so at least able to get on the board. And now they have to withstand the fight. Netherrealm already going to be used as Ken gets another. Hunting for Nile next. Won't be able to go in just yet, but the Fracture goes in to get the double. Ken already absolutely massive at 5-0-1 in the 3-minute mark of the game.
That was a 2-1 traded, and that was a 2-1 traded only for Zides on the Ruby. So you would say it was definitely much more worth it for Myanmar in this first 3 minute. As you can see here, Nolan actually goes in for the Hunter Strike first. So we don't see the Sky Piercer coming through. I'm not exactly familiar with the Nolan path with the Sky Piercer. Do they usually opt for it? But it looks like that's his next item, right? With the gloves being picked up. But once again, here we go.
On mid lane, look at the poke damage. Ken once again goes in with a burst. Can't get the second kill, but he gets Lord of Flash. Thought the Fracture would be enough to even get Nile, but no. And now they're going to rotate bottom side. They might have to respond because 33 is just going to be pushed out of the lane for now. Ruby DD waits there, and like you were saying, I think he is going that Sky Piercer for the second item. Ken's going to get it quickly too. Like, it is only 1,500 gold for that Sky Piercer, and now Turtle's going to be up. Flicker in, and they're going to devastate the mid lane once again. The Stampede will not be able to connect on Nile as he burns the Flicker. But Myanmar is going to be happy with that as they now get to this Turtle here. Even on the top side, Juno just completely fine.
Yeah, and we saw the same kind of shade from Juno from game number 1, right? It seems like he's a little bit more individualistic in his lane. Maybe he'll participate later on when he gets his items. But for the most part, again, it's looking like it's going south for Thailand. I don't even know if that's an understatement. That neutral objective take is going to be easily given, but look at this.
Yep, he's got the motivational roar. He's going to be fine, but you can already see this. Myanmar continuing to just move around the map. They completely control it. They are in the driver's seat. They're driving the whole car here. Eterna, I mean, even with the Turtles in their favor, Thailand is going to have to pull something out of their hats to be able to stay in this game and not have another quick one under their belts. Zides goes in with I Am Offended, and Ken follows up with the damage. Nile goes in with the Minoan Fury. It's already going to be burnt, but all they want is that purple buff, and Ken will get on out of there. Meanwhile, the bottom lane was pushed by 33, so at least they get the objective there. Bottom side, first turret, actually, of the game for both teams.
It's definitely a small win in for Thailand being able to push in that turret, because obviously they can look for a little bit more on the other side of the map. We do see that 33 picks up the Corrosion Scythe as well, so maybe that's the game plan they're going for. That's a Purify utilized.
Is he? Oh no! Purify or not, Eterna, there's just too much damage. The Shadow Stampede gonna drag 33 once again, even with the Vengeance, not enough to withstand the damage. Penalty zone going to be used by Ruby DD. They want Nile, but he is quite tanky. I don't think they're going to be able to pull him through just yet. Juno and Justin are just around the corner, though. Myanmar at this point completely just overpowering Thailand, and that's kind of what's happening here and why Thailand needs to figure something out. They need to be able to keep this game from flipping on its head. It's already almost there, as now a turret finally in the top lane will go down for Myanmar.
But the question is how, right? How do they flip that switch? Because technically, a Harith also requires Snowball, which is why it was so interesting to see a Harith and a Roger go 1v1 in the gold lane. But the problem is, it's not even a question, right? Juno already, 2 levels ahead of Easy. We're looking at a 5, 6, 7, 7k gold lead now for Myanmar. And everyone is just snowballing out of control. What is the winning condition now? But wait a second.
Nether Realm going to be used here. Eternal Guard already committed. Ken waiting patiently in the bush as everything is going to be utilized already. They could re-engage here, and it looks like they're going to do just that. Izzy's in trouble as he goes down to Ken. Judah goes in looking for 33. 33 able to pick up the kill. They do fight back. It's a 2-for-2 trade across the board, but Myanmar just playing around the ultimates here that Thailand has. They utilized everything. So with that, Myanmar will make their way down the bottom side to take that tier 1 turret down.
But it was a 2-for-2, but they had to lose Easy. They lost a gold laner in that process. So if you take a look at it like point value, then maybe it was still worth it for Myanmar. We see that the Harith is struggling quite a bit, only with the boots as well as the Starlium Scythe, right? That's only one item as compared to Roger, who's picked up the Skyfiercer as well as the Windtalker and already headed to the next one with the Ogre Tomahawk there being built in as well. What's the winning condition? Because I mean, technically Thailand had a good idea earlier on, right? They were able to combo in. That was the strength of their lineup. We were talking about that in the drafting phase, the way that they can combo in their resources with a guard coming through from, of course, the Vexana, as well as the knockups coming through with the Mignon Fury from Nile. Maybe if they look for a similar kind of combination and, you know, find a pick but not overcommit into it and make sure that Ken isn't available or Ken does get hit into it, maybe that's something that they can work on. But even that is just so easy to say and so much more difficult to execute. What do you think about the winning condition for Thailand here in the 8th minute of the game?
Oh man, that's tough, Eternal.
Right?
Like I've been saying here, they have to just hold on for dear life. And that's really hard to do when you're playing against this kind of lineup, because especially with Zidez on a Ruby, he can just choose to fight and force it with an I'm offended. It looks like they're going to go ahead and do this with the Lord already pulling Nile in. He's so low, and he's a Minotaur. He's their tank, and they're just going to have to watch this taken by Myanmar as that first Lord of the game is secured now. 9 minutes in, massive lead, 9,000 gold for Myanmar. And with this, they'll go ahead and just kind of get ready to go and march with the Lord. It is going to go on the top side, and they'll make their way knocking down these tier 2 turrets. That's the next on the list here for Myanmar.
It's like you just mentioned it. You're like, he can go in very flexible with the I'm offended, and then Zidez gets the I'm offended and chunks Nile to half health, and that was enough to zone Thailand away. Again, very great timing there. But again, right, Glowing Wand being built in by Justin, you see the value, because even if the Minotaur wants to go in for the heal, it's not as straightforward as it was before that Glowing Wand got built in. But Ken, what? Oh man, stop. Thailand is suffering already as it is, as it goes in again for that damage. And is that a Malefic Roar, Naisu?
That's a Malefic Roar. I'm still waiting for the Malefic Gun to come out more. You know, we haven't seen too much of it, but maybe one day. But right now, Thailand's going to deal with this Lord. The shields are going to be popped on the base. So Myanmar now looking to get as many shields as they can, at least. You know, for now, that might be the best they can do. Even with this kind of lead, 11,000, they still have to respect the fact that the setup potential from Thailand is actually pretty good. And somehow, some way, that might cause them to just have a blunder in the base if the turrets are hitting them. But also keep an eye on Ruby DD. He might force a fight, might be Zidez. He's not going to find the I'm offended with that one. So they do keep it together for now. Not going to be able to force the fight. Turrets take a little bit of damage, but Myanmar won't be able to punch into the base just yet. Unless Ruby DD does something crazy. I don't think he's going to pull the trigger, though. It looks like they're just going to disengage for now. They're happy with getting the shields.
Is this the same Ruby DD that was a legend on the Lunox? I think it is, right? The Lunox Ruby DD play that literally everyone knows from back in the day.
It after him, right?
Exactly. So, I mean, the way that he's been able to, even on the Lunox, right? He used it so aggressively to open up the team fight. And we're seeing that come through when he plays something like the Terizla on a setup hero like the Terizla. And it's been a big problem. But wait a second.
Whoa, Nile! He's gonna get dragged by this Stampede. He gets to flicker again. This is so tough for Nile because you don't pick the Minotaur to defensively flicker out. You're doing it to offensively flicker in with your Minoan Fury, and time again, Myanmar gets it out of Nile. So this is crucial. This is really tough for them. And with that, Myanmar is just going to wait, stall it out, and let Ken go ahead and take that Lord once it's up in about 10 seconds.
And technically, they can definitely go for it, right? Ken, level 15 at the moment. Meanwhile, Lord Flash still stuck on level 12, 3 levels below of Ken. Do they want to go for the contest? Do they look for a team fight before that? Do they look for a pickoff? Because if they go for a 50-50, they can not definitely go in for that 50-50, and it looks like they're going to let it go. That's a free Lord for Myanmar in this 12th minute of the game, and you can even see that damage coming through. And surprisingly enough, Justin is actually the one dealing the most damage on the Faramis.
Yeah. He's really just utilizing Faramis, and that's why we see it actually banned out quite a bit, because it's kind of, I feel like it's sleeper damage. Like it pops up a lot, and it almost reminds me of Valentina. Because you just poke, like you continuously poke, and you provide a great ultimate with the Netherrealm, and that's why he's 0-0 and 10. So for the most part, he just whittles them down with his, with his abilities, and then the follow-up comes up from Myanmar, and that's the tough thing to deal with if you're Thailand, because it's really good, evenly distributed damage too. It's not just magic, but also the physical damage, obviously. But so now they gotta gear up for this defense. Myanmar looking to take all these base turrets as the Lord will go ahead and charge up. I'm offended. Nile just completely obliterated in the fight in an instant. Myanmar happy with the 1 kill for now. Lord still going to be worked on. And waiting for the next wave to push in. Eternal Guard already utilized and gone. Oh, goes in with a Stampede, gets multiple members into the penalty zone on top of it. And that might be enough for Myanmar to end the game. Crystal's going to be worked on as they get some more kills, but they will sweep Thailand.
2-0. 13 minutes. In game number 1, it was 14 minutes. In game number 2, it was 13 minutes. But either way, this should propel Myanmar even further up in terms of points. Earlier on, they were standing at 9. Is that an additional 3 points? That should definitely secure playoffs, right? I mean, we'll need clarification later on. Maybe we'll get a little hint into production, because obviously there are still games going on offline that aren't streamed. But wow, complete domination from Myanmar in this group. Not losing, not dropping a single match whatsoever in this entire qualifiers.
I think that's, as I'm looking too, it looks like it is going to be Myanmar. I mean, they should still be top. They haven't lost a match. Cambodia was 3-1 before their match, or they also just played. I think it is Myanmar and Cambodia that are top 1 and 2 for Group A or Group 1, whichever you're looking at here. Again, check out the website isf.gg for you guys to kind of follow along. But that should, even regardless of the off-stream games, that should lock them in. We'll get confirmation on that. But highlights for this game are once again very similar to what we saw in Game 1 Eterna. It was very dominant from the start. And it really even just, it was that surprise first blood. I mean, look at this. 1 minute in, it's already there on Juno. But then the snowball starts here, especially with Ken just getting kill after kill, especially early game.
I feel like going Sky Piercer first item is actually a big gamble, right? So we actually see Ken going in for the Hunter Strike first, and the damage was definitely there. Here it is. He picks up the Hunter Strike first. Why do I say it's a gamble? It's because of the way that the Sky Piercer works, right? If you ramp up in the kills, obviously the damage is going to be there, but if you start losing and if you start getting killed in return, that's when the passive kind of lowers by, is it 30% if I'm not mistaken? I'll have to ask Mr. Tactical Arashi later on. But I guess that's kind of how it works. And so the fact that he went in for Hunter Strike first was actually a big decision. That, look at that damage, man. Like, what's to say?
Big damn. That's it.
Big damn.
That's all. I mean, look at it. It's time. It keeps happening, and I at this point in the game too, I liked how it was just a constant combination of, Justin using the Shadow Stampede and pulling them in, and Ken was setting things up based off that. Even with this, like, you're seeing what I was talking about in the draft here, Eterna, where this combination of the Minotaur plus the Vexana is actually great. You get a lot of airtime for the enemy team to knock them up, but when you're talking about snowballs, just like in game 1, you can have the best counter lineup possible, but if it's, you know, if you're so far behind, even if you have great CC potential, but you don't have enough damage to follow up through, you know, it's tough because then you can't profit off that team fight and turn things around here.
By the way, big props to Justin with that Shadow Stampede. Oh, beautiful by Justin, man. He was amazing in game number 1. I think it was on the Valentina, and then in game number 2. There you go, right? Justin, player of the match, our MVP for game number 2. Game number 1, it was Ken. Game number 2, we get a little bit of a spotlight over to the mid laner, Justin. And that Shadow Stampede at the end was just so beautiful. At every point of the game, his damage dealt was definitely there, and I think that's one of the beauties of having a Faramis. That's one of the reasons why we've been seeing the Faramis being a top prio ban and a top prio pick when he does get left open. 1013 KDA, you can see his damage dealt as well. And as he was able to get his hands on the glowing wand, you can see Thailand just really suffer in these team fights, right? Because perhaps earlier on they were banking on the heals coming through from the Minotaur, but with the glowing wand, it was a lot more difficult and not as straightforward for them to achieve. And we are moments away of an interview. Do you want to guess who the interview is with?
Should I like pretend to guess? No, I'm just joking. I'm gonna guess that it maybe our MVP. I don't know, Justin. Well, no, we had Justin yesterday, so it's got to be someone else.
So not Justin?
I have someone else. So not
you want to ring them now? You know, to see who
Let's
it is?
ring them.
Okay, ring. Ring, Myanmar? You there? Who is it? It's Ken! Hi, Ken. Can you hear us? Wait a second. Naisu, you can...
Go.
Yeah.
Ken, can you hear us? Nope, not yet. Ken, can you hear us, Ken?
But I can.
Awesome.
Hi, Ken. Congratulations. How are you feeling about your run so far in ISF? Okay, he can't hear us. Wait, he took off the headphones? Okay, I'll just talk to myself for a minute. Hi, Rachel. How are you?
It's
Hi,
all right.
I'm good. Hey, Eterna.
I'm here for you, Eterna.
Okay, thank you. I was nervous for a bit.
We got to see if we get him back here, but
okay.
You know, same thing. They'll fix it, but you know what, Ken? I'll tell him this much. I liked your question. I would say, okay, so they're gonna fix it. I'm not sure if we'll get the chance to talk to him or not, but Ken, I'm pretty sure they're feeling pretty good about this series with Thailand, and I'm pretty sure they're feeling good about their entire run so far through the group stage. Again, they went undefeated, Eterna, and they went 4-0 for the matches. They only lost 1 game, it looks like. I can't recall who they lost against in their match. I'm not sure if I can pull that up, but man, they went undefeated.
4-0. Whew. Can they go undefeated all the way to Riyadh? That's the big question.
Oh, they lost 1 game to Cambodia.
Cambodia. Well,
Day 1, yeah.
I mean, Cambodia is number 2 in the standings, so it
they are.
does make
That's true.
sense.
And I'm pretty sure the one thing that I wanted to ask him, I hopefully we get to get Ken back on here, but so looking at it too, it's updated. It is going to be Myanmar versus Indonesia.
Wait, it's out?
So
it's out already?
Well, I'm seeing this based off Liquipedia. Maybe it's going to be updated also on isf.gg, but I'm going to assume, based on also this information that we saw here, that it is a Myanmar versus Indonesia and then Malaysia versus Cambodia. We'll see if that is confirmed, but if that's the case, that is a spicy playoffs here.
Ooh. And the playoffs are tomorrow, right?
Playoffs are tomorrow, yeah.
Oh,
so,
man.
You know, we'll take a look at that schedule later on, but yeah, I'm looking at this and it's going to be good. It's going to be a good matchup because I think tomorrow is also just like it's an opportunity for what is the grand final here? I know we only have on stream, we have 3 matches tomorrow, but Yeah, this is interesting how things kind of fell into place, because if you look at both groups, Group A with Myanmar and Cambodia, Myanmar was undefeated. And then for Malaysia, I think Malaysia was actually undefeated. I don't know if this is updated yet, but very, very strong showings from both of these, from all four of these teams, actually.
Wait, I'm looking at Group B now. Oh,
Yeah,
you're
look
right.
Look at the standings.
It's 3-0. 3 wins,
Right.
0 losses for Malaysia. If you guys are, missing out on what we're looking at, go ahead and check out isf.gg and, look at the standings. You guys can take a look per region as well. I mean, right now we're in the Asian qualifiers. So go ahead and, click that, use your beautiful mouse, and then go to results and standings to see Group A and Group B. But yes, that's what we are looking at. So it does give us a little bit of information as to how these the brackets for the playoffs will look like tomorrow, and that's what I'm so happy about. We don't have to wait too long until the playoffs. We finally get to see it like straight away tomorrow. It's not great for the players, obviously, because they don't have as much time to prepare, but for us viewers and casters, I'm excited.
I think they're ready. I think that when it's time for the players to get to the playoffs, they're ready. And it's interesting because the way that this goes, right, for ISF is there's always games that are on stream. There's games that are off stream. And even last year when we had the Asian Championships, and Asian Championships were offline last year. They were actually in Riyadh. Yeah, they were actually in Riyadh. And I remember that was my first exposure to that setup where I was like, oh yeah, there's games happening simultaneously. There's some that are being streamed, some that are off stream. And that's why we also, as casters, are constantly looking at the updates on isf.gg, because we also want to know what the games, what the results of the games were happening off the stream. So, that's why even some of the teams, of course, still, if they didn't have a chance to get that top 1 or top 2 spot, they're still going to play it out and fight for their nation's pride here. And it looks like, as things fell into place, it should be an interesting playoffs. Really, I don't know who is going to end up winning this. And drop
some predictions, Mr. Naisu.
I don't want to predict yet. We'll save that for tomorrow, Eterna.
Fine.
We'll save that for tomorrow. I know we're still waiting to see if we're gonna get Ken back up here too, but also the next match that we have today, the last match for tonight, we go back to women's. We go back to the women's league here for MLBB. I think that's going to be a spicy matchup as well. We saw it earlier when we came into the stream, right? We showed it on screen. That was Myanmar versus Philippines women's.
Who's playing in Philippines for the women's?
Do you mean which team?
Is it Smart Omega Empress or?
Yeah, it's Omega Empress.
Oh, okay. They were pretty strong back in SPS, so it's a tough opponent for sure. It's a big hurdle for Myanmar later on. Ooh.
I wonder how their women's team from Myanmar is. I actually haven't looked at the women's team from Myanmar. Let's see. Okay. Oh, we got word. I think they were able to fix the thing here with Ken. Let's welcome him back, Eterna.
Ring, ring, ring. Ken, are you there? Hello? Hang on.
Ken?
I'll put device bar.
Can you?
Headphone.
Ken you hear us, Ken?
Headphone 租luôn làm điều. Nên chỉ chịu
Hi, Ken.
They might still might be fixing it.
Okay.
All right.
I'm so sad.
Maybe at one point we do get to talk to Ken, but there we go. I keep switching the audio over here.
Me too. That's why I was like, okay, give me a minute. I'm not as fast hand as these pro players to adjust the audio, but man, I'm so sad because do you remember meeting Ken at MSC? I think it was the first time we flew out. He was so shy. I wonder if he's still shy. Because his gameplay is not shy, by the way.
His gameplay
is
a monster.
Is not shy,
yeah. He is. I was gonna say when we were talking about this earlier, with when we showed the rosters, it's funny because going all the way back to MSC 2022, right? And that's where it kind of like where we met some of these guys for the first time, and even with like Justin, like we talked about, that's where we met for the first time to cast. That was our first. That wasn't your first international event, was it?
Technically, it was because in 2021 MSC, it was like during the COVID period. So it was like a online thing. But hi, we're back. Ken, can you hear us?
Ken. You got us, Ken. Hello.
He can't.
He still can't hear us.
Oh no.
Oh no, Ken.
I've been
so
excited
why you're
to
so
talk
strong.
to him. Ken, if you stay silent, that means you know you're strong and you're confident to make it to Riyadh. Okay,
Yeah.
he's confident to go to Riyadh. Do you have another
He's
question?
confident.
Oh man, he's gone again.
All right, he's confident to go to Riyadh. Confirmed. I don't know. Maybe we'll still get a chance to talk to Ken, but so far, 3 times is not the charm. 3 times is not the charm right now.
It's not.
But
Maybe 4th?
Maybe the 4th. I don't know, man. You know, he played so hard on those jungles that they just broke the headphones.
That's true. I mean, he broke everything,
Somehow, some
right?
way.
I think he broke us
reference.
a little bit with the way that he was playing. But yeah, even the system can't handle Ken right now, as they are going to be able to become the victors of that final match of the group stage that we will be casting over here at ISF Asian Regional Qualifiers. I think there are still matches that are they still matches that are happening right now?
There are, but they're off stream. There's
But they
only
are
like
off
1 or
stream.
2 left happening, I think. But I guess like looking at this, things should have fallen in place. You know, even the games happening off stream won't really have much of a say for the playoffs, because before this match, the Myanmar and Thailand match, it really was up to Thailand. They would have needed to sweep Myanmar, I believe, you know, to get to a possible tiebreaker match or something of that nature. But unfortunately for them, they weren't able to do it. So like we were saying earlier, Eterna, we got one more match today before we head to the playoffs tomorrow. But we are also going back to MLBB Women's here.
Yeah, so for those of you who are like, no, do you mean that ISF is over after that match? It's like, no, guys, ladies, boys, girls, everyone, it's fine. We still have one more match ahead of us in a best of 3. And of course, who better to accompany you than Naisu and Mirko? So I will be signing out for this match.
You're not going to be here?
No, I can't, unless you want to go for a trio cast, which is great too, but it's very chaotic online. But we can try.
Our production might have a hard time.
I mean, we're up for the challenge.
I don't know if another box would fit here in this frame, Eterna.
I'll be
work.
the icon at the bottom. Just make me small. It's fine.
That works.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
all right.
We are gonna head to a break, ladies and gentlemen, before the final match of the day. It's been a pleasure to see you and cast for you with Naisu as well. So we'll see you after the break, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye, guys.
how dull. But this one... Offer that which is most precious to you, and your wish shall be granted.
My mother always wanted a pretty dress. Now it's just missing the flower from her stories. The night bloom.
Mom will be so happy! They have yet to bloom. And time is dwindling.
If I miss the Burning Lights Festival, I'll never see my mom again.
The spirits are departing soon.
This candy was the last thing Mom gave me. You'll help me, right?
Wishes bring nothing but trouble.
Don't you have any wishes?
A flower pastry would be nice.
It's a trident passing! For you. Mom? Mom? Thank you.
Just keep the candy.
But I already traded it for this flower pastry. Here.
It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. These are my courts. World esports. It's my game. It's my world.